As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. Will come when you have to rise above the rest and prove yourself. Your spirit never dies. Farewell, I've gone to take my throne above, but don't weep for me, 'cause this will be the labor of my love. Here we are, turn away now.
Sevens across three $15,000 jackpots. Do you have any idea what the odds are?
Shoot, it's got to be in the millions, maybe more.
3 fucking jackpots in 20 minutes? Why didn't you pull the machines? Why didn't you call them?
Well, it happened so quick. 3 guys won. I didn't have a chance to call
You
you.
see the scam? You didn't see what was going on?
Well, there's no way to determine that.
Yes, there is. An infallible way. They won.
What's a casino? People got to win sometimes.
Hey, what? You're pissing me off. Now you're insulting my intelligence. What do you think? I'm a fucking idiot? You know goddamn well somebody had to get into those machines and set those fucking reels. The probability on one 4-wheel machine is 1.5 million to 1. On 3 machines in a row, it's in the billions. It cannot happen. Would not happen. You fucking Momo, what's the matter with you? Didn't you see you being set up on the second win? You didn't see that you were being set up on the second win?
I really think you're overreacting.
Listen, you fucking yokel, I had it with you. I've been carrying your ass in this place ever since I got here. Get your ass and get your things and get out of here.
You're firing me?
I'm firing you. No, I'm not firing. I'm firing you.
You might regret this, Mr. Rothstein.
I'll regret it even more if I keep you on.
This is not the way to treat people.
Listen, if you didn't know you'd be in scam, you're too fucking dumb to keep this job. If you did know you were in on it, either way, you're out. Get out. Go on. Let's go. The guy is history.
What's going on, folks? We go to chat. There we go. There we go. Are we doing weed first? Let's do weed first. What time is it? It's noon, but it's also
smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
Oh yeah, baby. That's good stuff. Your turn? Should we do it all over again?
Oh, no.
No, we won't have to do it. Okay,
I
fine.
can do it myself.
Here. You ready?
Mm-hmm. Little.
Little. You're going to have to pull it, though, like a big girl. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
And go.
Thank you.
That-
Thank you.
that
That one's for me.
That defined your hit.
Thank you.
I have been walking around Vegas looking for you guys. Where are you? I'm so confused. We're home. Thank God. That's what you give. Howdy. What's up, Darcy? What's up, Q? What's up, JK? What's up, Zozo? Yeah, I'm loving the noon timeline here. Kid free. Everyone's at school.
Ooh.
Isn't it half day?
Minimum, yeah.
What time do you have to go? Like 10 minutes?
Like 30 minutes.
So silly. Timelines are so screwed up. What's up, Susie? Miriam? Luck. Ben, you are going to get the stream taken down again. I think at this point, everyone just assumes that's what's going to happen. Yeah, Susie, wish you went. I'm quitting cigs after Vegas. Yep. That hangover day was tough. Although, Ashley, what did I ask for before this stream?
Your vape pen.
I was asking for the vape pen.
I don't know where it is. I'm gonna look.
We are on the last pack. De Niro had the cigarette. I needed the cigarette. I couldn't help myself. Am I muted? Oh, shit. Am I muted this whole time? Uh-oh. Let's, then we can probably fix this. Hello? No, am I really muted?
Let me go see.
That would be weird.
No, you're not. You weren't when you weren't. Let me see what you are now.
Now I am?
No, you're fine.
I'm so confused. So we're good now. I was muted for a while, I guess.
No, not muted at all.
Yeah, but a few people said muted.
Oh.
Redneck said muted. Well, I take that back. Redneck said muted. Maybe Redneck got muted accidentally. Oh, no, I was. My bad. All right, well, we're good now. All right, so Forest Frenzy in the house, Hooli in the house. Okay, so Susie's in the house. So we're not doing Sinatra. We've done Sinatra, but let me do something. Da 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 da. It's not gonna be me singing. We'll do a little K-Pax because it's, oh no, I've done K-Pax so much. Maybe I won't do music just yet. I have a whole wordless category. You know what? Ludovico Enuadi. I don't know how to say that name. Enaudi. He's great. You'll love it, Susie. I played him before. I think you'll like him. Good little background stuff. It's treasure hunt music, Susie. This is what I consider treasure. Like when I get to the Rockies, and you know what? You can ask Ashley and the kids because they're sick of my music, but because I play it all the time. But like this, like when you make that turn, right, and then like that first moment, you kind of like are in the Rockies. You just know it. Oh shit, we're in the Rockies now. Like this is all instantly like pop something like this on. I love it. He says, you know, the church is in the mountain. My church is in the fucking Rockies too. It's like a whole feeling comes over you. And there doesn't need to be a treasure chest for that. So we're going to put the phone number up. I've been getting a lot of emails lately. The email volume has picked up tremendously. I think I'm at like 20 a day now, which for me is a lot and too much. It's not too much, but like 20 different people a day. So I think I'm making a new email address, or I already made it. We actually had it for a minute and didn't use it. But people are starting to send me not solves anymore, but like leads, tips. Look here, look there, look over here, look over there. And whether people are colluding together and saying the same types of things or happening to be talking about the same things without knowing it, it's gotten at least interesting to me. So rather than clog up my personal email box, which is always still available, I'd rather just all send to this email down scrolling at the bottom. And it's gotten to a point where it's going to sound funny. I'm going to be looking for a few keywords. And if I see those keywords that are matching the rabbit hole I'm currently looking at or have looked at or whatever, then I'll know what's up. So it's gotten to the point where I need to, because I just don't have the time for that all. So anywho, please send all that shit to Treasure Warriors, blah, blah, blah. TheTreasureWarriors@gmail.com. I should have made it WSOF champion at Gmail. Ah, shit. I should have done that. Oh, I should have done that. That's brilliant. Damn. Oh, good idea. You need some churching up. Yeah. That's funny. But, yeah, it's gotten interesting. you know, 9 Mile Hole, I already came out and said what my feelings are on that nowadays. One thing I wanted to comment on, a few questions were popped, and I think even said on Facebook was, you know, questioning the pink source. I didn't go back and check tape just to be sure, but let me maybe clarify what that meant. I'm questioning everything around that. That could encompass a few different things and not necessarily everything, from questioning the source to questioning the data itself to simply questioning how the data was given to how the data was obtained, or to why the data was given, or why the data was. There's other things I could be questioning there, not just necessarily the data itself. So I just wanted that clarified. All right, see, now this is a different one, but it's not as dope. Let's do Night. I like Night. Yeah, that's a good one too. Susie, tell me what you think about this kind of music. So far, is it all right? Is it good? I've been walking around for 9 miles in Vegas looking for all you guys. I thought the tournament was going on. I'm really going to play craps now. Come on, man. You know, wait, no way you thought the tournament was still going on. Not with all the gloating I was doing. Although I was gloating during the tournament too. So I think some people took that as offensive. For the record, I was doing a tactic. I mean, is that my personality? 100% yes. But I was hamming it up, not for the camera, but for players. I wanted certain reactions. Hey, Ben, where do you live? Well, that's creepy. SoCal, Orange County. Frenzy has a word she particularly liked. Indian Frenzy having their convo today. Should we just do the watch Indian Frenzy talk show? Should we just do the tennis match? So, okay, so here's Indy's latest. We'll see what Frenzy says back to Indy. INFJ, I'm glad you try to accommodate Susie. Good on you. Well, you know, I'll try to accommodate everybody. If there's my voice is still out, guys. Sorry. If you know, we're all trying to live cohesively, right? Treasure Warriors. That's last time that dude and his girlfriend are going to join a WSOF tournament. No, you know what? I bet they'll be back next year too. Oh, we got Forrest Fenny here. Fraud. I know. We've seen your videos. We know your side of the story. Listen, anything's up for grabs, right? Who knows? But, you know, as it stands now, we have a status quo. And that status quo is not acceptable. Could it still be the truth? Sure, absolutely. I don't personally think so. I think there's something going on. You know, lots of lies encompass a lot of the truth in it. So, you know, they're hard to figure out and hard to tell sometimes. Oh, here we go. Forrest Frenzy's reply. Chasing Indy, cool. Yeah, it's a word I like. It was probably used more frequently in years past. Mario. Hi, Ben, y'all. Peace. Just walked in the door from WSOF. Hey, how are you doing, man? You still hungover? Love this fucking music. When I write, this is like the soundtrack for whatever like scene I'm probably doing. It's kind of my process. I've been writing a lot less since doing the Fenn shit, though. I'll tell you that. Treasure Warriors, we found out lies, but have we found out all the lies? I think that's a pertinent question, Carrie. I think that's the $64,000 question, is it not? Where one lie occurs, it's pretty fair to at least assume you should look for another lie. And most typically when it's a house of cards kind of situation, I mean, let's be serious. Even those of us who bought into the original story at one point or another, maybe not officially or all the time, but you know, when you entertain the official story and go, okay, yeah, no, this is what happened. I think you have to at least even at some point in that thought process, get to a point where you're like, God, yeah, it did, maybe it did, but boy, God, there are some weaknesses to this shit, or there's some things I really just don't like about it. My goodness, you know, it's not clean. And so now there's lies on a not clean story. You know, that's why I jumped into this mess when I did. You know, it was safe to not be a lurker anymore because I thought that the whole thing was over. But I always pondered out loud, maybe there's second place. Where's the emerald ring? Did the emerald ring grow legs and just hop out of the chest? Where Forrest dedicates a paragraph to the emerald ring. You know, in the poem, you guys like to talk to me and tell me to talk about the poem. All right, let's talk poem. I give you title to the gold. To the gold. You know, most everything in that chest is gold. You know, it's not. The silver turquoise bracelet, and the emerald ring is an emerald ring. Is it made out of gold? I guess. I don't know. We've never seen a picture of it. It's not just gold. It's an emerald, right? What are the two items that we haven't seen provenance on truly yet? Well, we know the emerald ring is missing, and we know Forrest took a picture with a turquoise silver bracelet that some have disputed the veracity of being the same bracelet. Some agree it is. Neither here nor there. Follow-up to that publicly has been made available to us, and we know Cynthia followed up and was rejected by Forrest. Cynthia followed up again and was rejected by Shiloh. Then Shiloh was followed up, or Cynthia was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Forrest was followed up with twice and rejected the opportunity for anyone to see that bracelet. And then Shiloh was asked, can we see the bracelet for realsies? And, oh no, one of the beads is loose. We've not seen provenance on the silver turquoise bracelet. So did the finder not get title to those two items? Are they missing? Are they at the spot? Were they returned to the spot? What if there are no legal issues? Well, what if there's a contract you abide by when you talk with Forrest? I give this to you as a gift and maybe some money, but you go, who knows? But all signs point to something very strange with an emerald ring that's given a paragraph in a treasure hunting book and somehow magically grows legs, either in the process of Fenn hiding his treasure that he spent decades on, or Jack, the meticulous grid searcher, 25 days in one spot. I guess it grew legs when he got it. Asinine, folks. Asinine that this emerald ring is missing. It has to be a hint to something larger. That's all there is to it. It's been my posit since day one. And after going through the cycle and rabbit holes and into it and out the other side, I'm here to say I'm back at square one. The fucking emerald ring missing means something. And there are powers that be that don't want people to know that, in my opinion. I think they're for good reasons, not nefarious ones. I think it's plausible deniability. I think there is a group effort to make sure that there is a known second chase for second place, if you can figure it out, without the Fenn estate or without the finder ever being liable for anyone going searching for it because they never told you to. I'm going to smoke more weed. I know, I'm crazy. I get it. But at some point, I wonder if they wanted me to even say that. Let's put it this way, folks. I'm not going back to lurking, but I'm no longer talking about solves, my solves. You want to tell me your solve? Great. I might be taking notes and stealing it. So I don't think you want to give me your solve anymore, folks, because I'm going back into chase mode. I'm not leaving. I'm doing everything public. But there's something telling me there's an emerald ring somewhere out there in them Rocky Mountains. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. That's where I'm going with it, I think. Full honesty. When I said I was a free agent, that wasn't directed at anyone. That didn't mean that I was available again, it just meant no. The game is afoot, and I'm not going to lose. I said that about Fenn, World Series of Fenn. I'm saying about this now. I didn't say it when the chase happened because I thought I was way too late to the game, and it turns out I was. But I still think this Emerald Ring is out there, and I think that's the whole point, and I'm going to give it my fucking best. And frankly, I think that almost means, and I don't want to say it, don't listen to me on this one. Treat me like Joe Rogan. I'm an idiot. Don't take my advice. Perhaps all 4 states are back on the table. Oh, shit. Did that play life or not? I don't want to play the same song over again, but... Yep, that was... Okay, that was that one. Okay. There's a better one, though. Or there's more... There's a better volume. There's more songs on it. Oh, for crying out loud. I didn't mean to change the music. Whatever, we'll just take it. Leaf says, all 4 states are not back on the table. The chase is not still open. It is closed. I mean, maybe it is. Again, like I said, don't take my advice. But I'm of the opinion, and when I say all 4 states might be back on the table, that doesn't necessarily mean I think all 4 states are back on the table. I'm just like almost like we're all bets are off here. If there is something going on to protect a second chase for plausible deniability to make sure there's no legal issues with that second chase, and that's what cements a legacy, well then shit. Anything's on the table to me. I still think my logic points me to where I still had I'm going back to all my solves, original solves. and shit. You can find me near Uncle Tom's Trail even. You remember me making a big deal about those 328 steps? I'm not the only one who did. 328 steps, 328 flights. We all know where I've taken that with D.B. Cooper, but my goodness. 328 steps, 328 flights. That's a weird coinkydink. Feels like a confirmer. Andy, someone rebooted Ben. I rebooted myself. This was my plan the whole time. I needed to know what was going on. I hope I get to talk with Shiloh after this gift. In person. Like I said, man, I need to talk to you. It was a good gift, sir. Very good gift. I don't think the solve is ever going to come out. Quite possibly, man. Quite possibly. And maybe that's for a reason, right? I mean, shit. I was going back through Fenn interview in 2019 with Mike and K-Pro. And there were a couple timestamp issues that really caught my eye. Let's see if I can bring it up here. Okay, so 45 minutes into that interview. Now this is definitely double entendre stuff. So like, you know, if you don't buy into it, that's perfectly fine. But 45 minutes into that interview, Fenn starts to say something about hacking in your way into the chase. Now, he's using the terms hacking, like hacking things down. He's talking about something else. He's talking about going through the forest, but the whole story sounds like an analogy or metaphor to the thrill of the chase. And he uses the word hack. Now, that interview is for all to see. given what's gone on between everything over, all that, the stuff that's been put to bed. But I don't think April would call me a search partner necessarily anymore. So I don't want to presume I have her permission to play their stuff. So I won't. But go to that interview at that 45-minute mark. Play that. There's a whole segment there where he's just kind of giving an analogy to what I think is maybe going on in the chase about hacking, all sorts of weird things. And then there's another timestamp that caught my eye. An hour 5 in, he says, and this is a comment I think we've all talked about before. Get in your car and go to the first clue. So let's dissect that quote, shall we? Get in your car and go to the first clue. The context is, how do you start the chase? Do you start the chase in the driveway? And he goes, get in your car and go to the first clue. Without the first clue, you don't have anything. Okay. So let's pretend it's 9 Mile Hole, right? Let's pretend 9 Mile Hole is where the chest was. Why the fuck do I have to drive to the first clue if where Warm Waters halts is Madison Junction? Why do I have to drive to Madison Junction? Why don't I fly into West Yellowstone, drive through West Entrance Gate, and drive directly to 9 Mile Hole, never once touching Madison Junction? That quote does not work with a 9 Mile Hole solve whatsoever. Unless the first clue is literally home of Brown. Then you're telling me there's a twist on the poem, and again, we're not being told any kind of twists on poems. Straightforward solution. What gives? These are the type of thoughts that have popped into my head over the last few months as I've been ascertaining information and trying to reach conclusions. The logic isn't checking out. Someone is lying. I think I have a pretty good idea who, and I think I have a pretty good idea why. There's lots of things that don't work with 9 Mile. I never went back there. Fuck you. If it's 9 Mile, yes, you did, man. And I don't mean fuck you at Forrest Fenn. I mean just fuck you at the audacity of a statement. Love Forrest. I don't care if he lied to protect the treasure hunt. That's perfectly fine. That's part of his game. Respect. But let's call it for what it is, though, right? Something's going on. I've learned a lot more of what I think is going on, and it's more than that. I just got a notification of DraftKings. I hate when that happens. I'm like, why are you notifying me? Did you give me money? Because if you didn't give me money, why are you giving me a notification? Yeah, see, bullshit. No, nothing. Take your shot at free 100K. Oh, fourth quarter pool. Yeah, we got to do that, right? For the Super Bowl? Fuck yeah. All right, so I got to make my picks. I'm going to make my picks real quick because I'm high. We're just going to quickly shift gears for a second. Which team will score more points in the fourth quarter? Man, that's tough. Matt Stafford succumbing to pressure in the fourth quarter. Maybe the Rams get out to a large lead and they're just protecting it the rest of the ball game. And it's just Cincinnati catching up and they actually score more points in the fourth quarter. Or Cincinnati just blows up and takes the lead. I'm going with Cincinnati, more points in the fourth quarter. And Lori, yeah, we're going to be doing an Oak Island show. Ashley and I are deciding if we're going to do it tonight after Copper Factory or maybe possibly tomorrow. First score of the fourth quarter. Field goal, touchdown, safety, no score. Ooh. I'm going to go field goal. Total points in the fourth quarter. 8-15 because those are lost numbers. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. Literally one of the options was 0-7, 8-15, 16, 23. Those are lost numbers too. Shit. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. I'm going to go 8-15 because flight 815. That's what we'll do. Also from lost. Which player will score the first rushing or receiving touchdown of the fourth quarter? I got to go with Jamar Chase. No, actually, I'll take that back. I'm going to go with Tyler Higbee. No. I'm going to take that back. I'm going to go with T. Higgins. No, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to go with CJ Uzomah. That's who I'm going with. Will the fourth quarter 2-minute warning happen at the 2-minute mark? It never does. No. Well, actually, you know what? This time, yes, it will, because it'll be a running play to run it in down to the 2-minute warning as opposed to a passing play. Well, the running play could still easily go past the 2. Nope. No, it won't. Who will have more fourth quarter passing yards? Burrow. What will be the last play of the fourth quarter? I mean, if the Rams are behind, this all flips, right? Candy, if that's you calling, honestly, I'm making my picks. I haven't even put the phone number up yet, you fucking goon. I hope you saw my smile when I said that. I'm not picking up yet, playa. What will be the last play of the fourth quarter? Kick or punt, run or kneel, pass, any other outcome? Last play of the fourth quarter. Well, if you're thinking there's any more of a deficit than 3 points or more, if it's more than 3-point deficit, then you're thinking it's going to be a pass if at least the team losing has the ball. It'll be a kneel if the team winning has the ball. Kick is only going to be in an instance of 3 or less. You have more outcomes. I'm almost going to stick with pass. What will the longest rushing play of the fourth quarter be? Oh, I mean, this is a fucking roulette wheel. I'm going to go 16-20. How much time will be on the clock when the ball is snapped for the... How many fucking picks are there? How much time will be on the clock when the ball is snapped for the first kneel down of the fourth quarter? Whoa, wowzers. So no kneel down, 1 minute or more. I'm going to say no kneel down because they're going to throw the ball to end the game anyway, so you might as well run the gauntlet. What will be the longest attempted field goal in the fourth quarter? That's a different story. If you're quickly trying to get the field goal, that'll force a long field goal. And if you're down, I'm going to assume you're quickly trying to get the field goal. So I'm actually going to guess a longer field goal than a shorter field goal, because if you're shorter, you're just going to go for the touchdown anyway. So 51 yards or more is what I'm going with. Submit. Entry free. Yeah. All right, back to the game. Back to this. What's up, boo? I love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Crappiest Super Bowl decades. You know what? That's easy to say now. But usually those don't those usually end up becoming those slugfests that end up becoming super fun to watch anyways. Right? Treasure Warriors, I left you a voicemail. I'm not listening to that blind. Was the voicemail just for me, or were you trying to call into the show? Ben, Cynthia says 9 Mile Hall yet. She's searching other places in Yellowstone. Go figure. Well, listen, I'm not doubting anybody's integrity. If Cynthia thinks it's 9 Mile, she can think it's 9 Mile. And she probably has reasons to think that it's 9 Mile. And she probably thinks it's foolish of me to not think it's 9 Mile. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. I don't know. If you think she's searching in other parts of Yellowstone, who knows, right? Maybe she just wants to go to other parts of Yellowstone because she likes other parts of Yellowstone. She's not searching for anything, right? Do we know she's searching? Come on. That's a bit presumptuous, right? I don't watch sports. I like playing with action figures, especially Superman and Barbie. They really sparks my imagination. So, we got someone playing with their words there. Smoke more weed. Yeah, in a minute. I was careful so you can play it. I don't know why you'd be okay. I guess we can. All right, well, I gotta open up the. Oh my God, they have that going. Oh no. Oh no. I got the leaf blower going. I don't hear that. All right, so what was I doing? Shit, what was I doing? Oh, that's right. Okay. Let's see, voicemails.
Hi, Ben. Sneaky Indy here. I'm just curious as to what you will be doing with that prize win from World Series of Fun. Are you going to try and take over the world? Are you going to contact Shiloh? Are we choosing new team members again? Let me know, and I'll see you at the finish line.
Okay, so that was rather cryptic. You were careful. I don't know what you're implying here with lots of this. What am I going to do with my win? I'm going to savor my win. And I've added one to the direct invite list. Actually, two. They just don't know it yet. I've been trying to save it, but I've already told Copper Dan. So if Packer Jack isn't here, hopefully he won't see this until tonight. But it's going to be me, Alan, Packer Jack, and Copper Dan fishing on the Madison with these bad boys. If we get confirmation from Shiloh on that specific idea. But if he doesn't respond to me also to that specific idea, I'm going to go with the status quo that's ordained by the letter, which says, I hope you catch a whopper. That right there is titled to fish with these things, right? So, but we will be risking life and limb to get them back if we lose them. But that's all that will be ever happening with these. We'll be fishing. Not going to ever sell them. None of that's going to happen. But Shiloh, I would very much like to talk to you, man, in person. Doobie doo. All right, so we said call-in show. Let's throw in the number, right? All right, there you go. No solves. No solves. Only because, like I said, I'm back into chase mode. Don't tell me your solves. I will steal. I'll give you credit at the end, but you're not going to get anything I find. Because this is a treasure hunt. You put your stuff out there publicly, that's on you. I said that about the chase as an afterthought and explain the thought process behind it. And I don't believe it to be evil, mean, or cruel. It's a treasure hunt. If you put your stuff out there publicly, you're asking for people to use it. And you're hoping you get credit. Same thing with anything I say publicly. But if you call me and tell me your solve, I'm going to take that information. And I will go get it on my own. So don't tell me your solves. Anybody who's told me the solves in this interim period where I was just, you called and I listened to you about your solve, I won't steal that. I mean, if I go there, if I find something specifically that you called in all about earlier, you're grandfathered in. If I find something that you called about previous to this moment, that item will be yours. I will give it directly to you. I'm on record for that. So if you've called already, don't worry. Anything you told me or have emailed me and I find something from that, that is all yours. That is all yours. And I will give to you directly. But from this moment on, don't tell me shit. Because if it's new information and that happens to coincide with something I find, Emerald Ring, the spot itself, and it's so glorious a spot, it was worth finding even without an item there, which is something I'm also highly interested in pursuing. And just going, maybe there's not even an Emerald Ring, but it's worth getting to this special spot. From this point on, new information I will take. If you share with me and want to share with me in private and want to talk about being partners, that's a whole different story. Absolutely. I'm open to that. Email me. I'm actually going to add the email to this as well. TheTreasureWarriors@gmail.com for tips. And tips. Bland enough, right? I don't have a fancy word for that. Save. Show. There we go. Davio. I promised Davio he'd come on the show because I want him to talk about all the fun. Ooh. All right, let me get him a link. I assume Davio is not going to be telling me to solve. I don't want Davio to solve. I know what Davio is solve, but don't tell me any more information, Davio, unless you want me to come with you. But then we talk about that offline. Yeah. All right. Let me send it to you, sir. I could get this. No, let Candy on. Candy can come on too. I'm gonna give her the link as well. We're gonna have people on now, but we're gonna take phone calls while we have people on. So it's still a call-in show if you want to call in. I would understand if people don't want to call in anymore because of what I've just proclaimed, but I think that's fair of me to do, right? I don't want to mislead anyone at all. All links sent. Done and done. LOL, seriously, that's why you think he solved it? Are you talking to me, Miriam? I don't know what we're talking about here. Quake Lake Visitor Center, WWWH. It's a good one. I mean, we can still talk partial solves by all stretch of the imagination, but I would leave it at what you would have usually done in, the previous time, before time. What's up, Indy?
What's up?
Just chilling. Oh, hold up. I might have echo on. Oh, okay. I think we're good now. All right. So where you at?
Oh, I'm here. I was just trying to exit out and then come back. Hey, Davio.
Davio.
Word.
What's up, dude?
Hey, Davio.
I hear echo. I hear echo. Yeah, I hear you have the YouTube going.
Oh yeah, I got the yeah.
I hear echo. Yeah.
Oh, better.
Davio, you look like you're still recovering from Vegas, just like us.
Right?
Dude, so recovering from Vegas.
Was our weed moment in that off little alleyway straight out of a movie? Looking
Totally
back,
was.
so cool. Oh, that was so much fun.
Hold my pipe so I can load it. Okay, good. Now, do we want sprinkles? Of
Drugs.
course we do. We want sprinkles. So then we got to put some keef on there. It's like, dude, the Blue Dream was killer. It's I thought it was good.
It was, and Indy, that's probably why I started wandering off again to see someone get arrested, because I was high off my fucking rocker.
Dude, we were fucking
see
herding cats all night, man. It's just like, we want to go shiny. Look, I see a chick with naked butt. So it was over there. Look at
Letting
this.
people grab their asses. I thought they were wearing fake ass cheeks or something.
No.
Nope. It was real.
No. And we
Did you say
spraying
fake
the shit out of it.
ass cheeks?
Yeah, like
Ass cheeks.
plastic ass cheeks or something. I didn't know they were actually like grabbing onto like real butt cheeks. I was like, oh, they're like just letting them grab that shit. All right. They don't even let you do that in the strip club sometimes.
Dude, I'm like, they're really spanking the shit out of the cow. I mean, Mike's really getting a beating at juice.
I
Like,
mean,
I walked
wasted,
behind when I
man.
heard this. Like, oh, and you can see him just sit straight up, man.
Oh.
Whoa, we're at it up.
No.
I think he was having the time of his life. Draco was smiling. He was smiling. We were all smiling. Everybody was clapping. Somebody was doing something ridiculous or drunk or getting accosted by somebody, who's like either working there or just another tourist. It was nonstop
Freaking hilarious.
entertainment.
You know what happened to Michael is he didn't have enough to eat. So right after the poker game, he kind of took off. Well, I didn't see him finish the game because we were so hungry. We left a half hour kind of away, right?
But for the viewers, not when you say poker game, not the World Series. You mean you guys had a poker game going up in the room?
No. We're talking at the end of the World Series of Fenn. When I got kicked off the table,
I was talking about Fremont the night before.
Well,
Oh my! You
Well,
mean
that
the
was-
night where I had to go and fight you
Davio's
guys
missed the
10
night.
what night
times?
was that?
Yes.
You're right. It was the night before.
It was the night before.
That's right. Okay, so when we were drinking, I remember my feet hitting the ground.
You
I
just summed it
remember
all up
seeing
right
Indy
there.
like 3 times. She was singing her ass off at karaoke.
Indy, when you knew we were at the D, did you not anticipate the idea of, by the time we get there, they're going to have moved? That's how herds work. Like, there's no way I was controlling everybody going, no, stop. We all need to sit here.
3
and do
times
nothing
in a
for
row,
10
Ben?
minutes.
3
I
times
can't
in a
control
row?
where they left me. I
It
didn't
was
get on that
herding
party bus.
cats all night long.
There
Hold
was a lot of
on.
people that day.
Here's $100. Come get us drinks. I promise we won't move.
I tell you what happened to me.
You have to give you $100? Like,
Ben,
just
did
paid
you
$100
see-
to go away?
Did you see
Sorry,
the
guys.
babes? The tall redheaded babes, the Texas babe and the other babe, that couple?
No, Davio, I only look at my wife.
Well, okay, well, that's what they were looking at. So they were checking out her and Cynthia and all this other stuff, right? And all the other babes kind of all at once. They kind of were hanging out with us. So
I call
these
her my
tall
wife. I call
Texas
my wife
babes, it was awesome. So I'm dancing and flirting with them. Oh, play with your hair. It's like, yeah, have another cocktail. It was awesome.
Yeah, have another cocktail.
It was freaking hilarious. I had a great time.
Davio, you should have done something crazy and just been like, ladies, I was the guy who found Forrest Fenn's treasure. And then we all would have heard it and just gone, yep, yes, he is. Yes, he fucking is. Introduce yourself to Davio, the finder of the Forest Fenn treasure, and you would have got fucking laid.
I said, no, my son is in frickin' Tool. That's what I said.
Disclaimer: it is not right to lie to anyone to get laid or have sexual intercourse of any kind with
No. I wasn't planning on getting laid. It's all about the flirt. It's all about flirting. Flirting means
moment.
Good time. Yeah, it's in the moment. It's not. No one's going home with anybody unless she thinks it's a good idea, and then of course it is. No, it's just flirting. You know, it's just flirt. It was great. Dancing. I've never danced to Neil Diamond ever.
Neither have I.
And so I said, "Fuck yeah, Jen is dancing. I'm in." So it was, sweet.
I've never sang karaoke twice in one night. I've done once every now and again, once in a blue moon. I've never done it twice in one night.
Were you like at least 6 cocktails in to fucking do karaoke? I mean, just saying.
Dude, I was doing beers throughout the tournament.
That was so much fun.
A beer an hour, but the final table, fucking Packer Jack handed me that vodka tonic, and then 5 minutes later, I had 2 more vodka tonics in my hand. So that was the final table.
Wow.
By karaoke time?
I remember I was just drunk enough to go up and sing one song at first, and I belted that shit out. And then after, I was so drunk, I don't even remember half the shit I did after that.
I could have sworn you went up like 3 times.
No, I think it was like 4.
Video
so I
evidence
did
is 4.
the one song. Then I did a song dedicated to everyone we lost last year. Then I did a song with Shannon, and I was too drunk to even try and do Lady Marmalade. Then Ashley wanted me to sing a song with her. Don't know what song we sang, but we did. And then that singer at the bar who did Drowning Pool, The Bodies at the Floor, he did Evanescence and See There With Me. So that was 5.
There you go.
5.
Here's a question.
5.
So I hate to be an asshole, but I'm going to be an asshole. It's have you ever danced with the devil under the pale moonlight?
How else do you do it, babe?
Come on now.
Word. Ashley wrote in the text though. She remembers the Texan tall babes.
She does. Well, there you go. See, I have no idea.
They were great. Because you got to hang with pretty women because it's a magnet for pretty women. It's fucking awesome.
It gives you kind of like a like you're valid. You're in.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's just
other pretty women. Again, disclaimer. Using pretty women to try to get yourself a pretty woman is not something you should do with anyone of any gender at any time to get sexual intercourse. Again, woke moment.
Woke moment. Fuck that. I'm awake. I know how to flirt. Sexual intercourse and flirting do not go hand in hand. Believe me, it's always a woman's idea.
The term woke was hijacked.
So
7, 8, 9 years ago. Trust me, I'm with you.
Oh, so what I wanted to say was, thank you very much for everybody to get me out there. I want to make sure we're clear about that. That was freaking awesome. And another question is, how many buy-ins did you do?
Okay, so first of all, fuck yeah to the community for Davio Fund getting him to Vegas. I don't know that it's gotten anyone closer to figuring out Indy's solve yet, but maybe they are. Second of all, 4 buy-ins, I believe, was my total.
Oh, it was 5, but right on.
I think 4 rebuys plus the original buy-in, so 5.
Yes,
buy-ins.
the one you paid for, and then people bought you in to keep you rolling, which was fucking killer.
Again, I declared what my strategy was going to be way ahead of time. I suggest people go watch the movie Maverick. He states it. I'm going to lose for the first hour or so.
Yes, that's
and then he loses for the first hour. And then he cleans house. And then they're all like, you fucking cheated. And he's like, what do you think I was doing during that time?
I was watching your tells.
I was learning your tells.
That's
now,
right.
Did I pull it off to precision? Probably not. I got lucky. You have to win a poker tournament. Anyone who has played poker will tell you that. But I certainly played with that pool of players.
I tell you what, that the power of the stack, baby.
The power of the stack becomes quite credible. It really is. And then
that's right. And you got to have that in the first hour. You got to have that stack power going into the next part of that, and then it's all about.
You got to be willing to lose, Davio. You got to be willing to lose, and you got to be willing to put somebody else up to the decision to have to lose. They don't like that decision.
And so that's why I enjoyed the game upstairs. Was way more fucking, fun. You could guess each other's cards.
Yes.
Like I said, you got jacks. You're gonna win, but I call you anyway. That kind of shit.
Right.
I love that stuff, right?
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
But these guys wouldn't let you talk. You got the mask on, the freaking what do you call that? You got the $1, the $2, and then the Annie. That's what it's called. The Annie was a bitch.
Yeah,
that was expensive. And they didn't have that last year.
Oh, Alan asked a question. Can any of you share something you heard over the weekend that shocked you about the chase or Forrest Fenn without getting anyone in trouble?
Shocked me? About Forrest Fenn?
Or the chase, but not if it gets someone in trouble.
Well, I did enjoy a day with Cynthia in Red Rocks.
All right, well done. All right, Indy.
Let's just say I was completely shocked when I found everyone for World Series of Fenn night. First, I saw Ashley, so I went up, said hi to her, hugged her, and I was sitting there talking to Nate. It was cool to meet Nate in person. And then out of nowhere, Cynthia comes in, and she apologized to me for what happened last year. And that woman was on such a good one. She said so many secrets. I feel like half of them were made up and pulled out of her ass because I can't believe them. So it was just interesting. We don't know if she's playing games or if she's telling the truth. Either way, I thought it was really cool of her to come up to me and apologize and just make things fun. So I have a lot of respect for her again because of that.
Who was that? That was Capro? Who was that?
No, fuck no. That was Cynthia.
Cynthia. Oh, dig it. Okay, because I can't hear. Cool.
Oh, shit.
Cynthia was a kick in the ass. I love the shit out of her.
Yeah, she's so funny.
Yeah, she was totally great.
Well, most of that was not chase related. So.
Oh my God.
Oh no, it was chase related.
But then you played it very well, and I figured it out. I think. I don't know. I didn't figure shit out. And then I just wanted to use that soundboard, so that's all.
Did you see the searcher that was dressed up like Capro, including, not Capro, dressed up like Calazar?
That was brilliant. He had
the soundboard.
That was well done.
I thought that was great, man.
Exact tracksuit. Like, I wonder if he emailed Mike ahead of time, like, okay, where'd you get the tracksuit from?
No, the Adidas tracksuit, 3 stripes. You can't go wrong, right? Yeah. That was pretty funny. I thought that was really cute.
Cynthia is awesome. She knows how to play them close.
Yeah, she keeps cards close to the chest.
She does.
But you know what I found out about Cynthia is that she's in love with adventure, man. She's totally the adventure kitty. And so
I read Adventure off her totally like that. Yeah, exactly. I felt like that was going to be something we had in common. I think maybe she could have seen that too. I think
a drop of a hat and the chick is out in the truck. You know what I mean? I got an idea. It doesn't have to do with any kind of data point or anything. It's like, I got an idea. And she's freaking gone, man. Which I thought was pretty cool, Pure
another person, I was actually super shocked to learn how cool and laid back down to earth they were. Freaking Shannon, even if I wanted to not like her, I could not like her. Like, she had such an amazing ball of energy, and she's super fun, and she's down to do whatever. She's like me. Let's go on an adventure, and we're like doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm like, I really like you, and as long as you're not telling me I'm a loser for continuously looking for answers, I like you. You're badass.
Okay, so
righteous babe.
So my answer to Alan's question is gift aside, most shocking thing.
Shocking
happened afterward on Facebook when Capro said that she had some sort of I don't know because the post was taken down, or that part of the post was taken down. But at some point in the post, she was talking about not that Forrest was DB Cooper, but somebody directly related to him or in his inner circle was in fact DB Cooper. And
it's Savio.
Now, Now, to me, that was one of the most shocking things that come out of World Series of Fenn, but it came out at the end on a Facebook post. So I'm kind of skirting the question, of course, Alan, but I thought you might like that because I wondered where that info went. I'm very curious what Capo knows. That'd be fucking dope to find out. Like,
well, I'm curious though, Ben. So we're all down this little fun research rabbit hole, and we are assuming it's not over, right? We think there's something else. Shouldn't we just reset every single thing we've been told since day one? Just throw it out the window? Should we do that?
Well, I think that's why I'm almost at the point of saying maybe all 4 states are back on the table.
Well, yeah, that too.
If there is, if I took it to the nth degree of a conspiracy theory right now, and there's a planned fake ending, and everything is all going according to script, maybe a little off the rails, but still on script, then I would say, okay, well then anything according to the original story is to be taken with a grain of salt, every little aspect of it. And if you're ballsy enough to create a second chase and try to skirt plausible deniability, I am back on that train of, would Forrest lie to the courts if he felt like he had devised a plan that wouldn't get the estate in trouble? I think he would.
I mean, just from one.
Dan calling us, kiddos, but hold on, Copper, don't hang up. I'm out of the window apparently. Here we go.
Why doesn't he just link in?
Or is he just? I think he's just calling my phone.
Oh.
Copper Dan, you're just calling my phone, brother. Call the hotline.
Is he on the? He's probably.
Nope. Just kidding. Now it's driving. I didn't have the window open, Copper Dan. Just call back again.
Well, I know Jason Northface wanted to call in too. I don't know what he's cooking up, but he was trying to get a hold of you.
Oh, Christy Meeps. I wanted to say hi and thank you. And
I've missed Jason.
So great to see those guys. Christy Meeps.
I love Meeps.
She's awesome.
Meeps and Czar are people that are so down to earth and chill that you can't not but love them.
And of course, hanging out with Sammy was freaking, my I love hanging out with Sammy and Nemo, my poker buddies.
You guys were the first ones I found when I found you guys on Fremont. I was like, W, Nemo, Sam. So
now, was that by the Sweet Caroline time? Wasn't that about right then?
God, the most loathed fucking karaoke song in the world. Yet everybody still sings it, even if they hate it.
No, it was Walking Down the Fremont Street, right?
I'd still
yeah,
sing
so it was. Fremont. Oh no, it's Buck Cherry. Crazy.
Oh, bitch. So you were down by Buck Cherry.
Oh, I was dancing to Crazy Bitch.
Crazy
Bitch.
God. Fuck yeah, man.
I'm a crazy bitch, but you fuck so good. I'm on top of it. I was fucking going nuts to that song.
I was cracking up because I knew that song. I knew what band that was. I'm like, dude, I used to love this song, and my friends are looking at me like, and you're all. Ah!
That's right. That's right. Finally, some rock and roll. I can lose.
Man, what's up, dude?
I'm thinking that
caller 9.
No, you're actually you're caller 10. You were just late. I bet you also showed up to the chess location on June 7th. You putz.
I thought I was going to win the fly fishing assortment.
Nope, but as a second prize, you did win a no expenses paid fishing trip on the Madison River with those fly ties.
No expenses paid.
Yours truly. Hey, would it be okay if I bring a friend?
You are allowed a +1, my friend. You are allowed a +1. But there is a rule to that +1. Your +1 can only be someone who's going metal detecting with Gary Drayton.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Sound fair enough?
Man, what a year we are going to have. What a year we're going to have.
Oh,
we're
man.
Go metal detecting with Gary Drayton. We're going to fish Madison with Forrest Fenn's jigs.
You gave me a memory of a lifetime. It's only right that I give you one back. I would assume fishing with these things is shit. I started crying on the stream the other day just because somebody posted that video of Forrest actually tying one of those things. And I was like, oh, man, it finally hit me. It just hit me. Like, dope.
And his grandfather, right? I mean, that's generations of ties there, right?
We're talking generations of ties. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of significant.
I'm going to take back what I said earlier, that I told you that you were nuts if you cast one of them into Madison. I think that's what Forrest would have wanted.
I have to agree.
Hey, it's like a piece of forest getting returned to the place you love.
You know what? And if all that happens, if the story ends for one of these fly ties that I cast the last one because I won the poker tournament to get him, and it goes in his resting place, great. Then you know what? It only belonged to me for a minute. It only should have belonged to me for a minute. It's Forrest. So if it goes,
say that. What's the saying? As I cast my last. Come on, Ben.
Well, I only know the caddis hatch part now. As I cast my last fishing line.
There you go. You know, Ben, what you should do.
As I cast, I know the page. As I cast my last fishing line, and
so Ben, you've got those forceps. You got the forceps. You've got blanks inside that thing, right? So what you have is enough parts to make your own fly. So you should try to duplicate a couple of those. So if you lose them, you've duplicated it, right? I mean,
at least I got my version of it. That's interesting. I might do that. Yeah.
I mean, use those flies. Duplicate his flies so you save them, right? Because that style wins.
You know what? Like, you can do that right on the river, right? With somebody who knows what they're doing. So,
dude, just watch the video again. You can do that. And
I'm going to attempt to, but I'm going to assume Packer Jack's going to take it out of my hand, or Copper Dan's going to take it out of my hand at one point and go, okay, Ben, let me just do that for you.
It made my coffee taste amazing.
Oh, good job, Andy. Good job.
I am kind of like, what's his name, Alan. I fish a lot, but I don't fly fish. We don't have a lot of fly fishing around here, so.
We're gonna learn.
I am gonna come prepared. Believe me. I'll watch a YouTube video on it. I'll be the leading expert by the time we get there in noon.
You got to watch a river runs through it, man. You got to watch that rhythm, right?
Hey, Steve Klein, I see you posting my job history on LinkedIn with fellow coworkers. I don't know what you're trying to do, dude, but I mean, you're not affecting me any, but you're.
You need me to wrench someone?
Like, I mean, Steve, you're teetering on that line again, bro. Where it's like,
what the fuck?
You're not causing me any harm. That's why I'll call it out. But like, you're bringing up people's names that I used to work with.
I think you and Ashley got mad on Monday and dethroned everyone.
No, I did it random. But I pissed a lot of people off.
I still got my wrench, so I don't really want it. If you want to take my wrench, you can have it.
No. We're done with Wrenchgate 2.0. And Steve, I'm not gonna block you because I know you're just fucking around, man. So just knock it off.
Point anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, Copper, how'd you do on sales out there on the big show for it? Did you do good?
You know what, Davio? I secretly wanted the show to just do dog crap, so I never had to worry about going back again. But no, we had to have an excellent show. So I need to work on the scheduling committee for next year's World Series of Fenn.
Hey,
there you go.
I mean, you, and then I'm sure there's other people that other people in the community were missing, but like you were definitely needed to make it pitch perfect. But it was.
Wait, who's on the phone?
You guys had
Copper Dan.
I didn't comment. I was told it was the best ever. So hey, I
heard that from Cynthia too. I think she posted that, the best ever. I was like, wow, fuck, we went to the best ever. That's dope.
That was a good turnout, right?
Yeah, it was a good turnout. I don't think it was the highest turnout ever, but in terms of just having fun.
No, when you told me how many entries there were, that kind of took away from the fact that you won it.
You listen. Whoa.
Oh my God, who the hell?
Let's watch your attitude there, sir. I won the World Series of Fenn.
Here in a minute.
I'm glad that Jens was in there as long as he was. That was great.
Yeah, Jens made final table.
Yeah,
it was a good final table. They were all good players at the final table. Everyone was.
Who won last year? Was it Tim Kirkland or was it Bobby?
No, it was John Wayne Bobbitt.
Yeah, there we go, Bobbitt.
which Copper Dan dressed up as John Wayne Bobbitt as his first costume ensemble.
He did.
With a ha 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 DB Cooper shirt underneath his.
It was creepy as fuck to see him like that with that skeleton face and the glasses. Like, fuck, it's Bobbitt. Oh my god.
Was he not looking dapper in that fucking velvet suit though? That shit was like fitted perfect. He was looking fly.
That's how Packer Jack found me. He came up to me at the bar and he was wearing that damn velvet blazer.
That's right.
And he had the ha 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 and the mask. He's like, and I was like, oh.
Man,
he changed 4 times.
That guy, my YouTube partner, he is something else. He's got more skills than all of us combined.
Yeah.
He can sing. He can probably dance.
I don't doubt he can dance. No man who sings like that can't dance.
Word.
For instance, here's science for you.
Crazy bitch.
I can't sing, and I can't dance.
I heard.
Anyone can dance with enough tequila.
What's with my audio?
My voice was out. My voice was shot by that point, just for the record. Okay, still.
I kind of figured. I mean, yeah.
I mean, but I am bad. I'm very bad, but I'm not that bad.
I wouldn't. You have more balls than I did because I would have been sitting out in the crowd.
Let's put it this way: I have a Frank Sinatra voice that I can do singing, where it almost sounds like I actually know that I can how to sing, but I don't. But because I can do.
Why didn't you do that?
Here's why: the only one I know how to do very well is My Way. But there was an old regular there, probably like 80 years old, and that's his song, and he sings it like every fucking Friday night or Saturday night at the same time. Apparently, like the bouncer came and told me what was going on because he was just like, "Yeah, we skipped him in front of you," because I was like tipping and shit. I didn't even make a look. I didn't know what was going on. I was just like mad that I wasn't mad. I was doing like oh no, he took my song. I don't know what to do now. And then the bouncer just kind of explained what happened. I didn't even know that they cut him in front of me, but like apparently he was like, yeah, or she was like, he gets a little feisty if he doesn't get to sing My Way. Right away. So I was like, all right, fine. So I picked something else, but I was going to do My Way. I would have had the showmanship of Packer Jack, but nowhere near the talent.
Well, I don't. Everybody had an awesome time, and that makes me. I mean, I was like, God, I told everyone, go. There's no drama. Trust me, you're going to get this. It's going to be fine. God,
yeah.
It's going to be drama for some reason, but there wasn't. Like I said, you had a good time, like I told you. So So always listen to Copper Dan.
We can do that. Always listen to Copper Dan. And then
I gotta say thank you to the couple that gave me the killer glass pipe. Dude.
Right?
I mean, how fucking awesome is that? It didn't get broke. I think
we were ready to use a Coke can at that point, right?
Davio, who did you room with this year?
Nobody.
Yeah, baby.
Nobody.
We funded that shit. We weren't funding him to roommate with somebody.
I mean, I almost had Cynthia stay with me. She didn't want to go home. I said, spare bed, come on down, crash.
We had a huge, like the most massive suite I've ever seen.
Oh, cool.
And we were like, never up there.
Exactly.
This is what I'm saying about Vegas. Even when you have those baller suites, it's like you're never in the fucking hotel room.
So the first year I went, my dad came with me, and I used my IHG Holiday Inn points to get this killer suite. I'm like, cool. I'm going to Vegas because a killer suite with my dad. Whatever. We like walked in this room. I'm like, oh my god, this is bigger than my house.
Right.
We were never there. We were never there.
Now, I would always upgrade for a fancier room. Like if that gets me a nicer bed, a better TV setup, just the feng shui is better. My Sims rating character goes up because it likes the room. I'll get that. But the suite is okay.
I think we should have next year is we should either rent a suite or a big space and not have the casino involved. Fuck all that.
That's interesting. I don't think. I think if you're running a tournament that big, you have to use a casino. I don't think
could have some.
There's a gaming regulation.
Trouble doing that.
Yeah.
We're using pennies. Nobody cares. It's not about the money. It's about hanging out. People donated prizes. They can't stop us from doing that. Fuck them all.
I think they can stop us from doing pretty much anything in Vegas if they wanted to.
Well, I didn't say it has to be in Vegas. What if it was in Santa Fe where it originally was?
But to Silver Fox's point, he's asking if there's even irony between Forrest saying he wanted to get the kids out of the gaming rooms and the World Series of Fed. Silver, I'm taking that implication to mean you're saying, like, you know, he didn't want us in the gambling hall betting on poker, to which I'd say, no way, Jose. This is the same guy who said he won the fucking silver turquoise bracelet at a game of pool. And I've heard stories where there's possibility it's also won over a game of poker. Life is a game of poker. Your fate
happiness is the pot.
Happiness is the pot. Deals you 4 cards at a joker, and you play whether you like it or not, baby. Like, poker's in his blood, man, I think. And to
pretty much have that memorized because I put it on the frame that I built.
There you go.
There you go.
Did you know?
I think he said not gaming rooms. I think he said texting devices and video games.
Yeah, the little gizmos.
Poker.
That quote that he uses, that was actually originally used by him in the speech he had to write at the funeral for George the Beach.
Yeah.
You can find that on the Wayback Machine for his original blog.
Trusted. Usually I'd say don't believe someone when they tell you something like this.
Yeah.
But based on what you're saying.
By the way, that is not Forrest's saying the 4 cards.
I know, it's the one from the ships.
That is actually from a song, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
He might have tweaked it very, very slightly to make it his own, but
we should listen to that. I'm gonna try to pull that one up, actually.
He does that with everything, though. He takes.
Well, yeah, that's the point, right?
Well, like, okay, look at the book. The illustrations are Rockwell, right? You've got all these quotes that have been said before that he rewords. He does it throughout the entire book. The stories are reworded. It's a whole entire book, like he said, that wrote itself because it was all written by other people. That's what makes it so cool.
Agreed.
Hey,
Nelson Riddle. Nelson Riddle.
Nelson Riddle, hilarious, very funny guy.
I just like the fact that his name is Riddle.
Right.
It's a 32-minute long video. What is this? Life is a game. Oh, that's love is a game of poker.
Has to be in a casino.
You know, this is probably my soundtrack because I won the World Series of Fenn. And just for the record, Trusted, again, profiteering. Brother, there's no pirate here. What else you got?
That was probably the last time I'll be going dancing. I tell you what. That was
what time you guys go live tonight?
I don't know. What time?
8 o'clock Central Time, so I believe that would be 6 p.m. your time, 10 p.m. or 9 p.m. Eastern.
Alrighty then.
And,
perfect. I shall be there.
We're gonna have a good show tonight. So
I am looking forward to it. It sounds like it's gonna be jam packed in an hour. I love it. If you need me on, I think you guys invited me on. I'll be there, but otherwise, I'll definitely be there in chat.
Cool.
All right, brother. Talk to you then.
Later, Copper.
Right. See you guys. See you, Candy. See Dub.
Yeah, man. Glad he made money in his gig out there. That's good.
Yeah. Susie says what I was trying to say. I was trying to say something about ships that never come. Okay, so it's ships that never comes in. Name of song.
That's the name of the song we were looking for.
Yeah, so it's originally from, Fake deals you 4 cards and a joker. That's where it originally came from. But then there's other versions we're saying in chat. Ernest Tubbs, most popular version. Fenny Bone says.
So I shouldn't play the Joe Diffie version, or?
I love how Darcy in chat saying, I love that you guys smoke weed. And everyone, I would be smoking weed if it's not Ben's weed. Because you know what happens if you smoke Ben's weed? You hug cactuses.
I got some good stuff. Silver, I'm not saying that either. But there's balance in everything, my man. Like, Fenn wasn't in nature every single day of the year, right? He wasn't in nature when he won the silver turquoise bracelet over a game of pool, right? Balance.
Well, yeah, and he also did rendezvous. You know what a rendezvous is, right? Where the trappers would come together and sell their furs. So rendezvous, you actually see him holding a Hawken 50 caliber in his all leather clothing, right? All handmade, right?
Davio.
So rendezvous are a big deal. Yeah, man.
I have an email from Forrest about that, about where if he could live 100 years prior. He wrote to me and he answered a question of mine. And he said he would want to be where the first rendezvous ever happened. And then he says about it. And then he says how he would hide his cash.
You bet. Exactly.
I'll send it to you.
But that takes you right to Wild Bill, right? I mean, that's what Wild Bill's earlier life was. And then you had these rendezvous where all the beaver skins are turning into hats and going back east. So as far as the train come, they'd be just outside where the train was, and that's where these big rendezvous were, right? Massive freaking getting drunk parties.
I say let's do what Q says. How about an outdoor poker tournament? Now I'm going to change this somewhere in Wyoming. And how about we just do a poker tournament and we get the picnic tables out? Let's just do a poker tournament at the same spot. We're going to cast Fenn's fishing ties.
So you want to do a poker tournament somewhere out in one of those rivers in Yellowstone or something?
That wouldn't. You guys, it's windy up there. The cards would get blown all over the place.
We do it on a day where it's not windy. We check. It's doable. It's doable.
We could do it in the cabin that we're all renting. We could do it in the cabin.
Everything's doable. I'm just saying, yes. I think Silver Fox would do this outdoor poker tournament idea is the point.
I'd like to see Shiloh involved.
Q in chat said that quote.
What?
Again, who said what in chat?
Q was the one that said hold a outside poker tournament.
No, I know, and I'm just saying. I think Silver Fox would go. Oh, that's a good compromise.
Well, okay. So since you brought that up, do you want to talk about June 3rd to the 7th? How a lot of people are planning to go up to Yellowstone.
Well, yeah, that's what we're doing and that's when we're going to do the fishing stuff with Alan and Packer Jack and Copper Dan now. So I hope everybody comes. I know Luli's doing something, right?
Yeah.
I assume every major Fenner, if they can get to Yellowstone.
Cynthia said that's the 1 week she can't be up there.
Oh, interesting.
I know, right? Because didn't you see her video? Wasn't it implying June 6th?
Well, and we're doing it for the sentimental value of it all, right? That doesn't necessarily mean we even agree the chest was in Yellowstone. We don't know. But it seems the obvious place to at least cast a fishing line on the Madison and do a get-together at West Yellowstone.
Yeah.
There you go, Ben.
Imagine Davio and I smoking a bowl and eating or drinking weed coffee on the Madison.
Willie Nelson coffee, man, right there.
I mean, Willie Nelson Nelson coffee on the Madison.
Huh? Do a little fishing out there, a little fly fishing, right?
We have to do a 2022 version. The 2022 20-something version of Fenn would have been fine with me smoking weed.
They'll give you fly fishing lessons there. Did you know that, right?
I want Shiloh to give me a fly fishing lesson.
Well, I want to know too, Ben, because if we are going to go up there, the more people we have share the cabin with us, the less expensive it'll be, and the quicker we can.
Yeah, but then that's more people I have to shack up with, and I'm not necessarily. I mean, I'm bringing kids. You know what I mean? I don't know how many kids we're bringing, what ages we're bringing yet. I don't necessarily want to advertise this.
You should bring the whole bloody lot, man. Just go for it. Yeehaw!
I want to, but then at the same time, there is issue. If I'm going boots on the ground a lot, then what? I'm leaving Ashley with 5 of the kids on some of this.
No, you know what I would do? You go boots on the ground.
I am not bringing the kids across the Madison River unless they're over 15.
No, but I tell you what I will do is I take.
You can do ropes and tie rope around all of them.
I'll take your kids. You go fishing.
The little ones want to use a metal detector. We can't do that in Yellowstone. So if I'm camping in Yellowstone or we cabin it up, but go to Yellowstone all the time, they can't do it. So I have to figure out that little. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out.
It's easy, Ben. I tell you what. I have no desire to go fishing, fly fishing. I will hang out with whoever and your kids, Ashley, and whatever people that don't want to do that. And I'll take the adventure.
Davio, I trust you. Ashley, I think, would say the same thing. She could say in the chat. If you want to be helping out and babysitting the kids, so that I can go BOTG with some folks.
Yeah.
Or myself alone. Fuck yeah.
Oh, Ben.
We'll go look for
Copper Dan
Bigfoot.
in chat says, Ben, send me the flies and I'll work them onto a map frame and we will sell to raise money for St. Jude's. He's trying to steal your flies.
Nope, not happening. My 7-year-old wants to look for Bigfoot. We're bringing our Bigfoot hunting kit when we go camping.
See?
There you go.
Well, there you go. See that, and yeah, we'll go look for signs of Bigfoot. Are there any structures? Are the all that kind of stuff? Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's called a picnic with an excuse. Okay, it's nothing. As long as it's not too far, I'd be down.
I love it.
I don't know if I.
Oh,
Well,
Forrest Frenzy
it's all
says
relevant.
water will be fairly high on June 6th.
Yeah.
She should videotape it. It'd be a video.
If it's not safely crossable, we won't do it. But I'm assuming it'll be all right.
Ben's going to throw me in the Madison to test it out first.
Listen, there's a lot of people that still want to find out if you would sink or you would float, if you're a witch or not. So there's no way to find out. The Madison River.
Oh man!
I'm gonna throw you in home of Brown because apparently that's the deep spot where all the fish are. So we'll see if you sink.
Hey, there's a person on here, INFJ. I tell you what, INFJ.
Such a great response.
If you wanna hunt Bigfoot, INFJ, I highly recommend you go listen to howtohunt.com on YouTube. Howtohunt.com. Type that in.
Copper says I'd sink.
Go what? What's she talking about?
Copper Dan in chat said I would sink.
Oh, we're gonna throw her in the water
That's
to
because
see.
of all my COVID cake I've been eating.
COVID cake? What a great
Yeah,
name
you've
for a
been
cake.
locked up for like X amount of years. I've just been eating chocolate cake.
Okay, here's my main question. Can I fish on June 6th on the Madison, or do we have to go to the fire hole or something like that, or go to the
You
gibbet?
can fish. Just catch and release.
Well, no. Not can I. Is it just not good fishing? Because if I do remember correctly, I don't think Marvin Fenn went to 9 Mile until later in the year.
No, when you want to be right when spring hits. It's less about the time of year and more about the temperature of the water, right?
Well, doesn't the time of year kind of dictate temperature of water?
No, because it always changes. I mean, right
it
now,
relatively changes, but you're going to get colder water to begin with from the cold runoff.
If there was a lot of snow,
Did
then
you read
yes.
the
If it was a
comment
mild
section?
winter, then it's going to be a different time. So all those factors equal down to about 3 weeks, right? When there's enough cold water running off, all that.
We can carry
Redneck.
folding table and chairs into the Firehole River and sit right down for some barefoot poker. Fuck yeah, man!
Barefoot poker.
Barefoot
love
poker. Yeah, you're betting beer caps.
Redneck says you should hire a guy in a gorilla suit to run through the woods so your kid gets a real Bigfoot sighting experience.
Oh my god! Oh my
Well,
god!
not a
that'd be
gorilla,
brilliant.
but yeah.
That would be brilliant. Not gorilla. Yeah, we need more like
Actually,
Harry.
that would be rude.
Yeah, you don't want to give them a false find.
Yeah.
To me, it's like
That's lying.
earmuffs for kids. Earmuffs. Waiting.
Earmuff for
okay.
kids.
No, can you imagine, Ben? You're like
setting up fucking
you're
Santa Claus.
hiring
Like,
someone.
why are you taking the fake Santa Claus? They're gonna figure out that beard's fake.
Yeah, it's like a fake. It's like hiring Santa Claus. It's a lie that you're trying to tell the kids about a thing that's actually real.
Yeah,
So
but you're
it'd
like
be
hiring someone,
horrible.
right? And you're in the woods and you're like, okay, great job. You could go now. And then the guy's like texts you, sorry, I couldn't make it. Then who's here? Bigfoot!
You're gonna give them a heart attack. That's fine. They need it. The woods are dangerous, kids. We got to be on alert.
Did you
Never
see what
know.
I posted yesterday in Copper Dan's group Facebook? After I told everyone, let's go do Yellowstone the first week of June. It's a video saying, don't go to Yellowstone. This is how people disappear.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I was watching it, though. It's interesting.
My our 16-year-old here texted me from like science class a few weeks ago, and she said, Ben, there's a volcano at Yellowstone. and I went, yeah. And she's like, and it could erupt at any time. I was like, maybe. And she's like, and you brought me there? I was like, oh, yeah. And then she goes,
this is fun for you? What is the matter with you?
You brought me there.
Yeah, that's great. I love it.
Directly from class, too. It's funny as hell.
You should have texted back and been like, yeah.
There it
we
is.
left
Hey,
in
wait,
the
wait,
pit
wait,
of,
wait.
Caldera.
I found them. There they are.
Yeah, we literally went right there.
Let's go for walking right there. Those are the nice people that gave me the pipe. Okay, there's a story around the pipe because when they gave it to me, I got the the pipe goes into here, right? Okay, so that's so groovy. Thank you, God bless you. That's freaking awesome. Okay, now check it out. I had no more pockets, and I was already really stoned and catching a buzz from earlier, and I was completely overwhelmed. So what did I do? I put the wrapped pipe in Cynthia Meacham's bag. She just took it home. She took it up to the upstairs room, and she opens it up. She goes, Davio gave me a glass dildo.
Did she really?
Because apparently it looks like a penis. I don't know. Fucking most pipes do,
Wait,
right?
did Shannon get her sex
look
toys?
like, you know what I mean? Most pipes look extraordinarily fun. But this is anyway. They figured it out, and it was a nice joke. By the way, earlier in the evening, y'all went to the sex store. Don't you recall?
I was going to say, did she get her sex toys?
Did we?
Well, we know that our girl Odious is handled. She's
She's good
She's
to
got
go.
the necessary tools to
Don't need
take
a
care of
man.
whatever frustrations come up in her life. Absolutely, treasure words. If a volcano exploded, just be destroyed. Yeah, and so would all of mankind. So yay, volcano!
I think there's nuance into some of those Fenn quotes where it's like it doesn't fucking matter at that point. If the volcano went off, we're all dead anyway. Like,
And a bunch of beautiful cutthroat trout would be blown all over.
Thus, mankind.
And you know what? Hypothetically, maybe it's not destroyed. Maybe it's blown and it flies everywhere and some of it remains. So is it destroyed? No, it's still out there. You could still hypothetically get it. It's just scattered everywhere. I mean, you know, there's so much semantics to Forrest's quotes. To quote Fenn is almost dangerous, unless we're talking direct shit to a solve. And which gets me back to the point at hand of today. The more you go back through Fenn quotes, even go to the 2019 one in November with K-Pro, where this is allegedly after he so-called maybe is aware that the chest has at least been found. Even those quotes are still not matching 9 Mile Hole. And they're not matching actions that he may or may not have taken after the fact of the find. I am not telling a bloody soul. This is interesting.
No,
I don't know what's going on.
Layers. Interesting. I would say the little hint that I saw of things to come is just a tease. Let's see what actually happens.
You know, there's a lot of things on the table. Rumors abound. Almost, I've heard. What is this new one?
Yeah, that's it.
A movie, like a genuine movie, right? Not just a documentary, but like a movie now.
Yeah,
and that makes sense, right? Doug Preston alluded to the fact that he had written a treatment in a script, and it didn't get greenlit, but they held on to it. And he said, "One day, mark my words, that movie will get made." If that's the movie getting made, I'm into it. If it's Jack Stoof making a movie,
yikes.
We got issues, brother.
Right.
We got
so
issues.
Ben.
Yeah.
You know about the codex, right?
Yeah.
You know what it is?
That
is it Mayan or is it Inca?
It's Mayan.
It's Mayan.
Right. And that is all that's left of millions of them that were burned by the Spanish, whatever, the Spanish.
I wouldn't say necessarily burned. I would just say undiscoverable at this point. So you might as well treat it like it doesn't exist.
They were directly burned. This is in all
somewhere. 100% somewhere, but many were preserved. We just don't know they were preserved because we've only found 2% of artifacts.
You're forgetting about the Maya Codex that was discovered in the late 60s that is now known as the Mexican Maya Codex, and it was what was used to find the Temple of the Moon Goddess in Cozumel, Mexico.
Right. And
so that's real.
So very few, right?
Right, very
out of
few,
millions.
But that we're teetering on saying no aliens have shown up to the lawn yet, so therefore there's no aliens in the universe. What I'm saying is just because we haven't found many Mayan codexes doesn't mean they don't still exist intact and not burnt and destroyed. Well, I believe there are plenty that are actually still findable. It's just that jungle is itself.
I was referring to the California missionaries that said they burnt them and they were instructed to.
Right, but we're talking about specific ones. There's lots of different.
Yeah, there's like
that's my point. How do we know that all the tribes all along the coast to Alaska wasn't related to them?
Because Davio, this is what I specifically focused on in my anthropology. It was Mesoamerican cultures, specifically the Maya. And they weren't related to anyone in North America.
How do you know they weren't? It's all burned up. That's my point.
No, dude, there's evidence. Let me talk. There's evidence. Like, remember, I'm the guy who yells at them about fucking the Sphinx because no, fuck you. That Sphinx is so much older than what you say. Like, I talk back. That's the reason I didn't get my PhD because I talk back too much. Okay, but there's plenty of good evidence that says, yeah, the Maya traded all the way up to Chaco Canyon. They had influence. They interbred sometimes, but they absolutely were not part of the culture in North America. They had their own fucking culture.
Do you not think they were not descendants of the Olmec because of their names
lots
alone?
Of theories behind that, yes, but there's lots of missing information as well. There's plenty of theories, sure, but more to it. There's, I think, a lot more history behind them that hasn't actually been destroyed, but only been covered up through the hourglass of the sand of time, where the jungles just cover up everything and you can never find it again.
Yeah, but don't you find it?
They're out there. I do.
Don't you find it?
I just inherently disagree with the fact that they're all destroyed. I don't believe that.
I think in California, at least 90% are gone.
Sure, but I think there's plenty in the Mesoamerican jungle that are going to illuminate a lot of people if we could just get through that fucking jungle, which we can. I mean, look, what happened to Doug Preston when he went on that journey, right? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Don't you find it interesting that it all connects?
Right.
That's where I was going.
Like Douglas Preston used the same, in my opinion, Douglas Preston used the same Maya codex that was discovered, that's talked about in the codex book in real life with Forrest. And that's how they discovered the Temple of the Moon Goddess. And that's how they were linked to the Soul of Wells, which is in Cozumel, Mexico, where Skippy was last seen alive. And that is where
you're already on to somewhere. I'm like, okay.
The monkey, the last monkey.
I was just trying to tie the culture into the because of what I found.
Aren't you the drunks that put up with you two?
No. Amy, come on, what the fuck? The culture's tied. No, she's fine. I now that I've hung out with her in person times, yeah, I get it now. But no, I'll get it. Yes, I'm arguing a very, very tiny semantic, which is probably not relevant to the conversation. So, it's like, you know what I mean. There's absolutely signs of cross culture there, 100%.
So that was my point. Was that if the Cinnabar mine, the Almaden Cinnabar mine, which is Quicksilver, which is right there in San Jose, 10 miles from the freaking petroglyphs of the serpent that I found. If you tie that into the red queen, the Cinnabar queen, that would be a direct tie into these two locations. That seems like a real short step to prove this link way, all the way back for thousands of years. That seems like it would be an easy thing to prove. It would just take money. Hello, Preston.
Right. So, like, is that all part of? Again, if he has a movie and it's his movie that's in the works, oh, that's juicy. I can't wait. But
we'll have to see where that all goes.
If it's a Jack Stoof production,
it'll be Three Stooges. It'll be whatever. So anyway, I've got some people helping me try to get that kind of email out to Preston and to Stanford and to Google, and then eventually to Google, so I can get the place preserved so they stop spray painting the shit out of it, that kind of thing. That would be, that's where I was headed, is any kind of help I can get to help, get to people like Preston, who then can make noise to bring attention to a topic, right? That's what I was going for.
K-Pro says, nobody wrote GPS coordinates on my arm at this event, so we call that a win, right?
That's a win, yeah.
That's a win.
That's pretty funny.
If you want a metal that is extremely valuable, you want Corinthian gold, which is gold mixed with brass.
And Alan Kay lives right there, actually. It'd be really great to... I want to take Alan Kay up to this place and let him check it, so he can see this. On Father's Day.
You got to take him.
Yeah, he's right there in San Jose. Anyway, I got to go do stuff because it's 1:30 and it's, a weird sunny day and it's not supposed to be. So I got to go do shit.
It's hot. It's like 85 degrees over here.
It's so fucking creepy. It's just so wrong.
And then next week it's like 65.
Yeah, it's I don't know. There's no snow. It's not raining. There's no more rain for the rest of the year.
Look, listen. Everybody in the Southwest knows it. In 5 years, we are going to have government-mandated, implemented water shortage crisis fucking usages. We are going to have no water in 5 years. They're going to be like 5-minute showers. Like,
Hoover Dam's drying up.
Lake Mead is drying up.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be horrible. It's frightening. All right, so on a happy note, I wanted to say thank you to Indy and get out of the way so I can't hear and talk and everything. So I'm saying thank you to Indy. I'm saying to everybody who got me out there and Alan Kay. I can't wait to actually meet him and all that kind of stuff. So much love to everyone. Thank you. I got to actually have a last dance, baby. Woo! That was pretty great for an old fucker.
We're gonna see you in Yellowstone. This party ain't over yet.
Well, I don't know, man. It's all about mobility. I gotta have surgery on my ankles. That's what's next. They're gonna be chopping me up.
Well, I need you as a babysitter. So even if you got that surgery, bro, I'll fund your trip if you're gonna be my babysitter.
Dude, that's a good fucking point.
We'll crowdfund the shit out of this. I don't mind being a whore for you, man. That's fine.
I'll crutch my way
over. Whoa! I just heard the word whore.
Here, you little kids. Dang it. Yeah, okay.
I'm just disparaging myself. I'm just saying.
I love it. All right, thank you so much, love, and I'm out. And thank you again.
Peace.
And let's go for a walk. Thank you. There you go. Just don't want to. I'm such a nerd like that. Where's the fucking button?
Where's the fucking button? That's not to apply anybody else who does raising for money as a whore. I'm calling myself a whore because I'd be a hypocritical asshole with all the ranting I do about that.
Ben, send the link to Alan.
I thought I did this already.
I could send it.
If you want to, I think I got it.
I'm making a second cup of coffee because y'all just made me need a second cup of coffee. I did learn something this weekend.
What's that?
That if a real life zombie apocalypse were ever to occur, I would die.
I've said since Walking Dead season 1, if there were a zombie apocalypse, I would be a survivor.
No, so did I show you the video footage of me, Mindy, James, and Candace, and how we did that really cool VR virtual sandbox zombie apocalypse game?
Yeah.
So
I wanted to do it.
You should. Oh my God. So we already looked it up. The only place they have in California is San Diego, which isn't too far for us.
That's not bad.
We should totally do it.
That's like an hour away from us.
It's only $60 a person, and
that's interesting.
It's so oh my God, dude, you have no idea how intensely scary this stuff is. Like they put these sensors around your wrist and your ankles, and then you have the VR thing over your eyes, right? And then you have a vest and like a backpack. You have the gun,
like laser tag.
Headphones.
I love it.
It was insane. And the best part was you got to pick last. Like I picked last because I was all like, I don't know if I could do this in general. And I got 2 guns. And so I was like covering the outside with like 50 plus zombies coming at me every time. And then I was covering the stairs. I was reloading and shooting at the same time. I'm like, this is sick. It was so cool.
I gotta do my hour and a half pee break. I'll be right back.
Oh, now you're leaving me with the people? Okay. Yeah. Okay, people. Yeah, you need to do zombie apocalypse stuff. It's pretty fun. Just don't have a panic attack like I did, because once you stop, they delete you. Which they actually have video of us. I'll give the link to Ben so you can play it. It's so cool. But it's funny because there's like a scene where I'm in there, which it proves I did it. I played it. It's just they deleted me. But there's a scene where these zombie rats are coming at you. And the way that the sensors worked, it felt so real. It felt like zombies touching you, biting you. Like, it was crazy. And so these rats are coming at you on the floor, and I'm like shooting and like jumping up and down like twinkle toes trying to shoot at them. And it was so funny. And then I was doing really good. And all of a sudden there was this humongous zombie, like huge, right in front of my face on top of the ceiling, just right above me. And it had this like creepy rope tongue. And it wrapped itself around me so I couldn't move. It held me down. And when it does that, you can't shoot your gun. And I would have been fine. But next thing you know, a zombie comes to my right because Candace isn't freaking watching me because we were all back to back watching each other. But there was one entrance that nobody could cover, right? So one zombie ripped my throat out. Another zombie's eating my face. I feel all of this shit. And there's blood that splatters all across my eye thing. So I'm like, that's great. I'm going to black out.
Oh my god, that could probably actually like fucking traumatize people.
Dude, can I send you the link so you can play it? The video is so badass. They have this selfie where it shows you what you're seeing and then what's actually happening in real life.
Yeah,
And it's so funny because like Candace and James, they like bumped into each other because you're supposed to like walk around and you're not allowed to get out of the lines in the room. And you're supposed to touch the other person's shoulder to heal them, right? To bring them back. And they're trying to heal Mindy and they both like kunk, like right into each other. I got it all on tape too. It was so funny.
Fucking Three Stooges.
We gotta do it though. It's like, it's so cool. It's one of the coolest things I've done.
Hey, you're on your phone. What time is it?
1:30. 1:39. Oh, you asshole. You tricked me. You tricked me. Let me see. Copy. Okay, so I'm sending you the link right now, Ben. See if you can play this because like it is so badass. It's like only 30 seconds long. So I just sent it to your Facebook.
All right, I gotta open this, a new tab.
I'm telling you, the moment you see this, you're gonna be like, Ashley, we need to make a trip to San Diego. We gotta do this shit.
Select your location. Wait,
it should just.
No, it's giving me. It just brings me to their website.
Here, refresh it one more time, and then don't touch it for a second because it did the same thing to me.
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, hold up.
And then do share screen so the chat can see it too, because they're gonna crack up and be like, "Oh my god." Yeah, there we go. It's supposed to be abomination domination.
We got a window, stairs. Two of them. Oh.
Can you see all this shit coming? Oh my god! Look, here's my twinkle toes.
More on this corner.
Rats.
I mean, at the end of the day, why are you even shooting the rats?
Because if they get you, you're dead.
Oh, really? Okay.
They're zombie rats, yeah.
They're zombie rats. Got you.
Yeah, and then so I passed out right before this part. That's what took us all out. It's like that thing terrified the shit out of me.
Is it just designed to take you out? Like there's no way you can beat it?
Oh wait, scroll down. There was a selfie one. They got to do it. Candace ended up getting MVP. That's because I got deleted. But she got MVP and then showed like the score and stuff. But they have like different games for different levels. They have an alien one if you want to do aliens. But the zombie one was badass.
Yeah, you guys failed your mission.
Yeah, we did. A lot of people did. It's
Loser.
like meant to be impossible.
Well, you just wait till you do one with me in San Diego. We'll win.
It was pretty cool.
Brother, where are you? You son of a bitch.
You know he's in chat watching.
Nah, he's doing his thing. He's good.
We did get to do the escape room though. It was called the panic room for escape room. And it was the second hardest one they had. And we ended up finishing it, like solving it with 2 seconds on the clock left.
Oh.
It was so hard. It was so fun though. It was the Atlantis one.
That's good. I haven't done that
That's
one.
crazy.
I've done a few escape rooms. We've gotten out of all of them, but they've always been with groups where everyone's just like, let's do the medium one. And it's like, okay.
We're
in the sheriff's office and we got to get into the jail cell and there's the key hidden in the wall. It's just like, okay.
Well, what was so cool about this one was it was archaeology, which you totally would have loved, right? And so you start in this little room and you got to figure out how to unlock all these little boxes because they hold pieces of a relic that you have to replicate to unlock another piece to get to the door to understand the symbols and which order to push the symbols to unlock the door. And then when you get inside, you get inside the hidden treasure room. And that one was so hard. Oh my God. It had like a tablet on the side, but then it showed you like this game works with this game. And we had like 4 different puzzles to unlock all at once. So there's like music, sound, agility. I got to play hopscotch on the floor with symbols. Like it was so cool. And then the very end is like you get a ring and you had to take the ring and kind of angle it with the light to hit a sensor on the crown of the statue to unlock the room. It was insane. It was.
That's like Legends of the Hidden Temple type shit.
It was so cool.
I don't know what's going on with Alan right now.
Hey, can you hear me?
Alan, but
there he is.
But you can't see my videos. That's weird.
That's weird.
Mine says stop cam, which means that my cam is started.
Hit cam again.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit stop and start and see what happens.
We see a black box.
Back out of the link and come back in.
All right. Yeah, I'll try that. All right.
K-Pro, Alan asked that basic question. I don't think there was anything. I think it was me alluding to the Shiloh gift and me wanting to talk to Shiloh, but that's about it.
You taking over the world.
I'm gonna take over Fenn's fishing ties and go on the Madison River and go fishing. That's what I'm gonna do.
You gonna bring my stick?
If I can remember this time, what are we 0 for 3 on getting you this fucking stick?
You should
You're gonna get it. You're gonna be like, this is just a dumb stick,
and then put it out in the water.
Yeah, honestly, it's gonna end. You're gonna end up tossing. You'll be like, this is stupid.
No, I'm aware.
Has Shiloh responded to me? No, not yet. I said it yesterday, so I don't know. In business, I put in business, I usually do a 24-hour rule, but also in business, I tell myself when emotions are involved, I have to give myself a 72-hour rule and walk the fuck away. So so in 72 hours, he doesn't reply. He said in the letter, go fish with it. So I'll just go fish with it. I'll learn myself how to fly tie and fish and blah, blah, blah. Where's Indy? I was trying that. Oh, see, I was going to time that up with Alan. I was off by like 4 seconds.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Hey. I hear you. I still don't see you, brother, man.
What? I see me.
Oh, you see me? Okay. Okay.
I see myself, actually.
Yeah, you have a black screen on mine right now. So does Indy, though. That's happened a couple times, and then she comes back.
Oh, because I left real fast to look at YouTube.
You guys are on your chat. You guys are looking at chat. It's probably
I am looking at chat.
Fine.
Well, it's actually where I see my frozen face on video, but it's frozen. But I see my own face on my own video.
I don't know. I don't see
it's StreamYard that sucks, Ben. I'm telling you. Get to Zoom.
I'm telling you, you should go back to Zoom.
For me, man. I like what's easy for me.
No, that's totally. I mean, yeah.
How does that make it easy?
Yeah.
Why does this make it easy? Because this setup's easy for me to do. I get to do the going live and 6 hours ahead of time shit if I want to. None of that shit works on Zoom. Zoom sucks.
That's true. StreamYard's better for this. It's
much better for the link to your own channel and controlling your own channel and its brand and shit. It's much better for that.
Yeah. But then if you want filters and the background stuff, that's different.
Right. They're slowly going to get out to that. I have layouts, right? What can I do? They don't have much though. Cam and mic, camera, no. Advanced options? No, that's just okay. Virtual background. They have the virtual backgrounds. I could do that blur. I like the blur.
Yeah.
For best performance.
From my perspective, it says you're in the show, everyone can see and hear you. And I can see my video, but it's it's stuck. So
that's so weird.
In Indy too, I have Indy, but Indy's stuck. You're the only one that's not stuck.
Now I have that hearth showing up. It's somewhere in Yellowstone. I'm gonna go find that in June.
Yeah.
What if I did some to your edit? No. I don't know. Anywho, what's up, dude? We'll just do audio.
Yeah. That's good too. And if it turns on, I don't really care.
Right.
I mean, I have a lot of questions, but obviously when K-Pro's in the chat, I have specific questions. But even K-Pro, aside, when actually it's still K-Pro, but it's when you said again, I was taking notes when you're talking to Davio, there might be a new movie coming. They're a full-on movie. I am still okay. Your blank screen just I don't know. Who is saying things? Anyways, what is the movie going to be of the chase? That, I guess that's why I jumped on because I have so many comments because as is. I can hear you totally, Indy.
I can hear you, Indy.
Can't see. I can see you now. I can't.
Why did it all of a sudden go to shit with everybody? And I'm still good. Indy, try to leave and come back if you're having issues. Keep going, Alan.
Yeah, and I could do the same. My generic question was as is, like knowing what we do or don't know, like what movie can come out? It just can't be a movie. It can't. There's no ending. So the only way
Yeah.
like a really good movie could come out is if the ending of the movie is something that we don't know. And so that's where I get interested when people talk about documentaries. Like, not interested in a documentary because we've documented everything. But if there's a bigger movie deal with a real ending, that's interesting to me. But everything we know, everything we've been taught by Jack directly, that should not happen. There is no ending, according to
Right.
Jack is never going to tell us the ending, according to Jack. So if you're telling me the protagonist of the movie that's coming out in 1, 3, 5 years isn't telling us the ending, then it's the worst movie ever made. So that's kind of what bothered me.
I think it's a fair question. Let's see what she says. Hillary, if you haven't seen my stream when I first went on when we got home, I said I couldn't help myself. I opened the box of, as it's labeled, religious medals.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, I'll show you that part. So he labels it religious medals. I opened it finally and I started inspecting everything. And like I said, I put out a SOS to Shiloh if he ever hears it. And I worded my email and sent it yesterday. I'd love to talk.
Can you tell from the writing, like the writing on the note versus the writing that says religious medals? Like, did Shiloh create this whole box? Like, is everything?
I promised I was going to open this shit live on the stream, and now I'm not. Right? I can't even get into any more of that. Let me. That part.
It's all good.
That part, like.
Even just that. Do you even just?
No, I don't think it's Shiloh's handwriting, but maybe that's because it's purposely not like the handwriting in the letter. The handwriting in the letter is just block capitalized letters.
Yeah.
The other one looks on the side looks more like the signature of like my dad or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I
mean? But
is
it so old that like Marvin Fenn wrote that, or is it medium old?
No, see, that's why I can't. No, couldn't tell you. I wouldn't dare to try tell you. For all I know, Penny wrote on that for him. I have no clue. Okay. Warriors, did you check under the foam, but inside the box? Believe me, K-Pro, I have checked under every single square inch of this box without necessarily destroying it. I've seen even I don't know. Did you open it before you gave it to me? Did you see what was inside?
Treasure Warriors took it back to his suite and took a bubble bath with it. Like a romantic.
Yeah. No. Once I there's something in there that made me change my mind on everything in terms of everything almost. And so like once that happened, it was like and back to normal, put it back. Okay, don't touch, make it safe. What to do now? That was my reaction.
Yep.
Well, don't put any kind of weird pictures out there, K-Pro. Yeah, send me that pic if you can. I don't know what you're talking about technically really yet referring to, but we'll see. Tell Shiloh to get the solve to us instead of hanging with the salesman. I'm not telling Shiloh to do anything.
Hey, and that's a good comment again. A good comment because you know what? I am anti people, and again, even you, Ben, or K-Pro, or anyone thinks out there that Forrest Fenn told anyone to solve, I will disagree with publicly and openly. Even you, Ben, even K-Pro, whoever says that Forrest shared the solve openly and publicly with someone, I will disagree with until you prove me wrong.
All right, Alan, how about a counterpoint to that? Because I agree with you, but I'd like to do something else.
Yeah.
What if Shiloh, I agree with you. Shiloh does not know the solve. And Shiloh was never told anything directly from Fenn, even on the location. So I'm not even going to play semantics. He knows the location, just not the solve. I'm not even going to play that game with you. I agree. Forrest Fenn didn't directly tell Shiloh anything. What if there was a back door and Shiloh knew about it, and a back door to this whole entire thing and this whole entire solve and this whole entire location? And that's what Shiloh knows. So he doesn't know the solve, but he knows the back door. And that there is a back door. What about that idea?
I mean, it kind of makes sense, but then it also means you know the solve and location. Like if there is a back door and you know
No,
the back
necessarily
door,
would not mean you know the solve.
it's like if you have an estate and somewhere on your estate there's a safe buried underground, and there's directions to get to the safe from outside, but then your grandson or nephew, grandnephew, whatever, knows the backdoor entrance. Then no, he doesn't know the solve.
Sure, but again,
Because he knows the back door, that's like he knows the solve.
Nah, but still, in this hypothetical, you need to add one component that the path towards the front of that vault is required to solve a poem.
Yep.
So again, the people who sneak in and dig in under the dirt and blow it up from behind and underground, they still don't know what the solve to that poem was, even if they know the location.
Yep. Don't know the solve. Yep.
They don't know the solve.
It's a breach, but if there's a path paved for the breach, then that's a back door. So, and actually, usually toenail trapdoors like that. Ha ha ha. Page 197. Hey, Indy. Oh, I can see Indy now. Oh, she's gone.
I had not seen this photo, K-Pro. That's a dope photo. That could totally go out. Yeah. I'm sorry. I was like getting too paranoid for a second. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm assuming that's Shiloh's. He took that. Like Shiloh took the photo. Can we drop that? That'd be a dope photo. Oh, there's Indy again. Sorry.
Can I ask?
Sorry, Al, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
How's her? So, Indy, you dropped.
Sucks.
Yeah. So, did you just drop and then it worked?
I reset my phone. I turned my phone off and then on, but something just went, like something weird happened with my electricity. I don't know if the electricity went out, but my lights started flickering, and then my cameras in the house started twirling around really fast. Yeah, that's not cool. So I turned my phone on and I reset the router, but it's still being a little shoddy.
K-Pro says, yes, Shiloh in his home. Forest Frenzy, without seeing the picture, says Willie. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, all right, I'll drop it. Hold up.
What are you doing, Ben?
I'm gonna post this picture.
Hey, I'm gonna close my browser completely and then just jump back in. That's cool.
Are you on a laptop or your phone?
Laptop.
Just do it from your phone.
Phone's even worse for me, at least. But if it doesn't work,
you hit allow when you go to enter the stream.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, mic and camera access. It even says you're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you. Mic.
Then it's got to be your camera. So go into your camera settings and just go from turning off the camera settings from the camera, not from this app, from the camera, and then do it.
K-Pro already said Willie. Forest Frenzy didn't just guess that out of thin air.
Yeah. All right. Let me just jump in and out real quick and see if anything's fixed.
Okay.
All right. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Bet you anything, it's the camera. That's cute.
Right?
Willie's judging. Look at.
Willie is judging in this photo. I feel assaulted by Willie right now.
It's cute.
Like, who do you think you are getting this shit?
Oh, there's the hat.
Right? I was waiting for you to see the hat.
Aww.
Oh, my goodness. And then it says Marvin Fenn right here. Thank you, K-Pro, for getting this to us. Marvin Fenn right here. I don't know if you can see it, but maybe I can. You know how this goes. I click and then I try to zoom, and there we go.
That's
cool. A little bit better. Marvin Fenn.
Is that chapstick?
This?
Oh, yeah.
It's not chapstick. It's like I took 2 seconds. Again, I know nothing about this, but I'm gonna learn everything about it over the next few months before we go fishing. But I think that's for the fishing line or something like that. It's not. I don't think it's chapstick. That's what I said.
It's wax, right? It's like a type of wax.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. That's dope. The hat, dope. I don't know. So look at this. The XI11. Or that's obviously what that little thing came out of right here.
That's really cool.
And look at that. He's got himself a nice little glass of whiskey going.
Decanter.
The brown stuff. I mean, Shiloh, my man. Whiskey on me. Whiskey on me, brother. Now, this says IX to us from this angle. But which way is it supposed to be angled? Is it supposed to be angled the other way? No, it is IX. Okay, I was wondering if it was X1, but no, yeah, it's IX. It's 9. All right. 9, huh? Interessante. 9 boxes on the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You know you should do, Ben?
10, 11. There's 11 boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or is this one box?
You know what you should do?
What?
When you send your email to Shiloh, ask him, since you are victorious and you are now the proud owner of said collection, does that mean he will share with you one specified secret fishing hole location for you to put that in the water?
I mean, any and all instructions like that are absolutely invited by Mr. Shiloh Old. But I sent him an email yesterday. We haven't heard back. Patience must prevail.
I'm just gonna be like,
where'd you go? How do you do this to yourself? How is it blank again now?
Hold on. I hold on.
Oh, I thought it went bad. I was like, fuck StreamYard, man.
Well, I still say that. I'm stuck, and I reset my everything. So.
Ooh, we got a call from Bavetta. Yeah, Alan, I don't know what's going on. It's very annoying. Maybe it's something on my end. Maybe my bandwidth isn't enough for your video.
I mean, I've been on 48 Zoom meetings today, so.
Right, but you've also been. I don't get it either. What's up, Bavetta?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
All right, yeah, I missed most of the stream today, but I heard the start, and I sounds like you think that there's something out there, and I wanted to just say that if someone finds something, they should make clear that something was found.
Yeah. Public service announcement endorsed by the Treasure Warriors. If you find something, like, say something.
And it would be really great to know where it was. Like,
yes.
You know, I think that would be fabulous.
Yes.
And,
agreed.
And you know, my stance on this is like, I'll be out there looking for something, but I'm gonna be freely like talking about what my thoughts are. You know, as you know, I won't divulge anyone's private thoughts to me about anything, but I feel like since it might not be out there, like we have to have as good of odds as we can, and like as a community, if we're sharing thoughts, like we're gonna come up with better thoughts, and we'll have fun together looking for this thing that might not exist. Otherwise, you know, privately we're looking for keeping secrets and looking for something that might exist. That's a little bit, you know, beyond the realm of what I feel keeps me sane.
I love it. I love it.
So anyway, those are my thoughts. That if you find it, you know, someone like, let's not keep secrets about that sort of a thing. Like I feel like what Jack has done, like wanting, like, you know, that there's some missteps, and that more transparency would probably be better, and I want to advocate for that.
Well, we endorse that thought as well. Advocacy for transparency. All right. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it, Bavetta. Bye. Alan, what do you think? You think there's something out there? I see your video now, my man. And now there's no audio. And now there's no free audio.
No. Actually, I put myself on mute because I was trying to figure out stuff. So my video would not come up until I put a background on after I was just making fun of you.
Okay.
StreamYard didn't have backgrounds.
This is what happened then. I probably glitched the system when I went in to go to my virtual backgrounds because you brought the topic up, and there's probably just some glitch where it just glitched you guys out. So now you have to go to virtual backgrounds too. or something like that. I don't know. I'm trying to make sense.
As soon as I put on the background, it worked. So
interesting. So what are your thoughts on this? I mean, I'm not trying to pronounce the part 2 to a chase. The chase is on. I'm just kind of speaking my thoughts out loud as it's happening here, and that's where it's taking me. And I don't want to disguise that if I end up in the spot where I am going to be searching all summer. I don't want to have people go, wait a second, he pretended like there was shit. He was and then now he's searching. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be that.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, I mean, I do have comments. I was trying to look. K-Pro's still there. Okay. Because my personal world, I am definitely following everything that everyone says about Forrest Fenn, and even when they say, I think it was New Mexico or Montana or Colorado or wherever, like I'm listening, because at this point, there's so many lies or proposed lies that at this point, everything is on the table. So when someone like K-Pro puts out, and K-Pro, I know you're watching, puts out a comment saying DB Cooper is still on the table, like that's where my head is. Has nothing to do with Nine-Mile Hole, has nothing to do with the chest.
Right.
But as far as you saying a secondary story and the fact that we just can't discount secondary stories, I think that's interesting, because you should be able to discount them when there's nothing that validates them. But then you have someone like K-Pro quasi-validating them. It makes it difficult to, just walk away and say, okay, it is what it is. Jack found the chest, and we all just, go away. So,
right.
So that's why I was maybe hoping K-Pro would jump on and elaborate on what she's thought. But, no one cares about DB Cooper. It's a joke to many. It's almost a joke in my mind at this point, but it's not. At this point, the chase was a joke to me. So I don't believe anyone. I don't trust anyone. I feel like there's too many lies. I feel like there's things that are being hidden. I don't know by whom or for any reason. But it feels like there has to be something secondary, because otherwise, like, what's the point of Forrest's legacy and story and like all of his quotes? Like, it's too much. I mean, he lived twice the life that I did, 10 times the life that I did.
Right. Yours truly as well.
Yeah. And just, you cross the Madison and then you get it and you're a med student, and then that's the end of it. That's a weird.
I can't stop looking at this, dude. Can't stop looking at it. And yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, all of us knew we wouldn't be able to control what the finder would do. I think we all just kind of hoped every single person who at least would speak out loud to this, except for the Condor 2. The Condor 2 made it very clear what he would do were he to find this chest. But everyone else generally that I heard, whether they'd keep it and run, they would do something to let people know, to give them closure, much beyond what Jack attempted to do. Each round he was dragged further and further to try to do more. It's messy. I don't know what really is going on with that anyways, but I think most people who went public were, I'd leave something behind and I'd tell everybody, or, you know what it amounts to? I think this is a good analogy, and I think Jack Stoof be what we think he is or exists? Forrest Fenn, anybody behind the scenes that we don't have access to, I think they would all agree that it's a lot like people running for president. They not that they intend to lie, although that could be argued, but that a lot of big promises. I'm going to open up Area 51. I'm going to open up the JFK files, every single one of them. A lot of and then you get there, and it's a little more complicated than I thought. And what happens every time? They change, right? And so maybe everybody was destined to that kind of an ending, and Forrest knew that. Like, it's one thing to say you'd give it back to a Native American tribe. Oh, you donate it. Oh, you'd keep it and give it to your kid. Oh, you'd do another treasure hunt. He probably was like, yeah, you probably have no. I think maybe he knew there was something a little tangling at the end of this. That changes.
There was one phrase, and you guys might know better. I don't know if it was in the Medium article or something, but Jack said a phrase that has stuck with me since he said it or wrote it or when I read it. And it was something along the lines of like, I think I knew where it was and I wished it wasn't there. And then it was there. Like I wished it wasn't where I thought it was. But he grid searched a place for 26 days straight and then still wished it wasn't there. And that's either private property or government land. Like,
yeah,
but
it's an interesting
I don't
statement.
feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for him.
Say again? What are you laughing at, Indy?
Nothing.
What is Indy laughing at?
I don't know, because like it's blackness.
She gotta tell me now. I hate it when people laugh and don't tell me why.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's my
message me. Now you gotta message me, Indy.
Like he said,
Sorry,
he
Alan,
wished.
it's not at you or anything.
I'm sure it's at me.
No, it's all good. And even if it was, it's all good either way. But Jack said that. He said, "I wish," or I don't remember the phrase. Like I don't have that in front of me. I don't memorize Jack's quotes like I do Force. But it was something along the lines of, "I wish it wasn't there. I was hoping it wasn't where it was, and it was." So how do you wish it wasn't there, but you stay there for 26 days grid searching?
It
That's
doesn't
strange.
compute. And again, also, let's just throw icing on the cake. The same mentality of the person who finds this thing tells us confirmation bias is no. What else is 20 days of grid search in the same spot, but confirmation bias? It's the definition of it. Everything is a joke of a lie. Makes no sense.
Right. Damn straight.
Ashley Boo.
Hey, girl. Hey.
Am I glitching, or is it just Ben, or is it me?
No, I think we're glitching now. The Wi-Fi just dropped because I think all the children are here.
Oh yeah, they're
It's
getting
super
all
windy.
Well, he's just coloring. Right? Maybe it's because I came in with my phone. I'm leaving again, so you'll be all right.
Hey, what's up, Ashley? Hello and
Hi,
goodbye.
Ellen. Hi, Ellen.
See if
I
you
wish
can,
that you were in Vegas.
see if you can prioritize that.
See you soon. All right.
We'll
I'm
do
gonna
this
give you all
someday.
the priority.
Ashley, I never got to give you your jacket. I had it
I
with
know,
me
right?
the entire time.
I know. We got to get together. Let's get together. I'll see you soon. This weekend is
So-
a Super Bowl, but next weekend JJ has something going. Let's
Maybe
just
sleep.
text me.
That's
All right, I
very
gotta
good,
go
dude.
pick up kids.
Wait, she said she texted me.
Yeah, I don't want to be late.
Love you, babe.
Love you.
I'm getting that itchy throat out.
Okay, so I'm not saying that haphazardly because I think it's important that Jack, that comment right there, that phrase right there, it's not just like he found it outside the park, just outside the boundaries, and Forrest would never hide it in the park because he would never
Hold
do
the thought.
that.
We got a call. We
Oh,
got a call. Hold the thought.
Call from.
Davio 22.
Oh, it's Davio. Alan, keep talking.
Alan, just wanted to Davio 22 telling Alan, brother.
Yep. Do you go on mute, Ben? I can't hear anything.
Coming out. I mean, he was one of the lost boys, one of the rare kids that got to have that as his playground. Oh my God, right?
barely hear him.
That is so hard for us to imagine. What are you 40 years old? How old are you?
How old are you, Alan?
Well, in 2 months, I'll be 42.
The answer to life.
Oh,
Yeah, Davio's super soft on the audio.
42.
Please just make me 44.
And think of in 1942, Forrest was 12 years old in Yellowstone. Oh my God, right? So it's just really, really hard for us to imagine that kind of immense freedom when parents pick up their kids in SUVs.
Yep. It's true.
You know what I mean?
Yes and no. Usually yes.
So I was referring to your earlier comment about the about fishing and all this stuff. I mean, it's definitely a thing you hopefully you will take your children. You'll teach Ben. I mean, it's just kind of that, one of those things, right? It'll be fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Go be a lost boy. I mean, did you get to ever ride your bike through any of the orchards or fields in San Jose as a kid and kind of feel that freedom?
Always. Yeah, I rode my bike from 1980 to 1990, 95.
Right.
I mean,
So,
the orchards turned into highways, but yeah, I did do that.
So less and less of that, right? So this is the adventure that Forrest speaks of. When he talks about everything will be concrete, you just eat pills. So I'm just, I guess I'm acknowledging the forlornness of this kind of romantic adventure that is missing, and we definitely need to be having more of that. And Forrest inspired the shit out of that. So, God bless you.
You too, man. If you could even hear me, I don't know how that works.
All right, man. Thank you, Davio.
That's it. Ciao.
Peace. Sorry, the audio was
awesome.
off there. Yeah.
Yeah, you're awesome, Davio. And I don't want to talk over like a delay, so
right.
I was just consuming that. But you're right. And Davio, you're one of the people I keep in my mind because you're one of the adamant people that it couldn't have been in the park. Like, I have you in a small list of people that I listen to, but like don't listen to. Like some people are like, there's no way it was in Yellowstone. No way. And you're one of them. It's Christy Meeps as well. Like, no way it was in Yellowstone. And Christy Meeps is a genius. She's extremely smart and, rational, logical. But then I'm on the complete opposite side of that spectrum, like for sure. But anyways, like those kind of conversations I think are positive. Like, talk through it. Again, back to there's no movie. There's nothing. Like, there's no documentary. Documentary is going to be the same arguments that we've always heard. The movie's going to be there's no ending, apparently.
Uh-huh.
And if there is an ending and there is a movie and Jack Stoof is all up to have some brilliant Hollywood ending, then so be it.
But then Jack Stoof better have some explaining to do on how it's not just purely beneficial to him at our detriment that this movie gets made so he makes money. I won't stand for that. I don't care if we get 50 viewers or 100 viewers. If he thinks I will rest a single minute with a movie in major motion production, right? If he thinks I won't fucking retaliate, he's out of his fucking mind, because then he used us for this. No.
That is a good comment.
Won't happen on my watch. Sorry.
That is a good comment, and that's something that I often ignore because I was not a 9-mile searcher. So like, Jack never used me. I didn't send Jack information. I don't care. So if Jack found it anywhere else in Yellowstone other than my spot, I don't care. And I'm guessing that's where 99.9999% of all searchers are. But I'm saying if he did find it in a mile hole, he definitely had help, especially if he comes in 2016 and like is emailing people and piggybacking on other solves and improving them and then solved it. All good, but give some credit, man. Like,
Forrest is quoted saying that 3 searchers or 3 different emails have come in that have mentioned the 2 to 3 keywords he's looking for.
Yeah.
What is the likelihood that 9-mile hole is the 2 or 3 keywords he's looking for?
0.
Because why?
Well, 9-mile hole probably came through 1,000 different people's, even the title of their Google search. So
just the cover alone, people would be sending 9-mile, and it wouldn't be.
Okay, so then let's discuss. Okay, Madison Junction Bridge. How many people would have sent that?
Lots of people.
Westgate entrance.
Lots of people.
7 Mile Bridge.
Lots of people. It would have to be something that you would only be able to notice if you were physically there, boots on the ground, in my opinion.
Mount Haynes Overlook.
Lots of people, but if you called it something else, maybe.
Maybe. Yellowstone National Park.
Everybody.
Okay, so 3 different emails have come in saying the right 2 to 3 keywords. What is the likelihood that this solve is 9 Mile Hole?
Well, so this is something that I've paid attention to. When it originally came out, people were under the impression it was specifically New Mexico. And Fenn never really corrected it until it got popular with the Today Show. So the majority of searchers were looking in New Mexico from 2010 up until 2012. It wasn't until 2013 we were alerted that it's more than New Mexico. If you remember all that fun stuff.
I do. But that never made me question, or to put it this way, and this probably isn't your point. I never took it as because the chase was so localized to New Mexico in the first 3 years that must mean the chest is in New Mexico. To me, again, that was almost like the opposite with Yellowstone.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying because so many people were under the impression it was New Mexico, it makes sense that we didn't get a 500-footer until 2012, 2013, because it changed from New Mexico to other states.
Yeah, but again, I hear you there. I hear you, and that's probably what happened. But at the same time, us new searchers who jumped in, the only reason we didn't go to Yellowstone right the fuck away is because we were under some grand illusion that all of you over-searched Yellowstone to death for the years prior.
No,
so
that doesn't make sense because no one started Yellowstone until 2013.
No, but this is where I argue. If I picked up that book in 2010, my first fucking boots on the ground is in Yellowstone National Park.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, the first person to do boots on the ground Yellowstone National Park was Dale.
Well, then everybody in New Mexico was under mass illusions.
Okay, do me a favor.
I don't know what to say.
Go to Google.
Whether it's right or wrong, the first place I'm going is Yellowstone.
My
heart is Yellowstone. Heart means gold. If you see heart on a rock and you're looking for gold, that means gold's there.
I'm drinking coffee. You're the one acting like you're cracked out on caffeine. What's going on? Do me a favor and go.
You said it. I'm reboot.
Do me a favor. Let me speak.
I'm recharged. Chase fucking goes on. Sorry.
Go to Google and look up In Search of El Dorado. That's the very first article ever written on Forrest Fenn and his treasure. Just go there real fast. It's like a paragraph. Go there and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
Summarize it. I don't want to just summarize it.
Hey, you don't have to while you're Googling it or not Googling it. Can I summarize what I saw from like my way California outsider perspective? I'm not near Wyoming. I am not near New Mexico. I'm not near anything at all, and neither are you, and neither are you, Indy. When I read the book, it was a no-brainer. It's somewhere in Yellowstone, period. That's without me looking at a blog, top searchers, 200 footers, 500 footers, doesn't matter. When I read the book, that's just what my gut told me. But then you start digging into stuff and you're like, okay, well, if he lives in New Mexico, then maybe it must be near him. And even someone like Sassy, who has won treasure hunting stuff, she said, I hear feedback. It might be.
Sorry, it's me. Hold on.
Yep.
Okay, I'm back.
Test.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I can't myself. So then you hear like expert searchers saying that it must be in New Mexico. I still hear myself. It must be New Mexico.
Not me anymore.
Well, maybe it can't be me. I'm talking to myself. Maybe I'll turn down my volume. Sorry, I'm losing my train of fire. But
that sucks. Sorry. I mean, I think you're going off.
I was just saying, if you read the book alone and you don't talk to a single person on the planet, you're going to assume that it's in Yellowstone or on the way from Texas to Yellowstone. Like, if you read nothing else, you have no idea where Forrest lives, where he ended up, or anything, even though it's kind of in the book.
We'll see.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't know. It's lagging, so I didn't know you were still talking. Sorry.
I will say this. Just because the book screamed Yellowstone doesn't necessarily mean it was in there. I totally understand that. I'm just saying, as a first-time pick up the book, I'm going to Yellowstone first.
First time I picked up the book and I finished it, I went to Colorado. And that
but again, I'm talking about in 2010 specifically. I'm not talking about in 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, or 20 because
no,
frankly,
I'm just saying as a first.
I would assume it's being beaten to death.
No, I'm saying as someone that started it without listening to anyone, just getting the book, reading it once, and starting her adventure the first time ever, I went to Colorado because of my
But no way. Can I interrupt you right there?
Well, that's what I did too. I went to Colorado too for my first.
But I guarantee that came from blog posts and stuff. Like you two are both expert searchers.
No way.
Researchers.
I'll argue. How did you
get to Colorado from a book pure solve as opposed to going to Yellowstone first?
Because of the story, My War for Me, I found the actual real life, living, breathing place that is literally the same imagery and depiction of Forrest, My War for Me, with the Laotian, the unmarked gravestones, everything. I found it. It's real. It's in Colorado, but it's at the wrong elevation. But it does exist. That's how I got there.
I'll tell you just pure poem solve or pure book solve. Forrest talks about the most important item in the chest, the silver turquoise bracelet. And then he tells us where it came from.
Chaco.
He misspells Richard Wetherell's name twice.
Yeah.
Gave me Colorado.
That too.
That's very fair, actually.
Now, did that have any significance to anything? Doesn't look like it. Which then I'd go, okay, why?
We don't know that though.
We don't know. But that's where I'm going. Why'd you do that? Now I know there's a grave. I know there's a tombstone that Richard Wetherell is spelled. Let me try this. That Richard. See, if I mute Candy, it's gone now. That Richard Wetherell is misspelled both ways. Am I wrong? Is the feedback not gone?
No, you're right. You're definitely right.
Headphones. Try headphones.
Earmuffs.
You got to get a laptop. Andy, you got to get a laptop.
I have a laptop. Ever since I figured out who was behind the LLC, my laptop doesn't work.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end up muting you every time you're done talking then. What's up?
Okay. The other thing, whether or not you're agreeing on states, and I mentioned this to you, I think today. How did Jack not know about the special item that was in the chest? Indy, I'm asking you that.
This is another thing where Forrest, again, basically not promises, but certainly says there's an item for the finder. It's just for the finder. There's an item. Okay, now he says it's just for the finder. Then Jack, say, yeah, I have that item. It's just for the finder. There's nothing we can say. When you go, I don't know what you're talking about. This is.
Do you want
to?
Can I say something real fast?
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, based off of everything I've been looking into, I don't know about everyone else. This is just my own speculation. What I found with the date that the chest was found, the date it was announced as found, and the date that Jack came out as the finder, all those dates, which are on the stamps, by the way, prove it's not real, in my opinion. Because D-Day, which was June 6th, the date before that, where the announcement was supposed to happen, was June 5th. And the day that Jack came out was Pearl Harbor Day, right? Did you know D-Day and Pearl Harbor Day are linked as one and the same, along with the moon landing and Watergate? So therefore, all these dates all happened at the same time in the book, in real life. I don't think it's real. So everyone else crying and saying, oh, we're losers, we didn't find the chest. I don't believe it. So I think Jack's fake and there's something else to it.
Forrest Frenzy says, Brett Chaser, the best strategy was to be completely indifferent to what others thought. I have a valid argument that I think you guys might agree with, maybe not. The argument back to that, I disagree. Jack's actions of indifference towards the search community has devalued that chest. That cost him money. I don't know if that's the best strategy. Still could be the best strategy, but we just don't know that yet because this hasn't played out, has it? So sure, you might think it's the best strategy right now, but again, I would go to my grave going, if this chest goes for 2 million after the course of events we've just gone through, that chest could have gone for 5 if it was done right.
Hey, Ben, you have a mini control group in your own hands right now.
Okay.
The box of flies right now. You want to hold on to that for 5 years? What do you think the value is going to happen? What's going to happen to the value of that?
Like I said, I think the value doesn't matter because it doesn't.
I know. Honestly, okay, that's not what I was asking. I'm not asking like.
I know. Honestly,
saying,
okay, let's put it this way: the value of those flies, let's call it, if we're doing a market for this, the value of those flies depends on what happens with the story. Just like I say, what happens with this chest.
Yep.
It's the same exact scenario. If Jack keeps if the character of Jack Stoof keeps the status quo of this ending the way it is, and it's further confirmed to be 9 Mile Hole, boring, simple solve, Forrest lied his way through the chase, the value of those flies will plummet.
Yeah. And then if we never hear anything ever again, I don't even know how to assess that. It's so difficult.
Look at the little puppa to wuppa.
You shave your dog?
Oh, it looks different color. It's different color. It's a different color coat. That's dope. All right, I'm neglecting chat. Treasure Warriors, I was referencing indifference about other search or solve ideas. See, I was missing context. Sorry on that one. I still like my point I made, though. Jack is a fake frontman. Again, I don't want to get too deep into the idea that Jack is fake front. Again, could be, yes. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but let's not go 100% into that. But everyone's free to say that.
Never go full though.
Treasure Warriors, can you do a Forrest Fenn impression for me? Only if it comes up naturally, man. I'm not trying to besmirch him.
Just like your old man. Your old man Forrest Fenn is my favorite. Like the Family Guy Forrest Fenn.
Oh, the Family Guy guy. That's a whole different ballgame. I'll do that. Although my voice is out, I don't even know if it'll work.
It's almost better. Like you're older now after Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
Wiser.
That's true.
Oh, Ashley wants a link. I'll send it to her.
Oh, yeah. Ashley. I've been a bad boy.
I'm sorry, Ashley. If I were you and I woke up to that shit, I would punch someone in the face. That was the first voice I heard.
Just lonely, waiting for the mastery on paper boy to bring me some good news.
Stop.
It's awesome.
Oh, she wanted the link 10 minutes ago. I didn't see that.
I just
Why
sent her
does
the
everybody
link,
think I'm ignoring them? I can't see everything in the chat. How many times do we have to go through this?
Wait, so can I bring it up real fast since I'm upstairs now and I think the feedback is not as bad?
Only if Ashley's gotten the link.
I sent it to her.
Okay, yes, then continue.
So the article I sent you, In Search of El Dorado, the first article ever written about Forrest Fenn's hunt. What did you read it? Did you look at it?
Yes.
Did you see the error?
Well, which error? Oh, now you want me to read with Ehrlichman?
Hold on, let me pull it up real fast. I'm like, there is clearly an error that Fenn took forever to correct.
What's up?
And I find it very interesting that he took forever to correct it. And this might explain why it took a while for people to get within close proximity. So the error is, hold on. And by the way, they talk about the Texas governor, John Connolly, who again is linked to Nixon, which is linked to his friend that died in '98, which is linked to Watergate, which is linked to the moon landing, which is linked to D-Day, which is linked to B-Day.
You skipped the first connection, his connection to JFK.
Well, yeah, all of that. That's what I'm trying to say.
He was in the limo and got shot with him.
Well, we do know that before TTOTC, Forrest was writing a book with his friend that got framed for Watergate, by the way, and was told he couldn't do it because if he did, he would be sued $100 million. Think about that for a second. But let me look for the typo real fast.
And Forrest thought it was kind of funny, right?
Yeah, this is where I was going to go with this.
I was at his house. He showed me the book.
No, we're not doubting your information.
No, I'm not saying you're doubting the information.
I'm 100% agreeing.
I'm saying I was at his house and he showed me one of the only books that are left because he had to burn all of them.
I love that. And by the way, what happened to the car that we found at the ha spot that's solved through Nixon and Ehrlichman? What did we find at that spot? Oh, a burned up car. That's right. Interesting.
See, however, about the title's meaning, somewhere in northern New Mexico, a bronze chest filled with gold jewels and other treasures buried by Fenn is waiting to be unearthed. First article ever written about the chase, and people who are participating are being told that it was northern New Mexico.
Where does it say northern New Mexico? Hold up.
I'll screenshot it so you don't have to look for it. Hold on. That's what I'm just trying to say. Like, Fenn spent a very long time.
There is one certainty, however, the title's meaning. So they call it a certainty. There is one certainty, however, about the title's meaning. Somewhere in northern New Mexico, a bronze chest filled with gold, jewels, and other treasures buried by Fenn is waiting to be unearthed.
And he didn't start correcting people until after the buried thing, but originally it never even said, somewhere north of it never said somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. Remember when it first came out, it said somewhere north of Santa Fe. That's all he said, somewhere north of Santa Fe, and that's all people had. Even though there's stories of Yellowstone and all this other stuff, as a game player, you're given specific details, and that was somewhere north of Santa Fe. So everyone thought with this article, it meant only New Mexico.
But Indy, that's their mistake, because they're not using the book and the poem. They're using an article written by a third party that may be misquoted Forrest Fenn, because if Forrest Fenn read this and asked to be, correct things, he'd be like, never said it was buried, never said it was in New Mexico.
Well, that's my point, though. He didn't correct it until way later. And then when he did correct it, that's when he said somewhere in the Rocky Mountains, and then it gave you states.
How about this question? And I want Ashley to answer it first. The end of the article. I have always thought of myself as one who plays Monopoly. That's what I'm doing here.
Order and shut it.
What does that mean?
Playing Monopoly. Like buying, what do you do in Monopoly? Buy up properties?
Yep, but if you're Forrest Fenn, you're flying over
Alan
American lands. And
Alan, no, you're next. Listen to what Ashley's saying right here. Say that again, Ashley.
I said, what do you do in Monopoly? You buy up properties?
Buy up properties. Why is he talking about buying up properties for the thrill of the chase? Alan, what have we been running into in our Forrest Fenn search trying to connect to DB Cooper? Just Forrest Fenn research. What have you been running into as a general topic?
Real estate and farms.
Candy, have you run into the same sort of thing on your research?
Sorry, what was the question?
Have you run into the concept that Fenn was buying up properties in your research? Yes or no?
Yeah, I already know for a fact he owned property in Colorado Springs.
I know. I know you know for a fact. I'm just saying, I'm getting to the point here. His final words in this article that he's quoted as saying is, I have always thought of myself as one who plays Monopoly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing here. Monopoly, he's buying up. So is the buying of the real estate, is real estate part of the game? I mean, he's practically fucking saying it.
You got to think of the meaning of the word monopoly.
Well, the meaning, obviously, we understand, but he said he's playing Monopoly.
Basically, monopoly, it breaks down to mean the word to sell. And what he is a salesman. So when he says he's playing Monopoly, he's talking about he's selling an idea to the world. And that idea is the chest. In my opinion, that's how I took it.
Fair enough.
So can I ask some generic questions with heavy allusions behind it? How do you think you found San Lazaro or San Lazaro? Do you think you just happened upon it and then like, oh shoot, I'm gonna buy this property?
I mean, I kind of already answered that one.
I know, but he did that for a living. That's his monopoly. He flew around his plane all over the world, but specifically in the U.S. and then specifically in the Northwest, Pacific Northwest, and bought up anything he could own. Like he would land his plane anywhere, loot wherever he wanted. San Lazaro was a big hit, and I feel like that's definitely part of Forrest Fenn's MO, was flying around the world looking for places to either land and scoop up stuff or land and own stuff. And it seemed like he had that down to an art form. Like he would look for the Indian, what fairy circles or whatever you call them, where there's rock rings, or it seemed like he was not even hiding that information. Like it seemed like that's what he did all the time.
It also seems like he was imitating people that he respected or had close in his inner circle. He imitated those people.
Yeah, except for the other people he imitated, those people had horses. He's got a plane. So
no, he imitated people with planes. Trust me. From what I found.
Forrest Frenzy with a good quote. I wanted to play Monopoly. I wanted to turn 1 into 2, 2 into 4.
Exactly.
4 into 9.
Yep, and that's not paintings. That's not dollars. It's everything. It's everything he ever acquired.
So hypothetically, let me take that as a poem hint, right? He took one basic clue and reproduced it into 9 clues. So maybe that's what Jack is saying when he says it's to the detriment of the solvers who are trying to look at this as 9 separate clues instead of one cohesive story to solve.
Well, he always talks about the bigger picture.
Maybe trying to separate it into 9 separate clues is the wrong choice.
Totally wrong. He said he didn't even count the clues until after. He did not count the clues. He did not write the poem out.
He also said he didn't write the poem until after he got done hiding the chest, and then he said not that would matter.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is in my mind a testament to 9 Mile Hole, because if all of a sudden he's like, there's 9 clues, that's actually a testament to 9 Mile Hole. Like someone
okay, so then my follow-up question is then the logical one. Then okay, we have to deal with this next follow-up question. How did it take 15 years to write this poem if you wrote it right after you hid the chest?
Yeah, and why did you need
it? In my head, I've written drafts of it over the year. Oh, then you didn't write it before you hit the chest, bro. You hit it. You wrote it before you hit it.
Yep.
If you're telling me you didn't write that until after you hit the chest, then you didn't write practice versions of it. I didn't write my script until I wrote my script. Once I start writing it, I'm writing it. I can't say, I didn't start writing it until after it was picked up as a pilot. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but then again, Sam Lazaro is linked again to the codex, which is Douglas Preston, and it links back to the 7 Cities of Gold that actually documentation prove Douglas Preston and other associates, including Forrest Fenn and Michael Kremner, were in search of. That's not like a theory or anything. That's actual fact.
Right. But for this one particular
part,
the first ever
written freaking article on this thing is called "In Search of El Dorado."
Oh no, for sure. I mean, it's very obvious what the attempt there is with the title, but again, this is the same article that says it's just northern New Mexico. I mean, maybe this is Ron DeWitt. What was the name? The name actually kind of looks familiar.
Well, so what I'm trying to say is this too, though. When you're just brand new starting out an idea for a treasure hunt, you're starting to work out what works and what doesn't, and what gives away too much and what won't give too much away. And right in this article, it talks about Watergate, it talks about Nixon, it talks about all these things. And then magically, as it gets more popular and over the years, people start searching more information gets taken out of the website and online.
I mean, it's still here to be found.
Is anyone feeling like it's difficult to take anything that was said as fact, because we're looking for aberrations, we're looking for differences, we're looking for things that don't add up, and then you're finding the things that don't add up? So which part do you believe when they don't add up? Which statement? Which definition? Is monopoly the sales? Is monopoly property? Is it, did he write the poem before? Did he write it after? Doesn't matter.
But then he emphasizes it took 15 years. It took so many plannings. 11, 9, 12, 17 different things had to happen. Like there's just allusions to something
11
grander.
things.
Well, yeah, but I just watched another interview where he said 7 last night.
7 things had to happen.
And then he said 9. And then I found another one where he said, I was doing on this. I was taking notes last night. I didn't fall asleep. I was up till like 5 in the morning watching Fenn interviews. Like he does different numbers even for that, and he does it on purpose. He's doing that on purpose. I just don't know for what, to what end.
Well,
He knows what he's doing in these interviews. That's,
the scrapbooks and everything?
certain.
The scrapbooks, essentially, one of the things that Fenn tells you about an aberration that is confirmed through him is the leg that is in connection with the Watergate lawyer for the story he talks about with his friend, right? He says that the leg is an aberration. Do you remember that story?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the leg is in fact in the book.
Candy, this is one of those moments where it's like, I'm going, yeah, and you're like, wait, have you really? Again, this is it was so important for what Alan and I were using for our solve for
and it's in the the imagery in the illustrations for TTOTC. So stop and think for a second about how he originally wanted to do this book. They're telling him, no, you can't. Do you think Fenn would ever back down?
Hell no.
Exactly. I think he found a more creative way to get it out there.
I would agree with you. And frankly, I could even take the Monopoly comment and go, he wants a monopoly on treasure hunts. How do you do that? Throw more treasure hunts than other people. You have more by number. Therefore, you have a monopoly on it. Guess what? Alan and I think he wrote ha ha ha. That was a treasure hunt. Then he has Thrill the Chase. That's another big treasure hunt. I don't know too many people who have 2 6-figure treasure hunts.
Isn't the whole concept of Monopoly basically sticking it to the government?
Sure, fine, whatever. So was the point of ha ha ha. Stick it to the government. That was the entire premise of the book.
Yeah, that's the theme. The theme we have is sticking it to the government.
Lo and behold, both treasure hunting books have the same theme. F you, government.
The system that beats a system. That's exactly what it is.
And that's not the only book that we think that Forrest wrote. There's also Sinks Canyon. You got to read that one, Ben. That's also a book about a treasure hunt. Alan's read it.
I gotta go. Bye-bye.
You gotta go, boo? Bye-bye.
Well, yeah,
Babe,
you ignored me for 11 minutes. I had things to say, but now I have to go. I love you all.
Are you coming back?
Yeah, I gotta pick her up.
What time is it?
2:46.
That's kind of what I thought it was.
Okay, bye guys. I'll be back later.
Bye. My volume is low. That's me. I wonder why. So glitchy.
Seems okay.
Yeah. Could you hear that? Was that all right?
Yeah, I mean, I could.
Well, we press on. The chest will never be sold, says Street.
Who the heck is A? Is this Apollo?
Who's A?
Do you know who A is in chat?
I don't see A in chat. They must have me blocked or some shit. I don't see anybody named A in chat.
It's A with a dot.
I don't see shit. Can you take a screenshot?
They said they were in Vegas and they met a bunch of us, but I'm trying to see who it is. And I think it might be Apollo, but I think Apollo goes by the full word Apollo. So I'm not sure.
I'm blocked. I don't see them anywhere in chat.
Okay, so it is Apollo. Hi, Apollo.
Why? Who is this Apollo and why am I blocked?
Apollo. They were at karaoke with us, and I don't think they blocked you. I think you just got to scroll down until you see it.
I don't have it anywhere on this one. Maybe for some reason.
See, I was right. A is Apollo from Vegas. Okay, because I was like, who the heck's talking to me? Okay, I love Apollo.
Okay, see, I see A dot on the YouTube. I just don't see the A dot on StreamYard. Got another. See, this I probably miss messages on fucking YouTube because I'm just looking at the StreamYard version of the chat. Huh. Well, good to know.
I'm digging through the Nixon thing. So what scrapbook was that? Was it
214? Scrapbook 214 is the one where Fenn writes about his friend who got basically framed for the Watergate scandal and everything.
Yep. All right. John Ehrlichman. All right.
Yes.
Oh.
And if you look at it, it's an exact match to the illustration. They talk about the leg with the lawyer, and he hides it in the gypsy image.
And do you know that leg is signed 7/10/1972, which is close. Ben, I don't know if you know what leg I'm talking about.
in the grass of that image, it strictly says Nixon in the grass.
What?
Listen.
Where?
You've seen that, haven't you?
I've heard that too.
Well, no.
Ben,
Wait.
bring up that image
No,
real fast.
I mean, I'm on the scrapbook right now. I mean, I could share my screen.
Share your
No,
screen.
not in the scrapbook. In the image in the book. You know the gypsies, where Fenn's laying under the wagon. He's laying under the wagon, and there's a gypsy dancing, and there's one extra leg because that's the same leg from the illustration with his friend Erwickman. And in the grass right below it, it says Nixon. So that's what I'm saying. The stamp that the day that the chest was found, the day it was announced as found, versus the day Jack came out, all links to Pearl Harbor Day, D-Day, and the moon landing with Watergate. I've spent hours researching this. We can't see it, Ben. You gotta bring the image up online and share screen it. But yeah, see, it says Nixon right there, and then there's the leg right there, and it links all back to Watergate.
And Alan.
Yep.
I didn't tell you this one because I honestly didn't believe it that much. I thought I was seeing things. I didn't want to. I don't want to be stupid. Because we were just focusing on ha, right? But now I'm looking at her leg and I'm like, fuck the leg, because that leg was part of our shit too. So.
Well, I just
and
that
if
to
you guys didn't know this fun fact, the phases of the moon were actually in play for D-Day. They used the phases of the moon to be victorious at D-Day. And they had a speech, Nixon had a speech that for the moon landing, Apollo moon landing, if they failed, this was what would be written. And it talks about looking up at the moon.
I mean, does anyone else get the sense of all the nighttime drawings implying that this is only found at nighttime? I don't know.
Hey, Ben, do you know when my dad's birthday is?
When's your dad's birthday? 8/22.
June 6th.
Oh, June 6th. Motherfucker.
Yeah, so June 5th was originally when they were going to announce the let me see. Hold on. Barry's Candy's rabbit holes are always my favorite.
They're fun. Honestly, that's the fun part. I don't even. I'm trying to keep up now.
Exhausting.
Oh, Golden says flip the gypsy magic image upside down and Forrest is in a tree. Huh, I haven't tried that one.
It kind of looked like there was a heart shape right under where his chest and chin is, right on this part.
Well, you saw too that there is a watch in that image as well. Gypsy magic is, I think, a very important image. There's a watch in that image, and when you anagram the second book, Too Far to Walk, it anagrams to say look for a watt. So it's hidden messages telling you stuff to find in the book, and a watt is exactly what you think it is.
You know my thoughts on anagrams. Absolutely none of this has anything to do with the solution. C-Star, how do you know that?
I know.
Wrong, whoever you just said that. You know what I would love to see, which I have yet to see from anyone, because Copper Dan has some original illustrations of where the illustrations were not edited.
Oh, with
Melika sent
Melika?
some stuff. Yeah, I'm just saying, I have yet to see any show that shows these are the actual what they used to look like, and then here's what you see in Thrill of the Chase.
I'll tell you what.
Nobody has access to that.
I'll tell you what changed based on when I saw this image. No, when I saw the image, God, where is it? The one with where it says Blaze on the dude's hat, B-L-A-Z. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we've talked about that one.
Oh God, I know.
But that's what I'm saying.
But this is what I'm saying. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Hold on, guys. This part where you fold the page over, and it makes a shape and all that shit. That part wasn't in the original image.
It was not in there. And Copper Dan will prove that. Copper Dan has proof.
Forrest absolutely did this on purpose.
Well, we know he did because everywhere he changed and altered images, there's an F right there. He signs his work.
Okay.
You gotta understand, people don't believe that though, right? Yeah, now they can. Now they're forced to believe it because there's a previous image. Now it's irrefutable. This is irrefutable. The fact that the changes have happened. The fact that you saw the F there is just proof that you were seeing it beforehand. But now people go, oh shit, it's irrefutable. Oh, there's an F. Gee, and then they'll go down that rabbit hole that you were already down and see. Oh fuck.
Well, it's not just that, Ben. Remember, so you know the little word Blaze hidden in the hat? when you fold the image, it's not just blaze, it's an arrow as well. So
Right,
the
yeah,
arrows
or
in
a
the
cross,
book.
or an upside down cross, or possibly the dragonfly symbol, like for a waterfall. It could be either one of those. It doesn't have to just be the arrow.
No, I've got it.
But
I
there's
think
something to it.
I have magnify glass that shit. It could be either one of those shapes. You can't say 100%. Don't you dare. You can say 99% sure it's an
I'm
arrow.
gonna send you the picture. I've got the picture. We took a picture
I think
of
it's
it.
more important that even in his latest days, Forrest Fenn, look at the photos, look at the illustrations. Like later
That was
in
what
his
was
days,
taken out of the
wasn't that the New
interview.
Mexico interview where he said, "Look at the photos,
Yeah.
look at the illustrations"?
Right.
Or did he? It was
If
one
your
of the more
mojo's
recent
working.
interviews.
And then what he does, even with that hint, he because he's never one to not obfuscate. He didn't obfuscate the poem, but he obfuscates everything else. He'll go photos, images, photos, illustrations, images, illustrate, and then you're left going, wait, you're talking about graphic? What's he talking about? Is he talking about the drawings? Is he talking about the photos? And so he fucks with you there, just like he does with the jars and the bell.
When I sent him my video about the Norman Rockwell similarities, his response to me was like, great video. Let me know the next time you're doing a video, and I will inject some photos into it. Like I have that in an email. Like I could share it right now. But he's already saying like, I love your analysis of the illustrations. Let me inject something into the photos, because the photos I didn't really care about. So I think there's something more to all of it that I never.
But guys, Forrest Frenzy is saying images are altered all the time before publication. Nothing to see here, folks.
No, this is different.
Hey, Ben.
Way different.
I just sent you the image. Can you share screen it real fast?
It's different to form fit an image to a template and, shrink it or colorize it. We're talking mirroring it, slapping things on each side, hinted blazes like in the brims of people's hats, like scribbles of things. Like it's not just like.
Don't you think it's weird though, Alan? Because like you were one of the first people that was weird, like me and Gigi and stuff. We were all weirdos, and we folded papers, we did this, and we found the word blaze hidden in the hat. But what's interesting is when you fold that image of the twin, which was clearly created to be folded, it shows either a bridge or something, and then it shows an arrow. So is that safe to assume that means the blaze was an arrow? Or it's just showing you look quickly down.
Stop right there. Because I'm just going to pull the fuck out of this, Candy, and I'm going to prove a point right here. You can't say that's an arrow 100%. That is an upside down cross. That is, again, the dragonfly symbol. It could be an arrow. It could be. You don't know 100%.
But Ben, do you have the original? Ben, do you have the original illustration?
No, only fucking Copper Dan does. But I guarantee you it's not there.
No, that's not true. You shared it on YouTube, and I have it. Let me send it to you.
Then share it. Can we do a comparison?
I guarantee you that's not there.
I'm telling you, Copper Dan shared it already. It was the one thing I asked him, and he shared it.
And I immediately thought of you two. I was like, oh my God, fucking Andy and Alan are going to love this. A few others.
Either way, Gigi and I did not touch that. That is just literally by us folding the image in half, which shows you it's 100%. Perfectly put there to create that image. And there's something above the word blaze.
I totally agree.
Something, cross, dragonfly, arrow.
But the illustration was so doctored by that point, it's hard to know what was intended and what. But either way, something was messed up.
No.
And this
here's where the intentionality takes over, though. Because when you do fold over the page, it does do that symmetrical thing, just like the old highlights and Mad Magazine photos did. And there's not one in the book, there's two. You can do the same thing to this page, as you guys very well know. And there's a big old X that tells you where to do it. And all of a sudden, Yellowstone Park, which is, he never calls it that. It's either Yellowstone National Park, the park, Yellowstone. Yellowstone Park becomes key in a mirror. That's not on accident either. That's intent. What we're looking at right now, that's intent when it's not part of the original image. What it means? Fuck if I know, but it's something.
He's magic.
And so, Forrest Frenzy, when you say nothing to see here, folks, it just, it makes me laugh. And
is Alan finding it?
Forrest Frenzy.
This is
Forrest Frenzy, and anyone else that says stuff like that, like nothing is here, then go away. Because Honestly, though, and I'm saying that in a nice way, because there's definitely something to see here. The illustrations that we were shown in the book were doctored. They're 100% doctored. And even in the second page of the book, it says drawings by Alan Polt, unless otherwise noted. Unless otherwise noted is like a nice little
the
nod
F.
to. That's totally. That's Davio right there.
No, that's fucking Forrest Frenzy right there.
Yeah, Gallatin says D-Day Deception Day. Like, there's a reason for those dates.
100% edit. I mean, we get Copper Dan back on, because I'm looking through my photos and they have a bazillion photos, but he literally had it up. He said, "Here's the original. Here's the original No Place for the Biddies illustration." And then I said, "Can you please zoom in on that?" And he did, and I screenshotted it. Now I can't find it, but this was on a YouTube Zoom. Like, Copper Dan has at least that one, and it's not what you're shown in the book. It is not even
You
close.
could also see too, though, Alan, the little mini picture versus the big one in some of the chapters from the book. There are different alterations to that too. Like,
he has little
Teachers with
clouds.
Ropes,
He has little
yeah, like the little girl doesn't have the trees in her dress, but the big
Yep,
image
of
does.
course.
It's because the small image wouldn't show up.
And in my mind, Indy, those were cottonwood trees, and my saw failed. So
Your salt didn't fail though.
And Hooli, but to circle that back, Hooli, I agree. Unless you are the finder or you are Forrest Fenn, you cannot say definitely to anything in this chase. Not definitely not, and not definitely 100% yes to anything.
Agreed with that.
That's a lesson we've all had to learn over the times here. And Nomadic Madman, yes, I've seen fucking Steven Spielberg's Taken. It's a marvelous little miniseries. I loved it.
But can I contradict myself and Hooli in saying Forrest Fenn or someone definitely edited the illustrations from when they were drawn to when they were put in the book that we saw, because they are different.
And when Jack the Finder puts out a video, which is an interview with Forrest Fenn, where he says, "Look at the illustrations," I'm sorry, at that point you're in denial that at least this has to be considered.
Yeah.
If you don't
and if you think No Place for the Biddies was just a dumb story, because it is the dumbest story I've ever seen a 75-year-old man write, there had to be something to it.
And finding DB, again, we don't think Fenn is DB, but we absolutely think Fenn has something to do with ha ha ha. Yeah.
No.
Again, if you'd like to agree with the Rod Addix story, there's a wrinkle to that story. Didn't you hear the latest? Rod Addix, the murderer, convicted felon writing this in jail, actually stole it from a convicted rapist who wrote it in a time machine in 1984, and it was stolen somehow in 1978. And then, of course, all sold to the woman who, of course, leads Veterans for America and poses with the President of the United States of America.
Yeah.
That's who wrote ha ha ha. Okay.
So we just go away because that's the truth.
And again, we actually don't believe. I'm speaking for both of us. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't believe Fenn was DB. We think someone else was DB, very closely, directly related to Fenn. And that's
why I want to keep her on. And that's why I want to keep her on. Sorry.
Yeah, K-Pro again came out on Facebook and took it down. Maybe because she doesn't want to jump the gun, but she posted the DB Cooper story gets plot thickens, and again, not Forrest, but somebody related into his circle. But even with that, I won't say 100% yes, just like you can't say 100% no, right? Because we just don't know. We'll find out. And the only way we find out is by going down the rabbit holes. And you eliminate them once you get down to the end of them. But you don't eliminate them when you don't go, just because you don't go down one. You don't just eliminate it because you didn't go down the hole.
Yeah. And you also don't just say, everyone move on. Carry on, everyone. Move on, move on, move on.
That's not, I don't think anyone's really necessarily doing that either, just to be fair. I think, when you disagree with us on this topic, it's fun to banter back at us, right? But I don't think anyone really is offended by us going out and searching. If they are, say so, and then we'll have that argument. But I don't know if they really do. But maybe they do. I know it. I know the insinuation that Forrest Fenn was actually DB offended some people, that he could be the sky pirate that hijacked, innocent civilians. Again, we follow the ha premise where those bombs were fake. Nobody was in danger aside from, I guess what we would call 2022 trauma. But what I would say to that is, you know, we because we follow ha ha ha, we also subscribe to the idea that, you know, this person wasn't the bad person that people were worried we were insinuating he was. And then, oops, in addition, Shiloh comes out of nowhere and does a private conversation with searchers who have YouTube channels and tells them, DB Cooper, that's an interesting story. Notice how I'm not going to talk about that one, even though I still talk about everything else. Shiloh knows what he's doing when he says that. He knows something.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't just
It's
be
a weird thought. And you know what? Being a self-imposed logical person, at one point, I also feel like maybe he's just saying that just to, you know, throw the monkey on someone else's back. Like, yeah, let them go do that for the next 50 years. You know, that's another scenario there where Shroud's like, all right, this is over. Yeah, go chase DB Cooper. Like, goodbye. So that's the other option there. Just
could
rationally
be,
thinking.
Could be. But then he would almost say,
why?
yeah, Cooper, that was a great story. My grandfather always wanted to know more about it, and he always would have wanted that mystery solved. Okay, then you've given people a new carrot to go after, right? Yeah. These are secretive times where he says we got to clear the air and stop with lies and stop with bullshit. There was no intervention. True. Like he's being specific on this. This is something where he cleared his dinner for. They were there for 2.5 hours, and then at the end of it, does this for what? A joke? I want people to stop harassing my mom and my family. Yeah. They're trying to move on from this and get away from this. And what he's going to do, he's going to fuel the flame by insinuating even in a remote chance that Forrest Fenn is DB Cooper. I don't think so, unless there's some kind of weird merit to this. Again, this is the treasure hunter who wrote a secret story in a treasure chest that can only be read if you found the treasure chest. There's weird. Something in that story. And there's some reason Shiloh's hinting at something. We just don't know what for 100%. But we know enough to go, we're paying attention.
Yeah.
We're not looking for these factoids to come. They just come to us. No one's going to be doing a victory dance, ha, 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 we told you so, if and when someone related to Forrest Fenn is DB Cooper. Because that's not the type of people, at least I am or Alan is. It's going to be, wow, isn't that cool? Yeah, what else do you want to hear? We went down this rabbit hole. We went down this research place. Check this out. This connected us to that. That's all we would do. Yeah. Clark Gable. Pyramid Lake.
Well, the only difference is that the victory dance will actually be a victory, like a party. You know,
it should be a party.
We will celebrate with every damn person that's in the chat right now and that I've ever spoken to in my life. So.
In the universal 1% chance that we're right, we're well aware of the numbers here, right? But in case we are right, we're gonna fucking celebrate, as we should. Phone call. I don't know from who. I think I recognize the city at least. Oh, we're not talking Sauls.
I'm gonna go on mute for a couple minutes. Just
sure. I didn't hear who it was. I just pressed 1. What's up?
Hey, dude. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Sure, thank you. Hey, I was watching the video there, and on my page 21, there's no little arrow above the brim of that hat. And if you get a real strong magnifying glass, that says bluff.
So you have a different image on your page 20. What version of the book do you have?
Oh, let me see.
Do you have a first edition?
I'm looking at it. I believe so here.
I don't think this is in mine either, in this first edition as well. I haven't done it with the first edition.
Well, I also have another edition of the book. I think it's the 6th edition of this book, and it's not in that one either.
See, I think I had like the 9th edition, and I definitely had this.
So it could be black or something that was put there. But anyway, I like your thoughts on 9 Mile Hole. You're absolutely right. It was never found at 9 Mile Hole.
I mean, otherwise, Forrest Fenn lied quite a bit.
Let me go down the path here with you. Okay, you got your book handy?
Sure, as long as it's not a solve. If you're just trying to disprove 9 Mile, I'm in.
How can I do this?
Because then we're just getting back to solve talk. We're not, and actually, you know what? Hold on. That leads me to a good thing. I'm actually going to start doing a solve show. However, you have to do it with the caveat that you know that if it's a good solve, I might be going there this search season. But for instance, I'm going to have Bear on this Friday, and I'm going to give Bear an hour or two to discuss his solve. If you want to do an in-depth thing with your solve, I'm going to do it every Friday. It's just going to be one person with their solve. You know, not many people are going to want to tune into something like that, but maybe people do. But if you want to do that, just email me, and I'll set it up with you.
Okay, what's your email address?
It's scrolling on the bottom. I made it an easy one for myself. thetreasurewarriors@gmail.com.
At Gmail. Okay, but if you read the book, if you follow through the book, Forrest said he'd never buy a book that didn't have photographs or drawings in it.
Right.
Forrest also said read his book, and there are hints in his book. So if you follow through the book, and he said look at the big picture. If you look at that big picture on page 18 and 19 of the class,
right.
What do you have on the top of that column on page 18?
I have I don't know, it kind of looks like a fish.
There you go. Bingo. Bingo. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And if you follow through the book, he says it's a design deficiency right off the bat. And it's like, hello, so we're looking for something that was a design deficiency, which means a fault. So if we follow through the book and look at the book, you will find that Forrest takes you all the way to the spot where he hid the treasure chest.
All right.
And he even has in here what you're looking for. You once made a comment that all of the blazes that everybody has given you, not one of them you could believe was the blaze that Forrest was talking about.
I could see
I have
that.
a blaze that will rock your socks.
All right, man. Email me. I'm interested.
Okay, I will email you and we'll talk, and I'll give you my phone number, then we'll talk back and forth.
Sounds good.
All right. When you get done with this here program, with this show, I'll get with you.
Sounds good. Shoot me an email then. All right, man. Dude, good talking with you.
Yep.
God, I'm sorry, guys. The volume gets weird on some of these calls. I don't even think it was his fault. My volume's been low on the audio for the callers today. Glitch, I got to figure out. No big deal. All right.
Ben,
What's up, Alan? Yeah.
Copper Dan's going to send that Biddy's illustration.
Ah, very nice. Very nice.
I mean, maybe it wasn't the original, like, you know. Hold on.
But we'll see a difference. Although I will say, I got to say, in this first edition, man, that cross arrow looking thing isn't there.
I mean, it's not even close. It's not even close. I'm going to send it to you right now. And I asked him if I could share it publicly, and he said yes. So this is not, I'm going to send it to you, Ben. And what I want people to see, though, is that it's not even close. Like, to say that this was the original illustration, whatever we are supposed to be looking at, not even close. And again, knowing Fenn is a master art dealer and forger, like he puts in a mille d'ori in Thrill of the Chase, Too Far to Walk. It's so crazy to think about that. Maybe he is such an artist that he could doctor up any art. It's just interesting.
That's how I always. That was always my initial interpretation of when he said, give it to a kid. Whenever he said give it to a kid instead of give the poem to a kid, I always wondered if he meant the book too. And that's when I started looking at not just illustrations, but just everything you could do with the book as a kid, which I was reminded back to like my Mad Magazine days, or going to the dentist as a kid and highlights magazines being the only thing of choice. And it was always find the image hidden within an image, or fold the page to create a brand new image. Those were two of the big ones. And I was like, well, shit, if a kid's supposed to do this, maybe that's what they do, right? With the images on their own. And so it always made perfect sense.
Yep. And in 88, especially, like, what are you going to do in 88? Like, that's Byron Price's secret. And then even in 2010, I don't think Forrest Fenn was an internet savant where he knew about Google Earth and, apps. Obviously.
Well, I wonder how much preparation he did for something like that.
Probably a lot.
Does he go, let's, at the very, now he says, again, in the K-Pro interview.
By the way, they're on your text, not Facebook, by the way.
Okay.
So if you want
on the K-Pro interview, well, do it on Facebook. It's easier.
Okay.
Yeah. On the K-Pro interview, he says, oh, shit, I forgot what the point was. Fuck. What were we talking about?
Forrest Fenn doctoring illustrations.
K-Pro interview.
K-Pro interview. I don't fucking remember. Couldn't have been that important.
Well then skip all that. Pull this shit up, because this is stuff.
Pull it up.
In Indy, are you saying that you don't think that Forrest Fenn doctored images, or do you think he did, or do you don't think he did? Because he obviously did.
I think she absolutely does.
It's 100%.
I'm like one of the weirdos that's been screaming from the rooftops since day one that it's about the images and they've been doctored.
But look how not close it is.
Especially this particular image. This is why I was saying Indy's going to love this when I first saw this. And
Which
I
one
don't
are
know
you sharing?
if she caught it. You'll see it right now.
Biddies.
Oh, I know all about the biddies. No place for
the
meat.
original one.
Yeah, it's versus the shirt.
Show me the hat.
The shirt
show me the hat that says
image
Blaze.
The trees.
So show me the hat that says Blaze. Oh, it's not there. Oh, that's
not
weird.
There.
Oh, you
That's
found
weird.
it. There we go.
So it doesn't exist.
Picture.
And again, this part of his shirt matches somebody else, which is where you're supposed to fold the page.
Wait a minute.
The whole process of figuring out something is happening in the image is removed from this.
Hold on.
And this is no place for the biddies. Remember
Zoom in
this.
real fast. Zoom into that upper head, that new head.
This one?
Like zoom into the picture.
The crazy old biddy on the top.
Yeah, no, right there. That was taken
Looks
out.
like Forrest Fenn with a hat on.
Taken out.
Yeah, that looks like Fenn.
That looks like Forrest Fenn with a hat on.
What the hell? That was taken out of the original. So that means
Exactly,
something's got to
Indy,
be in
that's
it,
what I'm
right?
saying. And
That's what he's
Copper
saying.
Dan
This
shared
is why-
this. Copper Dan shared this weeks
look
ago.
at the dress, the famous dress that we've seen get changed in other images, like Teachers with Ropes.
Yep.
So Ben, I don't know if I'm not even looking in the chat. My point is that some people are being like, "Holy shit, this is important." Other people are like, "Oh, I'm gonna still discount it." You should not ever discount this. Something changed between the original illustration and what we were shown. And if Jack found this, or whoever the finder found this, it is important because it's important.
Yeah,
So.
because it literally spells out the word blaze.
But then what comes in is, okay, who had the illustrations? And I'm not even going to go down that path because I really could care less about that part. My point is that
I'm gonna make my screen just with this for a second, or do it like no, I gotta make my screen big for a second. Hold on. Okay, just for a second. I'm gonna go to the page so people can see just so they can see it side by side what it looks like when it's actually published.
And look at the Blaze guy. Look at the Blaze guy with the Blaze hat.
And why did he put them next to each other? That's what's tripping me out.
See
and
how
also
this
the elbow
is
and look at the
missing
elbow. If you look at the elbow on the Fenn, the little Fenn guy elbow is the same elbow as the other guy that they mirror imaged. So double elbows were copied and pasted.
So they added the twin, which you folded to get the Blaze, but then they took out the big head next to the biddy, and then they moved the biddy to the other page.
And then the whole guy on the left, the Blaze guy, which is what I call him,
which is what matches with where you fold the page. You fold these because they're symmetrical images.
They're mirror images.
Right.
And the thing is, and so in my Lamar Valley solve, I thought I had it. My point is that what if Jack found something like this?
Right.
That, sparked something in his brain that's like, holy smokes. If you overlay this on XYZ.
Can we go back to comparing the biddy in the chapter versus this one? Because she moved. So yeah, go over there. Right, that one, yeah.
Well, those ones move a lot because those ones are after the fact. So those ones would be out.
Yeah, but look at this. They moved her to be on the opposite side. They added a new one because the original image shows this just her with the trees, right?
Right.
So now they added that
one.
one.
They mirrored her. There's a whole mirroring theme in this book. Why do you guys think I went to 122, 123 and did the mirror thing? It's like it's.
And why do you think I'm searching on the opposite side of the park? That's why I searched on the opposite side of the park. But no one wins.
It shows a bridge when you put them together. After it shows Blaze, it shows like what looks like a bridge or a pathway. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, I saw the little.
Maybe, yeah.
There's something there, but there's something there. Is the point.
In terms of something, yes. Telling me what it is, I'm never willing to go that far. Pareidolia, maybe, but there's actual edits here. The symmetrical page fold is not pareidolia. That's highlights Mad Magazine. That's not what that is.
But if the Blaze is a real thing, like let's say, then it is pareidolia because you need to overlay. And it's not pareidolia.
Why is everyone being such a dick in chat?
I'm not looking at chat. I could care less.
I don't think they're being dicks. It's usual. It's just like,
Wait,
oh, well.
Wait, Huli says, oh my gosh, chasing Indy, that one biddy on the R is the Fisher at Sloop Creek. What is she talking about?
Fisher on the R?
She might be right.
Yeah, the biddy on the R is the Fisher at
biddy on the
Sloop
right.
Creek.
This is
I think she's just making fun of me. And I think she's supposed to say Icebox Canyon. Damn it. Exactly. Gigi said it. Okay, they're just being dickheads. All right, I get it.
I mean, but the thing is, Indy, they could be making fun of me because I said the elbow is the Lamar Canyon. It's like
No, Huli's not being a dick. I was saying people in chat, like up above, they're getting pissy that we're talking about this. Like Forest Frenzy and Jen were like, it's clearly not helping solve anything.
Hey guys, we got a call from Colorado Springs, so I'm gonna go ahead and take it.
Uh-oh.
Call from?
Yeah, this is Ken from Oklahoma.
To accept, press 1.
Okay, so it's Ken from Oklahoma.
2.
Hello. Did you say Ken from Oklahoma?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. What's going on with you?
Yeah, I've only been lasting about 10 minutes. I think this topic, talking about the pictures and stuff. So I wanted to get on because it's rare that I get a chance to see Indy on there. But I wanted to get her opinion on that last picture in the book because she said some stuff about that bird and the moon. I want to get her take on that while I can look at her while she's saying it.
So here you go, Indy. Bird in the moon. He wants to talk to you about it.
Yeah. And say hey to Alan too. Hey, I want to know where I can go and find a picture of that fish from Pyramid.
Oh shoot.
Can you make the volume of the call louder, Ben?
I can't because then it just keeps making you guys louder. There's just a little audio function on it.
It's hard to hear.
Yeah, if you can talk a little louder, just think you got to scream a little, just because we got a little audio issues today.
I heard all of that.
I didn't.
Hey, so I don't know where you guys went, with that folding of the papers and stuff on the biddies page. I personally had a biddies drawing observation, which was that it roughly matched the geography of where I ended up. Insofar as that it's like a gorge with one side higher than the other and one side stepped, like the lady's hair on the right, and one side not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyhow, but to me, I think no matter how you hash out the poem, there comes a point where there's not enough information at the end. And to me, I kind of think that the key is that last drawing, that once you're there, things in the drawing seem to tell you something. Because, like, look at 9 Mile. At 9 Mile, how do you go from you're going up this creek, and then what? You're just supposed to look to the left and look for a blaze constantly?
Right.
There's no direction,
Yeah.
At how many, unless there's buried numbers like people think with steps or GPS or whatever.
Sure.
And that's possible, but the way it is right now, you got no way to know where to begin to start looking in those trees.
I agree, and that's always kind of confused me. I mean,
Yeah,
but to use the images as guides, does that really serve as Forrest saying there's a good the clues will take you to the treasure, but the hints will help you with the clues, right? So is he saying the images help you with the clues? I guess. I mean, does that work?
Yeah, I think the illustrations are definitely a part of it.
Alan, what do you think?
Well, let him finish first before I jump.
Okay.
Yeah. The other thing I thought, for me when I was going through it is I thought that whenever there's anything, verbiage or pictures that seemed kind of out of place or forced, I looked at them like, okay, is that a possible clue, Like the picture of the tiger skin in Vietnam, and you happen to say it's 9 foot long,
Right. Little things like that.
In there? Yeah. Little things like that. Like what? Same things with like the story of him shooting the birds for dinner and stuff. I'm like, that seems like a really strange story to relay. So I think Alan's kind of the same way. Like things like the Biddy story, it's such a stupid little story. I think it's well, I got my opinion on my kind of a thing, but I think he was using a metaphor for something in his solve, and I think that image is part of it.
I like it. I mean, I'll sit on it and think about it. I don't know how to apply it yet.
Have Indy tell me what she thinks about that bird and the moon.
I mean, I think if I speak for Indy, and she'll jump in, but if I speak for Indy, the bird on the moon was kind of where that was dictating where Indy's search area was going to be, and that was on that closer to that border of Montana. And and she's shaking her head. Okay, I'm gonna lower the volume real quick, and then have Indy say it out loud, and then we'll respond. So
okay, yeah.
The
Go
host
on
has unmuted your mic. Host.
I'm doing this. I'm in charge of the audio. Just go.
Okay, so what's the question? What I think about the bird in the moon?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, to sum it up and not break your brain, throughout history, in regards to the symbolic representation of the Holy Grail, which is knowledge and the bloodline of Christ and stuff like that, whatever you want to call it, the guardians of said knowledge were depicted as a turtle dove in the moon. So I think that Fenn's turtle dove in the moon not only depicts that you are seeking knowledge and it is represented as the Grail and / the Emerald Ring, but also he's holding secrets throughout the book to help you obtain that knowledge. And in order for you to get the knowledge, you have to show you're worthy by solving the 9 clues.
All right, fair enough. Caller, what do you think?
That's pretty close. Yeah, I'll was wondering if at one point she was saying some stuff about the owl of Minerva, and I didn't know what that was all about. But yeah, turtle dove. Okay, here's the best evidence I have about the moon and maybe its symbology. There's a poem. I can't remember the guy's name now because I don't have my little book of notes, but a poem called "The Bells," right? And it's all about how bells represent stages of life. And so that symbol, turtle dove, floating on a silver moon, is wedding bells. And it's right, you know, the poem goes all the way from birth to death, which is, you know, one of the themes of the storyline in the poem, you know.
Right.
So that was my best definition of that. The other thing weird about the moon that, you know, maybe it's something, maybe it's not, is the type of moon that it is it's called a waxing gibbous, and it's only seen in the morning sky in the eastern sky. So if you took time to get that accurate, that also fits into my particular thing, but I don't know if other people think that or not.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's actually the same phase of the moon that they used for D-Day. If everyone looked up about D-Day, they used the phases of the moon in order to win the war. So there's that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know about that. Yeah, the thing I thought was most interesting is that you could only see it in the early morning and in the eastern sky. So it kind of gives you a directional thing, although it's hard with a two-dimensional picture to know where he's looking and where the moon is and stuff. But it kind of lines up with my particular thoughts.
Yeah.
Now, Ben, I'm going to ask you, because it's the first time I got to call in. I know you're not a solve guy. You don't want to do solve. But if you want to go to Google Earth, I can show you something that looks pretty cool to me.
All right. If it's just quickly go to Google Earth, I can do that.
Yeah. Now, I'll lose everybody here because it's not in Wyoming. But
oh, boy.
Yeah,
oh, yeah. You've already lost 80%.
Yeah, I tried to do this with Toby one time on AGK, but because of the delay, he never did get to the right picture. So, Google it or type in Lagarita, Colorado.
Spell it.
And then LA space GARITA, Lagarita, Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah, and then once you get there, start going to like the 10 o'clock position, and you'll see a green valley in a road, and it'll go up to a place that'll pop up on the map, and it'll say Hell's Gate.
Carnero Creek or Carnero Creek?
Yeah, Carnero Creek. Yeah, follow that. To me, that was my explanation for in tight focus with a word that is key was the ram's head last on the box. But that's just me. Carnero is Spanish for ram.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And then where am I ending this at?
Right there. Go zoom down on that and you should see some words pop up that say Hell's Gate.
Hellgate, yeah.
Yeah, you see it?
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's the area that, to me, matches the stumps in the last picture. Because when you're on the ground there, the one on the northern side is cleared just like the stump you're standing on if he was to draw the green giant, i.e. the helicopter.
Interesting.
Now, if you go up to where you can see both sides again, and then focus on the north side, got to get up higher, though, like where you can see both sides at once. You'll see north of the north side of the cliff, a thing that looks like a giant arrowhead pointing at the end of a rock rainbow. And this is something I think you would have probably flown over a million times. Other things, there's an airport within a mile, like 2 miles, and a, what do they call it? Stuff he's into again with the Neolithic man.
Right.
That was a site there with, cave paintings or whatever. So I'm sure you would have been drawn to see that too at some point.
Interesting. Just the fact that it could be a site alone related to the treasure would be interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to go, but because of COVID, it's on private land, and the little store that holds the key to the gate was closed because of COVID, so I couldn't go through.
Cool, bro.
I don't know if you got there yet. Are you in the 3D mode right now?
I should be.
Oh, you?
Wait, what?
He's asking if I was in 3D mode.
Yeah, you'll get it here pretty soon. Just focus on the north side, the dry-looking side. There, ooh, you can almost see it. And then you don't want to be in the gorge. You want to look to the north of that rock face there.
North.
Yeah, keep going. And then zoom up a little bit because you're going to need to look down on it. The thing is big, so this thing that looks like an arrowhead is probably like 30 feet across. You're on the wrong spot now. Go back. Yeah, you see it? Right there.
How am I missing
Right
this
there.
arrowhead?
You don't see the arrowhead right there?
Yeah, no, but sometimes I'm not good at this kind of shit when I can't see the arrowhead, like.
Yeah, okay, you see where shadows are.
Right.
Okay, go to the shadows and look north of the shadows.
I tell you what, just this is another email me one, because if I do end up liking it, I don't even want to do a show. I just go check this place out.
Cool. So here's the last little bit about that. So what I thought was interesting is the rocks are arched there, and the big arrowhead points to the left edge of it, and where he writes his little epitaph thing, the one-liner that starts with I. The I is on the far left, and that's right where the arrow.
Okay.
And it seems like a place. I'm ashamed to say I never got up there, but I went to the site 2 times, 2 different days, and found
Yeah, I mean,
things.
Doesn't look too difficult to get to and get out of your car and walk around in, and.
Yeah, it's a little farther than you think. Man, the first time I went out there, I thought I was going to get it. I just got out of town and started checking up this mountain. Yeah, about 500 feet up. I'm, passing.
Right. It's what.
It's farther and steeper than it looks. But
that's a good point.
Anyhow, yeah.
All right, cool means, man.
Too bad you can't see that. Oh, hey, that's another thing that's part of the drawing on the stump. Makes a point of having one black stripe that comes down and can almost be considered an arrow point. Well, that is where I saw a big boulder that looked just like the head of a dog, and I thought that might be the place. I dug under the nose of that dog that came up with nothing. Anyhow, I think that last drawing is the key to the thing. I think wherever you're at, it has to look like that last drawing.
If I ever drive past a place that kind of looks like it, I'll always turn my head squirrel and look at it and go, that looks just like that last drawing. That's on the side of the road. You don't actually think it's a solve, but you're like, I wonder if that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
And regarding things about things that could be forced into the poem.
Right.
So when he says the end is drawing nigh, well, the most common use of that term from the Bible and stuff is just the end is nigh. When you see a guy holding up a sign that says the end is nigh, he injected the word drawing in there for what reason? I don't know.
Right.
I think that last drawing is key. Okay. That's all I got to say. I'll let you guys get back to it.
Appreciate it, dude.
Hey, you tell Ashley she did a great job on the video, and it was fun watching it.
I will. Thank you so much.
And you were by far the worst karaoke before.
Thank you again. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Have a good one.
Talk to you later.
Bye-bye. That's funny.
You were the worst, Ben. The worst.
I really was.
And you had the most fun.
I did. That's the other part. I had the most fun. All right, so Alan sent me a couple images.
Yes.
All right. So.
The E is hidden in the hat. It's just right on the edge. You see it.
L-A-Z.
Z and then E.
Now the key here is there is when you look at it with like a magnifying glass on your own book, you do see the coloration change too. It almost looks brown.
Oh, I was on mute.
But,
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, dude.
No, I was gonna say none of this was in the original. That's all. That was like my opening statement.
So let's go back and forth. Let's do back and to the left. Back and to the left.
Hold on, Ben, here.
Back.
And
to the left.
Crap. Ryan did this. Check this out. Look at your Facebook real fast. It'll make it easier for you.
But I like doing back and to the left.
Just
all right.
Share that one. It's easier.
I like back and to the left. It's much more dramatic.
Fine. Whatever. It's your channel.
I know how to entertain the masses. Hold on. I'm kidding. Here we go. All right. So, drawing in the book, drawing beforehand, and our biddies.
It depends on this one, at least, if you're focused on the biddies or not. But either way,
I think it also depends on your version of the book.
Yeah.
I think people with first editions, 9th editions, whatever, should check. The one with the different ISBN number, we should check those. See if there's differences in those. It might sound crazy, but it's something to do.
Hey,
But
Fenn's
it's gonna
looking
be
at
too-
the aberration too in the image. Do you see where his eyes are going?
Whose?
Fenn's the boy with the striped shirt, right?
I know that. I'm just saying.
And his eyes are directed towards the aberration of the mirror image of the guy that once folded gives you
Right.
blades.
It was Fred looking at himself as an old man, laughing at the biddy who used to laugh at him. The metaphor imagery of the original image, in my opinion, is great. Young Fenn looking at his old self, who's wise enough to laugh at that stupid biddy who was talking shit about him. That's the way I interpret this original image. But
Which,
it's been
normally you just walk away from that. Like, it's just an illustration. But even Ben, look at Fenn's right elbow. It's the same right elbow as the guy with the blaze hat. That is not an accident. It is all copied, pasted, cut and pasted, edited. And if you're telling me that Alan Polt did this, it's a lie. That's a complete lie. So who did this?
Look at the stripes. The stripes are added, right? And so you see the stripe matches one piece, but why does it stop on the arms? That the stripes have to be something too, because one, they were added from the original, and two, they don't match the shirt.
Or he wants a motif
of the stripes, because I have a
right, it could be
confirmation
red hair.
answer for everything in this goddamn illustration.
I know. So honestly, the first argument should just be, just before we even think it's something, is maybe it's red herring. We just have to think that maybe at first, just until something proves otherwise. Because sure, he has the stripes, but there's stripes all over the book. Sometimes we see Nixon, but in other places there's just stripes. So maybe he knows he has images hidden in one of the stripes, so he's going to throw in more stripes as he can to obfuscate the one image with stripes that actually does mean something.
But he did the same thing. He did the same thing in the epilogue. In the epilogue, whatever you guys know, epilogue and page, whatever that page is, that's not correct. The original illustration was mirrored. There was like stumps added. It was like, actually, I think I sent you, Ben, the link, but it's like, it's a Wayback Machine, but it's on Dowell's site, so it doesn't work anymore. But it's like, even the epilogue was wrong. Like, it's mirrored, like it doubled all the stumps, like everything is wrong. So which one is right, though? Was it what he told Alan Polt to do, or was it what he did at the end? And then or is it nothing, and then ignore everything? But because there's so much discrepancy between the originals and then hidden messages, subtle messages, like you have to assume that there's something to it.
It's a treasure hunting book.
Exactly.
Pavetta, what's up, dude? Can we hear you this time?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you very well.
Okay, nice. Well, yeah, I made this other image. I was just taking a second to look at it because you guys were talking about it, and it looks like, I don't know if you've mentioned this, but this guy on the far left looks like a composite of pieces of the other people in the image.
Agreed.
You can see the hat, the head, the shirt, the arm.
He's all of them.
Yeah.
Very interesting. He's all of them. And we have, what do you make of the ... lettering off the side of the left-hand side of that hat? What do you make of that?
I've got to get my book to take a close look at it. I only have this photo that I took on my computer right now, but it looks pretty suspicious.
Right?
Like it looks like it reads Blaze. Yeah.
I mean, now here's the key, though. Here's the key. You don't have to fold the page to see Blaze, right?
No. This is doing no folding. Yeah.
Right.
I didn't catch the folding part. What do you get?
Folding creates the X.
So when you fold, just as you have it circled right here, going to his part, if you fold, they're two mirrored images, and then they create an X together. The Blaze part of his hat remains, and then this kind of this part, I guess, turns into like an arrow with the fold. Now on the first edition, that doesn't necessarily happen perfectly with that arrow part, but the rest does. So like if I do this, I didn't really want to do it to the first edition, to be honest with you, but I
but where's the fold line running?
You're doing it like it's a little annoying because you have to match them up. So you're doing it like almost downward diagonally, and then once you have that line, then you can see it. But you have to do it like
My God, your fold is giving me anxiety.
I know, it's awful. Indy, don't you have a folded page? Can you just show it? I don't know where my folded page.
I literally just sent it to you a little bit ago.
No, I want people to see you physically fold it and unfold it.
You're gonna have to have Gigi come on.
Can I jump in for a second and just ask Bavetta? Because I know Ben's a folder, and people that are into Mad Magazine probably are folders. I've never folded a single page in my life, but there's something to these illustrations that are wrong, and not wrong. I mean, intentionally manipulated, and that cannot be argued. Like it's for people to say that the illustrations don't matter. That's one thing, but to say that they weren't manipulated, I will 100% argue against that every time. So Bavetta, I've never folded anything, but I'm in the same boat. Like there's something to the illustrations.
So you haven't even bothered to fold my page 122, 123.
Well, I have done that. I've done the key backward. And
all right.
I've done.
As long as you've done that.
Yeah, I think I would have to have good reason to fold, like an indication that you should fold, because otherwise you could probably fold it to look like
right, but
a lot of different ways.
But Vetta, don't you think you have that indication when you just do this simple yellow line that you draw and you see it's a completely mirrored image? It begs you to fold it.
I mean, the hat and the head you're talking about?
No, the on their vest. There's the follow my mouse if you can, if it's in real time. On the vest, it creates this half a X, almost a la half the knight's shield in Indiana Jones 3. And on the other side, you have the completed X of his vest. When you fold them over, they make one completed X on the vest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's enough.
Well, if it was just this, I would agree with you. But then we have the ... lettering here on the side of the hat.
I have to wonder what that is about. Like, is the hat the blaze? Is what he's saying, or is the blaze a hat? Like, that's one idea. I would go more direct like that as opposed to trying to make something else from it.
Hey, Alan, do you want to tell him what our blaze was?
Well, no. We've had a few, but Bavetta, I agree with you, because instead of folding pages, in my mind, it was just like a mirror solve, and it's looking for things like that. And some people will say like, "Oh, this illustration is not doctored; it's just a lazy illustrator." No, it's like 100%. It's post production. This was an illustration that was edited, and then this is what we see. And for people that say
more effort was put in,
yeah, it's more effort, and it's post production, and it's all Force Fenn. Has to be all Force Fenn, because Alan Polt will tell you right now, I got no clues, I have no idea anything. He told me to draw something, and I drew it. But then, how does this happen? So, how does Alan Polt get an instruction to draw something, and then this is what the product is in a book, a treasure hunting book? That's where I'm saying there's something in the illustrations that Alan Pohl doesn't know, that Forrest Fenn may have alluded to, but it seems extremely obvious to me.
Well, I mean, it already.
Hold on. I think Bavetta was trying to talk, but the volume was super low, so we couldn't hear him. Bavetta, did you say anything real quick?
Oh no, just briefly. What does it for me more so than like the mirroring or the changing the images, because that could have been done by the person putting the book together. You know, maybe they decided it didn't look balanced or something like that, and they could take the like the Illustrator file and kind of modify it a little bit to make it look more like what Fenn wants. But the thing that does it for me is the blaze, the part that looks like it says blaze. Like that seems like it's an indication of something more so than, you know, this looks like there's something there then.
Right. And frankly, I would argue back. I don't believe for a second that Forrest Fenn would give any kind of creative control like that up to where he's allowing people to just mess with his illustrations, where he then later in life, 5 years later, does interviews and says, guys, look at the illustrations. Look at the illustrations I let a bunch of publishers mess around with and I had nothing to do with in my treasure hunting book. The logic ceases there to me. It's a treasure hunting book. He's going to take control of every little square inch of that book that he can. That's why you self-publish. Yeah, sorry, Indy.
So I just want to say one thing that makes it where Fenn, I think, is alluding to, you need to look at the imagery, is when he's talking about seeing faces in the shower. Do you remember in the very beginning where he talks about the skylight? He says he doesn't like to take showers. What?
Peekaboo art, scrapbook. I don't know what, but it's called peekaboo art. Yes, and he puts duct tape over the tiles so the creatures don't look at them, and the skylight.
Speaking of pareidolia.
Yeah, but he also says it in the book too.
Right. Speaking of pareidolia, like I personally didn't want to use pareidolia for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase because I felt like that's just too. I could get too far gone in that, but I could never, ever, ever disparage someone for using pareidolia in their solve when the treasure hunter hider talks about pareidolia. You can't talk shit about someone using pareidolia if the person in charge talks about pareidolia. Am I wrong?
Don't ask me that. I mean, don't ask me that.
Bavetta, what do you think? Is Bavetta still here? Or did we lose him?
I'm sorry, I muted it. Yeah, like what are you describing exactly? Like you
just pareidolia in general, not specifically that this is pareidolia, nor that it solves anything, but just the mere concept that Forrest may have snuck in the concept of pareidolia as a requirement of either a part of the solve or the whole solve itself.
Yeah, and Bavetta, I think the answer to your question is pareidolia is finding familiar patterns in things that shouldn't have patterns. So if you're Google Earthing yourself over a location and whoever scribbled this yellow thing right here, and that's 9 Mile Hole for some reason, that's pareidolia. Like, oh, I think I see Forrest Fenn's elbow over 9 Mile Hole at this exact spot. That's pareidolia, but it might be correct. Like, for all we know, like I have no idea. That's pareidolia. Finding familiar things on things that you shouldn't find them familiar.
So when did Fenn talk about that? Like, did he say that something looks like
peekaboo art? That's what I was just peekaboo art. I'm not looking at chat. It's definitely a scrapbook. He said he was looking at the bathroom tiles. There were monsters, there was creatures, there were things looking at him that had faces and eyes and heads. That is pareidolia. It's called peekaboo art, and it's definitely a scrapbook. But I mean, not that proves anything.
Right, it doesn't. It just means it should at least be on the table.
Yeah, but it proves that Forrest Fenn put out a scrapbook specifically talking about pareidolia, which is finding faces and things in things that are inanimate.
It's more like, right. It's anthropomorphizing your map. You know, it's just, it's finding shapes and patterns and faces in your map. On a basic version. And frankly, Fenn might have mocked that concept as a way to solve his poem. Maybe, I don't know. But he talked about it in the scrapbook. And again, I was one of the guys who said no to the scrapbooks, no to anagrams. I'm going to read the book over and over again. I'm going to read the poem over and over again. I'm going to look up my words. That was my solve strategy because anything else felt like chaos. But now I was nowhere closer to solving. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm still of the belief that I don't care how simple the poem was in interpretation, fine, 1 through 8. There was a trick. There was something to do with this poem that no one else did in order to find this chest, unless you cheated. So I still don't know what that something is you had to do to get that aha. Oh shit! Yeah, now we solved it. Everybody feels like they have that. Fine, none of y'all have the chest when you say it. But Jack has the chest, but you know what? He doesn't say there's the aha. So even he's missing something. So that's where I stand. Anyway, sorry for that.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Anything else, Pavetta?
No, that's all. Thanks.
Good stuff, man. Talk to you soon.
Pavetta.
So yeah.
I was going to ask Pavetta. Pavetta, are you still here? Maybe he's gone.
No, we lost him. Okay. Yeah. Huh.
But that you know what? That's Pavetta and myself are on opposite ends of the spectrum, I would say. Not in negative ways. I'm a pareidolia guy. I'm looking at Google Earth stuff. He does too, but he's more logical. He's a research guy. But that's like you can't be one or the other.
Hey, by the way, it's Scrapbook 116. Doesn't 116 have isn't that an important number? They use it in another way, shape, or form. I'm not sure. Huli also says, Jack walked past it, but found it where he started. It just feels like the Jack story is like trying to teach us a story, teach us a lesson. Okay, you guys couldn't figure it out. So this is like part 2, fake finder, fake solve, but strategies on how to actually find it. I don't want to go there. I'm not going there, but they leave us no choice, do they not? Can you see all the clues and take your eyes? Well, that to me means I have to see all 9 clues in the same spot. And that to me is what I always thought was the trick to the poem. Beginning of where one waters halt is also where you end it. But I don't know anything in between. Because that's the only way. That's the only way. Fenn's quote where he goes, you got to get in your car and drive to clue 1. That's the only way that quote makes sense, is if you begin it where you fucking end it too. Because if you need to go to clue 9 instead and that's somewhere else, why didn't you just drive to clue 9? Oh, because you had to get in your car and look. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to solve clues 1 through 8 one time, and I'm going to go home. And I'm just going to drive all the way to clue 9. I'm still fucking skipping and cheating what you said I have to do. Why am I driving to clue 1 if I can go deeper in the rabbit hole to clue 8? Unless I have to be at clue all of it.
My answer to that was you have to fish the first leg, or at least acknowledge fishing. But that, you know, I don't even know if that pertains to any solve, but
the closest I've seen, and with the fishing solve too, the closest I've seen to having to like go forward, then go back a little bit in the solve, and then in your movements was the oil tree. That's the closest thing I've seen to that concept of, okay, you're stuck. You know you're stuck. Being stuck is what ahas you. And the only way you would have gotten the aha is by being boots on the ground and seeing the oil tree. Okay, sure. But again, then you're implying a much more intricate solve than a simple poem solution.
Okay.
Because oil tree has many permutations to it that are not simple.
My thought.
I don't trust anything about 9 Mile.
My thought, yeah, of course. I don't believe that at all. My thought was always that between begin at where warm waters halt and the home of Brown, you're fishing. I've always thought that. And then you get in the water and cross the river below the home of Brown. Wherever that was always my thought. Like you
begin at where warm waters halt.
Yeah.
So if home of Brown is the fishing hole at 9 Mile Hole, you begin it where warm waters halt also at that fishing hole, is what you're saying.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a 9-mile solver.
Well,
So.
hypothetically speaking, let make up your fishing hole. Fishing hole, mystery fishing hole X, okay?
Yep.
And it's along mystery spot along the Madison River. Warm Waters Halt isn't some other plot in the river. You're saying Warm Waters Halt is literally where you're going to be stepping in to walk over to Home of Brown.
Or at least to fish for a bit. Yeah.
Clues 1 through 9 all occur after you get out of your car.
Yep. Yep.
You never get back in you don't go, oh, I know what clue 1 and 2 are. I'm driving to clue 3 now. You don't do that. You drive to clue 1. You get out of your car at clue 1. You walk into clue 2 and 3, but then taking it in the canyon down and too far, not far, but too far to walk. How do you make that work with staying at clue 1?
It's your eyes. You're taking in the
water.
scenery.
I agree. I thought taking in the canyon down meant taking the Marvel gaze the canyon down. That's using the poem to solve the poem. It is defined within the poem. It is your Marvel gaze. Begin your Marvel gaze where Warm Waters Halt. Take your Marvel gaze in the canyon down, not far, but too far to walk. Stay right here and put yourself in below the Home of Brown, right in the fishing hole. That makes sense to me.
Well, you can't deny either that he's using the symbolic representation of the Fisher King, and he's guarding the castle, which is Home of Brown.
None of that has something to do with the poem, though, Indy.
It has everything to do with the poem.
No, it doesn't. Fisher King is not in the poem.
It is in the poem because
no, it's not.
The fishing spot is how you fucking get the knowledge.
The words Fisher King are nowhere in the poem.
Fenn is the kingfisher.
Fine. That's your opinion. Nowhere in the poem.
Dear God, an archaeologist of all people.
Yeah, I think this is why I'm an archaeologist. There have to be rules. There have to be rules. It's the only thing that keeps us from going crazy sometimes. Even if you're on the right track, we have to have something that gets us back to the right track. We can't just jump to it.
You do know the Arthurian lore of the kingfisher or the Fisher King is about guarding his favorite fishing hole so that he could protect the grail, which is the knowledge that is in front of the castle, which is Home of Brown, right?
Again, if it says, if there's somewhere in the poem that says a castle is the Home of Brown, show me.
Okay, try the freaking front cover of freaking Once Upon a While.
That's not the poem.
Oh my God.
Show me something. I'm giving you an example of how I
need a mimosa.
And this is how I solve. And if you're going to want to be boots on the ground with me and just have debate, this is what you need is a debate. I'm sorry, but this is how I handle this. There's nothing in the poem that says that. Now, there may be in the book.
How can you say it has nothing to do with it when the poem itself is the fishing hole?
I understand, but I don't care if you have a perfect solve that makes perfect sense with the story behind everything. You need a solve with the poem that matches this, and that does not involve Fisher King or Kingfisher because none of that's in the poem. It might lead you to the same exact precise destination, but you can't assume it unless we can prove it within the poem itself because that's what Fenn told us to do.
The poem itself only tells us one thing. It's a fucking fishing hole. That's all it says.
Then you are contradicting what Forrest said. Follow the 9 clues in my poem. I needed a vehicle to get people to my treasure chest. That's the poem. Use the book for hints to the poem. If you're telling me the poem just tells you Fisher King, then you just jump from Fisher King to what?
I didn't say the poem says Fisher King. I said the poem leads you to his favorite fishing hole, correct? His favorite fishing spot? Are we all in agreement that the solution takes you to his favorite fishing spot?
Maybe. We don't know.
My point is this. It's not in the poem. The poem is the fishing spot. And Fenn is the Fisher King that wants you to find his fishing spot because that's where he guards the knowledge, which is the solution. Fuck.
Again, the poem doesn't tell us that. The poem might hint to that.
I quit.
The poem might hint to that. Doesn't tell us that.
Oh my
God. You gotta
God.
make a distinction. When you're picking out a solve area, you gotta make that distinction. You gotta have that poem double down on what your other part, what all this is saying. The poem has to double down on that, but it has to double down on it in some way. This is just going back to basics, rebooted Ben on how I deal with solves and how I deal with the research. It might not be right, but that's how I was going to tackle this. I don't care. I'm going to look into every nook and cranny revolving around the Forrest Fenn life or the chest itself, everything that you're discussing. But again, that can only help me. I can't use that to create a solve within the poem. The poem has to give me the solve.
Oh, dear God.
That's just how I roll.
I don't like your games right now, Ben. I'm not liking the game.
There's no game. I'm giving you a glimpse into how I deal with research when I go boots on the ground. Was I any different, Alan, when we were researching? Ha ha ha.
Never.
This is how I am. If you're gonna get into battle mode and want to research with me, anybody who wants to do this with me, this is what I'm gonna do to my own solves and your solves.
And indeed, you have to agree that this chase, the Forrest Fenn chase, is like the most anything goes at this point. Like no one knows anything. Everyone's lying to each other. There's conspiracies, there's not conspiracies. There's family ties, there's not family ties. It's like there's secret hints, there's not secret hints. There's secret videos, there's not secret videos. It's ridiculous. Like where else do you find a ridiculous hunt like that? So the fact that we're even still alive here on a stream, even hoping for the best, I think that's cool, at the least.
It doesn't make anything Indy saying wrong or not the end game of the whole thing. But I got to do it in the steps that I got to do it in.
End game, though, that's a phrase that...
I'm really close to just telling Ricky Chenko off in a second. I have a sneaky suspicion it's Bobby Brass.
Oh, just ignore it. Just ignore it.
They're saying I need to do
Untrue, Alan
jumping
K.
jacks.
Zozo, something you said is untrue, according to Zozo. What was it, Zozo?
What? Me? What?
I know. Zozo said untrue, Alan K. I'm trying to figure out what they're saying is untrue. Put one foot down and step on it takes you to the next step. Sure sounds like me getting into a river, that's for sure. But it also sounds like me getting into a car. I mean, you can interpret it so many ways, right?
I want to dig up. Not that I can't be wrong ever, but I don't like to misspeak. So if Zozo, if I said something blatantly wrong about something, let me know.
I don't know. Zozo just followed up with, I know the answers.
No, it was, we will never know. And then he said, yes, we will. You're wrong. Like one of those. Like, yeah, nope. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
You have to watch Vikings. God, that shit went off the rails in season 3. Anyway, what?
No, but that's the point. It's like, I think don't get me down my frustration roll.
Oops, my finger slipped.
Oh, good Lord. Finding DB Cooper. I said flying DB Cooper. That's also almost a better name. Any updated fishing trip with Alan? Hell yeah, we're going to be including Packer Jack and Copper Dan. They're going to be joining us because Packer Jack and Copper Dan are not getting me. We're going on a trip to an undisclosed tropical location with none other than Gary Drayton from Oak Island. And we're going to do some metal detecting with him. So awesome. Had to invite him on the fishing trip. Everybody's invited on the fishing trip. It's tentatively scheduled. I'm going to be there from around June 2 to about June 9. But we're probably going to focus on this fishing fiasco frenzy Friday maybe. And Friday, what is that, the 5th or the 4th or something like that? And we'll all go fishing and everyone can chill and drink and party with us. And then, maybe we'll all barbecue that night and do a camp out. And I'll have Matt, we'll have a few plots reserved at the Madison campground or something like that.
Yeah, I'm just going to rent an easement. I'm going to make sure I rent an easement because that's what Fenn talked about in the Forrest Fenn Playboy interview. If you rent an easement property, you can do whatever you want. So
interesting. We got to follow all the Fenn rules especially for first time. I think he would love the fact that first time fly fisher, first time fly fisher.
That's
a couple of other old fogies.
That's a quadruple F alliteration. First time.
Dude, I'm all about the alliteration. Yeah, baby. I think Fenn was too. I think he secretly loved alliteration. That's my secret Fenn theory that I'd love to confirm with a Doug Preston. Was Fenn in love with alliteration? Because I am too. I have a fondness for it.
See, even interviewing Douglas Preston, I mean, I don't know if you read his books. Douglas Preston is like he's an amazing writer. But he's crazy. He's crazy. I mean, you have to be crazy to write those books.
Alan, you want to take this or should I? Ben, if Addicts didn't write Ha Ha Ha, why does his ex-girlfriend Diane Dalby have 1,000 original copies of Ha Ha Ha?
Ha ha ha! Wrong on many statements. Diane
Dalby's an interesting character, isn't she?
Well, can I give a short answer?
Sure.
Diane doesn't have any copies of the book, and then we'll go from there.
She says she does.
Well,
she gets copies.
A lot of
her
people
request, maybe. But I'd love for anyone to pull the trigger on the deal she offers. Yeah.
I was gonna say, finding DB Cooper, you might be coming in from a different angle than like everyone else here. So if you're coming in from a ha angle, I'd love to hear more and love to bounce some ideas off. But Diane Dalby does not have copies of the book. Diane Dalby gets copies of the book from Judy Van Cleve, who is the copyright owner. So Diane Dalby does not have any, and you spelled her name wrong multiple ways.
Dolby Digital. Nah, I assume there's a typo. Diane Dalby, A-L-B.
Which is totally fine. Totally fine. But I'm saying.
It doesn't matter. Point is, there's a story out there, sure, but that story is incorrect. Just in the simple basis of like there's factual errors in it. Not to mention now there's a new competing story, finding DB Cooper. Again, I'm not sure if you heard it, but Rod Addicts actually stole it from another criminal who actually wrote it, and that's actually the one who has the original manuscript, and he was a convicted rapist. And that's who also the son of the guy who was murdered by Rod Addicts. He accidentally was the one, I think, who made it available to the rapist, even though the rapist has nothing to do with his father's murder. If you don't see what we're trying to say here is magically since 1983 there hasn't been a single break in the Ha 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 case.
That's the point.
And in 2021-22. Not only do we find stuff, you find stuff, a couple others find stuff, all bam, 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 bam. Now, some might say they've known this for 6 weeks. They've known this for 6 months. Oh, I knew this for a couple of years. I've never seen proof to any of it. I've talked to both Diane Dalby and Judy Van Cleve extensively multiple times. Alan and I have our opinions on both of them. Again, Judy Van Cleve, who is for veterans of America, widowed wives, who poses with 2 presidents of the United States. I doubt she bought a stolen copy, but let's pretend she didn't know it was stolen, bought a copy of a treasure hunting book about another felony crime that was committed and bought that from a criminal currently in jail. That was Diane Dalby's business decision.
From murder.
Does that make sense to you, man? Like, honestly, does that really make sense to you?
Yep. It's kind of like 9 Mile Hole. I mean,
none of that means Forrest Fenn. We're just covering the broad portion of this now. No way does that make sense. And then with the inclusion of the new parts of the story that have come out from the same players, it's chaos. It's a chaos created on purpose. It's nonsense. And by the way, the Cigna Books Limited, we can't find the court case that claims to have been. There was a lawsuit against. There were claims of this. We've gone through the court cases throughout the state every single year. Oregon and Washington. I even think we did a couple others just to double check. Nothing. So that part of the story has just been unfoundedly proven to be nothing but hot air. Not saying it's coming from any one particular individual. It's coming from this strange people who are part of this weird, strange, what I would call cover up. Now I've missed some of the things you might have said, dude. So let me get back to you, okay? He goes. So you're saying she doesn't? I can prove she does. She sent me a bunch. Yeah, she might have sent you 30 or 40 or 50 or even 100 or 200. I guarantee you she got them from Judy Van Cleve. Because that's how she's... We were doing an offer for 10,000. Then I wanted to start with 20. And it's like, okay, well, I still need to check with my... And then, believe me, man, this person doesn't tell the truth.
Hey,
we have other parts of the story that she has.
Finding DB Cooper. Can I have one, please? Just send me one.
So who was the criminal who stole my phone? What was the name of the other dude now? We had that written down. It was public. It was made public. What was the name of the rapist? I can't remember it. This is why we should talk, dude. We should just do like a private Zoom. I'm telling you. I think you'd find it interesting. either way, Judy Van Cleve buying it from a convicted felon of either rape or murder. For what? I don't understand. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
And then, you know what? Again, on top of it, which is that, you know, I hate going from those words to anything else.
Set it up, Alan. Set it up for maybe for next week or something. Just saying, check the screen.
Sweet,
Got
man.
you. You can give a message.
Can you,
All right,
can you actually hear me? Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. It goes back to K-Pro's comment. So that's where, like, you know, my hope, I don't know if it's hope or, you know,
it's definitely some hope.
Yeah.
Right. Let's be honest with ourselves. Keep going. I don't even know where you're going to go with it, but I'm assuming some of this is hope. Keep going.
No, it's like it can't be discounted. So I know whoever Sir was that was just saying things, you know, that were discounting. Then K-Pro comes in saying Forrest Fenn was not DB Cooper, which is fine. But the family knows who was DB Cooper. It's like, what? How does someone like K-Pro say something like
a big
that?
statement.
That's crazy to me.
She didn't share that info with us, nor should she had to have. But for her to come out and say it now, again, she deleted it, she edited it.
Yeah.
I commented asking, there was no response. I assume there's probably just a story behind. She maybe her theme, I think, from watching on their YouTube show is really want to put it out, but I'm gonna have to wait till, like, you know, quadruple confirmation or something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So, like, very careful, which is fine.
But I prefer zero at this point. I prefer zero confirmation. Like, I just want to hear who you heard it from, why you think that's valid, like, and then we'll destroy it. Which, you know, that's
we'll destroy it.
That's how that works.
I would ask, you know, parts of it. I've been keeping an eye back on that. I think Nick and I, if we ever spoke again, would get along. Eric, I know he and I got along. I think let's pretend in the 1% chance that we ended up being right. Not that Forrest Fenn is DB Cooper. Let's say Forrest Fenn had a secret friend. We didn't even know who the guy was, right?
Yep.
It was never in his stories. It turns out to be no one we never knew, but he happened to know them, right? And that was DB Cooper, and he had proof. He has a rolled up original $20 bill, right? A multitude of original $20 bills, right? Just one, but let's just pretend, okay? In that 1% chance, that's what happens. Would the DB Cooper community just be like, at that point, the non-Fenn DB Cooper community, wouldn't you all be like, oh, fucking dope, finally, we figured it out? Again, we didn't figure, we would be all part of figuring it out. Half the reason guys like Alan and I, and this is to the DB community, half the reason guys like Alan and I think someone like Forrest Fenn or someone related to him could be is because we've seen and been a part of, either lurking or silently or watched, all your hard work for fucking decades. So that's why. Otherwise, we'd be at the other suspects, just like maybe the other suspects have been talked about. But overall, I think you guys would all agree, we just don't know who. There's suspects, we just don't know who. It's that frustration that led someone like an Alan and I, who know about DB Cooper before we enter the chase, learn facts about the chase, and go, wait a second, this is connecting a lot of fucking strange dots to the DB Cooper thing. And then you start bringing that up to a few other people, and they're like, yeah, I was a DB Cooper fan too. It's connected to DB for some strange way. And then another one, and then another one, and another one. It only makes sense to those of us who have gone through the goddamn chase, which is madness, you DB Cooper guys. Don't do it. It's madness. Stay away from it if you can't tell already. It's madness. But it's so mad that it just may be true.
It just might be right. Yep. And I know it's crazy to even fathom. I've been saying that, like, even, you know what, man? I know you just disappeared again.
No, I'm here. I'm just grabbing the water.
I know, it's like I put together that presentation, and it's like I got 80% shit on, 20% respect, which is totally fine. I'm totally okay with that. I don't care if you shit on me. But
yeah,
like,
we're fine with that. We're Forrest Fenn chasers. We get shit on every day for our songs.
3 years of research about that exact topic, and I know other people, you know, and then I go, well, you know, DB Cooper.
Indy, where'd you go? We just went on this DB rant. I know, Indy, you went away from the DB rant, so I probably talked over you. But when Alan and I get into that DB shit, we go deep. And
sorry,
I think DB Cooper was having a healthy dialogue with us. So sorry about that, Indy. Come on back.
Yeah, sorry, Indy.
I think she was distracted with some chat and stuff. Finding DB. I mean, there's going to come a point in time, I think, where we prove or disprove that Forrest Fenn knew or didn't know or was part of this whole thing. When that day comes and it's not DB Cooper, we're still down for DB Cooper. We still believe we have a ha solve. And whether the DB Cooper wrote ha, which actually I don't think Alan and I do think that the real DB Cooper wrote it. There's just strange information in there. It feels like someone who did know the real DB Cooper. And there's cover-up stories being put out, like the Rod Addicts, and then the new one, which we'll get you the info on. And it's just like it becomes ha. It becomes laughable at some point. And the only person capable on the planet of this, for me, is a guy like Forrest Fenn. The only one who would be so audacious as to put "I did it for the thrill of the chase" in a 1983 book and then name his treasure hunting book in 2010 "The Thrill of the Chase."
Yeah. Meanwhile, he moves from Texas to Santa Fe, New Mexico, and opens an art gallery in 1972.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll get that story to him. We'll have that dialogue. But again, if none of it is true, I bet you, Alan and I were DB people before. We've been in the rabbit holes. We'll be ready to jump in the pool with you guys in the deep end. We're clouded right now. We think it's DB Cooper related. Until we can prove it's not, we're going to stay on that track. If we prove it's not Fenn related, then we're going to jump back into the deep end with you guys on just DB Cooper overall. And for Alan and I, it'll probably be a good reset, refresh, and maybe we can bring something to the table. Yeah. Who knows, right, Alan? I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like I'm totally fine being wrong. I love being proven wrong too. Just prove me wrong though. Don't tell me you think I'm wrong because of XYZ and that's it. Just like if
the Rod Addict story on the surface could be used as like, if we were on the flip side, I'd go, well, come on, this prisoner says he did it. There you go. There's the proof. Prove me wrong on the prisoner. That's the kind of game we should play. And I think that's what you and I have done. And I think that's where the dialogue stopped. I think we did disprove that fucking prisoner shit and did so to an extent which I'm satisfied we did. And you're satisfied. And I don't like to think, I mean, we're not going to pat myself. We're all victim of our own blindness and bias, but I think we did a good job making sure. Are we losing our minds here? Are we double checking our work? You know, that kind of shit.
Yeah. Well, I lost my mind about 20 years ago. So,
I mean, I fell in love with the DB Cooper case when I saw it on Unsolved Mysteries, like back in I saw like a rerun in like 1991 or 2 or something like that. And I was like, yo, what the hell? This happened? Ben, will you ever show the other hidden stuff in the case? I'm talking to Shiloh first before I do any decisions with that case. I need to talk to Shiloh. He put his business cards in there. I don't know what he intended for the winner to find out by winning the World Series of Fenn, which I believe is a pretty ironic, cool thing of, hey, if you win the poker tournament, it's very Fennish. I don't know why he put his business cards in there, but I'm following up on it. I want to see what Shiloh wants me to do with that before I do anything. Until then, let's pretend Shiloh never gets back to me and there was no intention to ever get contacted, or he didn't like me, and perhaps I'll still never share what's in there until this chase is over, completely over.
So I see Davia says prove a negative. I understand that concept. Davia, I'm not nearly as passionate as you on anything, to be very honest. Like I could tuck my tail and walk away tomorrow and never talk to any of you guys ever again. That's sad to me. Like that's a waste of my time. Like I'd rather engage, and this is more fun to me. Like it's more fun to talk about your spot in Silicon Valley, like Goat Rock. Like I'd rather go look at that than listen to the naysayers tell me that rock is just a rock. Like I'd rather go look at it. Like it's more interesting to do that kind of stuff than the alternative, which is be boring.
DS 1980 asks a pertinent question. I'll answer it. Now you're acting like Jack, Ben. Why do we continue to have to ask the family anything? The reason is because this involves Fenn's personal belongings. They're not mine. I won them. They're not mine. I want to know what he really wants done with them first before I start asking questions about what may or may not be in that box, in addition to that, meanings behind things and whatnot, as it pertains to the chase. Let me handle it the way I'm going to handle it. Have faith in the way I've handled everything else. Have faith in the fact that I haven't been a hypocrite, that I do share, that I do come through, that I don't monetize myself off of it. Have faith DS 1980. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Let me do my thing. I'll get it out. I've never been not public about what I intend to do once I get information that's actually, like that's it, right? Whatever that information is. If it proves it's in New Mexico, if it proves it's in fucking Timbuktu, that information is coming out, and it's going to come out for free because Forrest Fenn's story is worth it for everyone to know. So have faith in a Maverick.
You know what? I think that's a challenge, though, again, because as we're supposed to have faith in a Maverick and the Maverick that we're all here on behalf of, we're also questioning everything he's ever done and said. So,
and to the guys, and I get this is a little trolly, and this is why I'm cutting you off. Sorry, dude. But if Shiloh cared about the flies and what you did with them, he wouldn't have gave them away. Fair, but he also would have put his business card in there. And then now that I see like a picture like this, I mean, look at this guy got his whiskey out. He's taking his time with this thing. There was thought and effort put into this.
You didn't
I
even
say that
drink
I see that as someone who was humbled by this fucking prize. I didn't like the fact that I teared up on camera, but so be it. Like, I was humbled by this shit. I don't care what anyone thinks. This is effort. Does he not care? Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe do whatever you want with it, man. You got them. They're yours. And if that's all he says to me, great. Then we're in a different ballgame. But then I'll talk about anything else. But let me do my thing. Have some faith. That's all I'm asking. Is that fair, Alan?
I think it's extremely fair. I want that hat, though.
That friggin' hat, man. How about that? Maybe that's next year's prize for the World Series of Fenn. No, I doubt it. I bet that one. No, never. And look at Willie. Is this Willie? This is Willie, right?
Yep.
Is Willie still here with us? Look at that condescending look from Willie.
He looks like a fly.
It looks like he's judging me. I don't know what I did to Willie. Maybe he wants that whiskey.
Was that a rhododendron in the background?
Oh, I'm not a botanist, man. You tell me.
I don't know. It's whiskey. It's undrinking whiskey, though, for sure.
Oh, you're talking about the whiskey. I didn't know I thought you were talking about.
I actually was talking about the plant, which is.
Oh, okay. What kind of whiskey this is? Oh, who the hell knows? He could have put Johnny Walker Black in there for all we know.
You know,
this is Wild Turkey.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'm all
let's
over
play a
the
guess.
Yep. So
What whiskey is there? Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say a couple things. One, I'm all over the place, so I'm sorry. Like, I'm pro Force one night, I'm pro Jack one night, I'm anti everyone the next night. I am always DB Cooper searching, but the illustrations thing, I will never let go of because I think that's very important, and I don't think people know that the illustrations were obviously doctored. And if you don't think the illustrations were doctored, then or edited or marked or whatever verb you want to use, I think you're missing out on a lot there.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I appreciate, everything we've done here. Like it's just, I'm so frustrated, but I'm trying not to be frustrated, I guess. And
I get you.
Like
here's what I would say about this last word on this because of Just Dave. There are plenty of flies in display here, not belittling the box, but Shiloh is plenty. Here's my response to that. If these were my granddads, if these were my dads, it doesn't matter. If this was my blood, every single one of those has meaning to me. I wouldn't want to let go of a single one because my family means that much to me. I can only assume Shiloh feels the same way about his family. So I'm gonna. This isn't to boost the box either, but I think it's rather presumptuous to think Shiloh didn't care about letting go of any of these that belonged to his granddad or his great granddad. 3 generations of fly fishing that he handed off. Come on, that's got to mean something to somebody. And frankly, for him to put his dog on the table, obviously he's sending us messages and cares. Bavetta wants to know if we have any other originals of illustrations.
That's a Copper Dan thing. So what I shared, Copper Dan got, I don't know where he got it.
What time did they go live?
That'll be a great question for Copper Dan because I think he has more than just one.
Copper Factory Fenn. I'm gonna like click their thing, get to their channel. They don't have like a coming soon thing, but we'll go ahead and throw the channel link on for good old Copper Dan. The dog says it's from Shiloh. Like the dog is proof. It's like proof of life. That's good. I like that, Davio. It's very good. Willie's lead searcher. Mike got them from Cabela's. You know what's cute about the inside of this case right here? I don't even know what you call it, the chapstick. We'll just call it for lack of a better term. I actually opened it up just to see if it was like brand new or used. This shit was used, man. It was like barely any left. Same thing. Open up that little can thing. I was like, ooh, what's in there? All used up, little remnants of it. I smelled it. I was like, oh shit. This is like it was very interesting to like get into it and open stuff up. Aside from
chapstick?
What could be
like
under that
I
phone.
was wondering what that was. That's chapstick?
It's okay, so let me read this. It's called Berkeley Fisherman Sunscreen Stick.
Yeah, I would never use that ever.
Then the other
ever.
one is Mucilin, registered, made in England, Thos. Aspinall Limited, Carlton Chemical Works, Bolton. I think it was something you put like on the fishing line. I don't know.
No, it's
stuff I want to learn about though. That's what I want to
fisherman
find out.
sunscreen. You probably don't want to put toxic chemicals like on your hands, and it has to be unscented because you don't want to be using sunscreen on your arm and then put that on a bait.
All reasons that Shiloh
literally.
reach out to me and tell me what to do, right?
But I would never use any of that's weird. That's weird that there's Berkeley sunscreen or sunblock. Like Berkeley's a very popular brand. And that's what
Well, I can tell you this, it certainly looked old. I didn't know. Maybe I should look for a copyright date on that. Would one even exist?
I mean, does it say sunscreen or does it say like Berkeley scented?
I think it's, I don't know. Again, there was a point where I went and then put everything back and shut it and was like, what do I do? So I kind of lost track of little details of like, I'll reopen it and do it. But I've been like,
if that's Berkeley sunscreen, I guarantee you Forrest never use that ever.
Right. It's just this fisherman sunscreen stick.
So weird.
From Spirit Lake.
But then that's where I'm going to tell you, oh, he marked 100 feet using a chapstick up to the oil tree. And that's how he knew. And he marked his spot with a chapstick all the way up to the
Are
the
you
blade.
talking shit about my present?
I am. Well, sorry, not your present. Sorry. No, I'm talking shit about the string theory. Sorry, specifically.
I'm fucking
the string theory.
The string theory, as it has now been labeled. Yes.
I will never,
String
ever
theory.
agree with the string theory. Not going to happen.
We need a soundboard for the string theory. Wait, well, hold on, Anakin. What was that?
Liar!
Why? What's the lie? String theory.
Liar!
Okay.
I could walk right straight to it.
Liar!
9 Mile Hole.
Liar!
Yellowstone National Park.
Baba Booey.
Oh.
It's too much. I mean, he needed a string to get back to his special spot that he wanted to die, and it was just 150 feet away. Like, guys,
What if it's nighttime?
Guys and
What if
girls, picture
nighttime?
being in these. What? Sorry.
What if it's nighttime?
It doesn't fucking. Sorry, fudge. Doesn't matter. We're talking 150 feet. If you were sitting in the end zone of any situation, let's call it the Madison River, 150 feet away is midfield. You're telling me that this is the most special spot you've ever been to, where you are going to draw up a treasure chest hunt, and it's going to be worth $1 million to up to 10 million, who knows, and you need a string to get back to it? And he says I could walk right straight to it. Like, there's nothing about that I will ever agree with. I'm sorry. The string thing, like, no way. Not buying it.
No way. No way. I mean, listen, again, I'm facing what could be the wrath of knowledge that there's a possible video, right? This has been made public that there's the knowledge that there's a possible video. If that video comes out, I still am sticking to nope. Unless there's some I'm not going to talk about that topic anymore.
Yeah.
I'm looking for shit. I'm
yeah.
keeping an eye on that storyline. Let's put it that way.
And I'm not yeah. What
I hear you.
What I'm not I'm not trying to argue my stupid anything. Like I don't care about Lamar or DB Cooper or all that stuff. I'm just saying the things that we have been told, I just don't buy into. And it's not because I'm stubborn, and which I am. I'm very stubborn. It's more of it just doesn't make sense. Like what we've been told so far does not make sense. Right?
Bingo. At the end of the day, that's the consistent theme. Even as a believer in the solve, like myself, convincing myself in this solve, there still was plot holes. Stuff that's not, and then our finder himself going, that's not even half the story. And then go, I'm not telling you the other half of the story. Like, we're getting played with. I'm getting sick of it. Luckily, I took the last year to help figure this out. We got more people trying to figure this out than before. Better than where we were last year. That's all I can say. We got a phone call.
Call from
Greg.
To accept.
Greg. Is that Greg? Did I hear that right?
Hey, yeah, you did.
Okay, what's going on?
Good.
Ben.
Oh, hi, Ben. Hey, good to hear you. I'm glad you guys had fun in Vegas. You can ask me any question you want about your box of flies there. You got dry flies, you got streamers. I believe I see some nymphs. You got salmon flies. So you got the full array.
What was the chapstick sunscreen stick for?
You know, most fishermen use that because your lips get so sunburned out there. You got to wear a hat. The light reflecting off the water will just burn the living heck out of you.
Okay, so it's very simple then.
Yeah, and you know, when Finn hid the treasure chest, he had a fishing line with him, he said, in his desk. So he said that he had that fishing line when he went fishing, or excuse me, when he hid the treasure. I don't mean to confuse things, but when he hid the treasure, he went fishing that day. Probably when he delivered it, on his way in, he went fishing it, and on his way out, he went fishing. Now, he made 4 different trips. He had to cross the river 4 different times and walk 27 minutes each way. So, you know, he's 79, 80 years old. He's carrying 22 pounds. He's fishing. He's definitely disguised as a fisherman.
How many pounds? I would say that again. He was carrying 22 pounds, right? He was carrying 22 pounds of loot.
Yeah, he as far as I understood, he made 2 trips in. So it was too heavy to carry all at once, and he had to make 2 trips.
So the chest itself weighed 20 pounds, and the loot weighed 22 pounds.
The whole thing, you know, there's numbers are all over the place, just like the value of the chest. As far as I understood it, it was 42 pounds.
Right.
Total weight. That's what the general public was told here.
Right.
So, you know, Finn was a fisherman. That's a clue and a hint from the book. And the Arkansas River is a gold medal water fishery. It's pristine. They don't get more beautiful than that. That's why it's gold water medals. My father was a fish biologist. I grew up fly fishing and rafting. Now, most fishermen, they do raft or canoe or float. You know, in Colorado rivers are different fishing than back east rivers or even in California rivers. There's similarities. We use streamers and whatnot a lot out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in Colorado, Wyoming, we use dry flies. A dry fly floats on the top of the water. And that's why you cast back and forth to knock the water off the fly so that it will float and stay above the water. That's how you watch your fly when you cast it out, and you know when a fish hits it, because you know it's like a bobber, and they're hard to see because you got every different size of flies. Fish have every different size of mouth depending on the river you're floating, you know, and they go by sizes. Size 12s are a very big hook down to a size 22, which I got to be frank, I need glasses to put them in a vise and tie them. They're so small. They're the size of a mosquito, but you catch fish with them. And the lures they make, you were correct saying lures, they are more or less lures in a sense. They're dry flies. So you got a very nice assortment there. And most older gentlemen, they had this kind of, what do you call it? The collection, I'll call it, all framed up, and every fly had a special meaning. My father tied thousands of flies. And, there were a few that were special. In fact, my grandfather, he was a fisherman too, and we buried him with lures. He specifically asked for certain lures to be buried with.
Wow.
Yeah,
I like
so
that.
What you have is very nice.
And you know what's interesting?
It's a wonderful gift.
It absolutely is, and I'm so thankful for it. What I found interesting was my version, what I have right here. He made a couple changes. He added a couple of things that you don't see in this image that are in the final product. A couple of changes were in there. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it? And
Yeah.
you're going to get the story. You'll get the ending to all this.
God, I
And
hope.
I imagine there's a story with those flies and all that.
Yeah.
Right now, it's you have a right to remain silent, and that's exactly what's taking place with Jack, Finn, the family has nothing to do with it. This was solely Forrest Finn's gig. He did not want the family wrapped up in any of the nightmare mess that transpired, blaming the family. They have nothing to do with it. In fact, I'd be 100% certain after watching Finn and all the videos I did that he didn't even tell the family where that treasure was hidden. That keeps him away from the lawsuit.
Right.
Now, when Finn gave the treasure chest back to Jack, which, I don't believe any of that. I believe Finn understood Jack. He stole it. He didn't follow the poem. He didn't follow the clues. He didn't follow the process properly. And you had to do that. So he hand-delivered it to Finn. He didn't do that. He hand-delivered it to a lawyer's office. Finn stayed the heck out of the picture. Wanted nothing to do with Jack because he knew Jack was excuse me, I don't mean to be rude, but Jack's a fool. He did not follow the poem precisely. He did not follow what Finn asked. There's videos missing. There were 3 videos that came out right away, right after the chest was found. And those have been pulled. Those will come back into play. And like the last video that we all, the community, witnessed, there's one coming out that's going to knock the socks out of you, that's going to hit you way harder than this one hit you. So we just have to be patient and wait. We know we have the solve. We know the location. There's a federal judge that knows the location, and there's other lawyers that know the exact location. It's the community that has not brought the whole picture together. And it's involved. There's a lot to it. The solve is simple. It's very easy. Okay? It's the rest of the stuff that all factors in that is a mess. And that takes a while to wash out. So I know I'm doing a lot of talking, but we got to get rid of these lawsuits. All these people suing Finn, which the estate's out of it. He gave you title of the gold. You were supposed to hand deliver the chest to the superintendent, Brown Canyon National Monument. Well, the day I confronted Jack on, what was it? I got to get my head here. 06, 05. I found it on 03. I sat there for 3 days, absolutely did not know what to do. And I got to be honest with the community. Those 3 days I was there, I was not in agony. I was fairly upset that Finn put it where he did, and it was a setup. And that upset the hell out of me. So then you had to be smart enough to figure out why you were getting set up and what you had to do to make it proper, right? Well, I tipped off Jack's uncle, cousin, where the exact treasure chest was, and because I knew it was on a national monument. And, if I took it, you get arrested. Finn said flat out, you're arrested. And, good luck with Indian reservations. You're not going to make it 30 minutes with those people. That's how serious this was.
Right.
So on 05, it was like 2:30 in the afternoon. I ran into Jack. He absolutely freaked the hell out. He had 2 other individuals with him. They were younger. They all freaked out. They tried to hide. Jack saw me first. They all, dodged off in the bushes. They had beers in their hands. Then he came up to me and he was acting really confused. Is this the right spot? It's the trailhead into Railroad Gulch. Well, if he'd been there before, he wouldn't have asked me. In his party, he was freaking out. Is this the right spot? And he took off running down the railroad tracks. His friend stayed there with him, right? Well, I'm not going to open my mouth to Jack. I don't want to confront him anything. I know where the treasure is. I was never concerned because whoever took it,
they're going to have to battle with my story that's going to match theirs exactly, more or less. So I had no concerns. There were no issues. My biggest concern was I man enough to take that chest and absolutely tell no one? And I came to the conclusion that I wasn't man enough. So I called Jack's uncle, told him right where it was. I sat there, you know, but I found it on the 3rd, on the 5th, he came in. I left it there overnight. I didn't care. There's no reason to move it. I could have called Browns Canyon National Monument, which I should have done, but I was very confused. And there's no way I could have taken that chest and got away with it, because sooner or later, someone's going to ask questions. The tax man's going to come in. Where the hell did you get all this money, Wendell? Not to mention the items that are in the chest. You know, all of those are very well recognized. If I walk into a pawn shop, I can get rid of 3 or 4 coins a year, but that's even pushing it.
Greg, I have a question for you.
Yeah, please.
Did you make videos about yourself prior to let's say June 2020?
When I found it, no, I didn't contact him right away. I sat on it. But
were you any of those who made videos yourself, like little compilate, like nothing like that? You didn't put yourself out there publicly at all?
The only way I put myself out publicly was through Dale's website, and he moderates that site. He would not post it, so he never put it up on his site. So Dahl knows exactly where the treasure chest is located, hence the reason that he clammed up and quieted down. Everybody's got, you know, when you're threatened with a lawsuit, this is federal laws. This is not municipality or Judge Judy, which I think is a great judge. This is severe punishment, federal law. I mean, if you want to go out and, you know, Greg Brutal Truth, he's got 3 lawyers at one time, he said on his video, working for him. Well, those are federal lawyers, and each one of them is going to start about $3,500 an hour. Being a little overdrawn there, but, you know, a regular lawyer is $300 to $400 an hour. No, federal lawyer, you got to pay for the electricity, man. You're paying thousands an hour. So it's serious what's going on. That's the reason you've heard no word from Jack. My thought is you got an FBI agent playing tricks with you, but more than likely, the way society is, you got one of those, you know, guys that thinks he's being funny, and man, we're hurting everybody's life. There's a lot of people that have suffered here, including me, but we're all bringing it together. You know, I'm glad that the riprap all went away. It's quieted down. So now we're starting to think logically, and I love you for what you're doing. There is truth, and it is out, and we have it. So a lot of pictures on Facebook. Again, it's Greg, Greg, Wendell, Windell. Please go there, read through there, and we'll all be in touch, and let's work through this together. You know, our hearts are here. Everybody's a good soul. We mean well. We've just been misled, and we can bring it back into focus again.
I'm with you, man. I like it.
You know, yeah, we need everybody's help. So it's all explainable. It was the greatest moment of my life when I touched that treasure chest.
Well, I would like you, if you could, one day put a video together. I'd like to watch it.
It's on Facebook. I didn't do a real good one, but you got a video of the cave.
Do you narrate a solve? As long as you narrate a solve, I don't care what the quality is. I'll watch it.
Yeah, I did. I narrated it. It's short.
Then I'll watch it.
I got to go back to my Facebook page. If it's not there, I'll put it up tonight.
Okay. Sounds good, dude. I'll check it out.
Read through there. I love you guys. Peace be with you.
Peace out. Appreciate it.
I'm on your side. Bye.
Thanks, man. Bye. I like Greg. Greg's always very nice, courteous. I let him speak his solve because he's good about it. He knows when to stop talking about it. He's giving me. I bet if I added up all Greg's calls, I got his whole solve, right? That he's like one of the people. Like, let's pretend Greg's right. You can't say he's not. You don't know. You know the chest. You know, then it would be something where I'd give all Greg credit. Remember, this moratorium ends now. If you give me new information from here on out and I go find an emerald ring, it's my emerald ring. So don't give me your solve if you haven't already given me your solve. If you already gave me your solve, you're grandfathered in. If I find something at your spot, it's yours. But if you give me new information after this show, you're just giving me info. I'm like a lurker again in that way. That's the only way I can figure out how to like do both here, right? Because we're back, baby, like the Undertaker. Get that emerald ring, baby.
You underestimate my power.
Zozo only account. You guys like all fighting over like troll accounts and shit like that. Like, yeah, God, you guys are funny. Because I'm one of you. If I was just in chat, I'd be fucking around too. That's how I used to be. Thingamabobbers. You don't know thingamabobbers? I love thingamabobbers. Kids home, I had to run. No worries, Alan. No worries. We're about to cut this. When are Copper Dan's going live? Do we know? Surely some of our mods know. That Emerald Ring has already been spoken for, Ben. Well, if that's the case, I would invite them to fucking say so. Like I said, if I go find that Emerald Ring, I'm going to be sharing it right away. Why not? Just letting you know that is found, you know? Anybody can say they got it. Prove it. Until it's proven that they got it, I'm going to keep looking for it. I know that Emerald Ring didn't grow legs. I know that. All right, we're going to change it to email. We're going to slow it down with some tunes here at the last portion. I got to figure out when. Your original name was Searcher4223. You're so.
Bruh.
We all know my searcher name, right? Searcher2342. You little feisty forest friends of you.
Liar!
That's what you are.
Liar!
J Street, it's just easy to say. Also, good luck with that. With a big L, capitalized LOL. Hey, Street, that ring is already spoken for. It's being fitted for Ashley's finger as we speak, actually. Just waiting to do the unveiling on June. How about that? See how easy that was? Have we figured out when Copper Dan's going live yet? Oh, 8 Central. So 6 my time?
Hello there.
All right, then. Yeah, I know you keyed. I know you keyed. Don't mind me, Ben. I'm hiding the troll accounts that trash Ashley behind the scenes. Yeah, you go ahead and do that. If you trash Ashley behind the scenes, you're out skis. You shouldn't do that. If you're trashing Ashley behind the scenes, you got no balls. You can trash me behind the scenes. If people are trashing me behind the scenes, they can still be in chat. And if Ashley doesn't care that people are trashing her behind the scenes, then they can remain in chat too. But until I know otherwise, yeah, fuck that shit. Because we're not just doing the drama anymore. But again, I don't want to be involved in it either. Let's just be done with that. Yeah. All right, let's get some tunes going. How about Home of Brown, Riverside Drive? Huh? Yeah? You likey? You likey, don't you? Why? Because it's Back to the Future. That's why you likey. Why Riverside Drive? Oh, because that's where Doc Brown lives. It's his home. Did you see the new video, Ben? Oh, I didn't. I have no idea. What? Is it trashing Ashley? Oh, man, I missed 420. Son of a bitch. What new video? Let's look. I usually type in Fenn. And we'll see. Check the filter today. I don't know. I see lots of shit, man. I don't know that I see anything in particular. Why do I care? Oh, just trashing all of us? Whatever. Shiloh, where are you, man? Come on, buddy. Waiting for a response. Refresh. Come on, Shadow. Kabam. Nothing. Son of a bitch. We wait longer. Yeah, baby. I don't need a link. It's fine. Who cares? Then I think Doug Preston's recurring character also lives on Riverside Drive. Yeah, baby. I like it. That's good. That's juicy. We like that. Doug Preston confirmations. Yeah. Shiloh confirmations. Yeah. Shiloh hashtag do the right thing. Yeah. Don't judge this, Shiloh, and don't let people tell you to judge me from this. In addition, don't let my antics at World Series of Fenn make you judge me. Shiloh, you, me, a joint, a glass of whiskey, with or without the joint, it's fine. Talking those flies, baby. Maybe talking about a trip to the Madison and casting them out, my man. That's reaching, but I'd love to still meet and hear about this box. I've done some measurements on it, too. Once I knew, anyway. Does Shiloh smoke? Even better, baby. Yeah, come on, Shiloh. I'll bring the good stuff. Shiloh. Hear me all and listen good, Shiloh. Shiloh, what time is it?
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
You think that helped my chances or hurt my chances? Shiloh smokes joints. I mean, how do we just know this? Has he said that? Willie will be hemping your leg. Yeah, well done. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Get back in the damn box, Ben. If you can drive right to home of Brown, not even pass by Warm Halt, what does that mean? Then Warm Waters Halt has to be where home of Brown is. They're the same place. Right? Shiloh smokes joints with those lips. Oh, I caught on to it now. Okay. I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment, but it's funny. Wow, we're going for 5 hours. Holy shit. Ben, it's probably just a bunch of confirmation bias, but seems like Doug Preston has Fenn stuff in every book. Oh, totally. And yeah, could that be confirmation bias? Sure, but come on. You know, page 1 of the codex, you know, this book couldn't have been written without the inestimable Forrest Fenn. Now, meanwhile, the character's nothing like him because he's a curmudgeon asshole, but it's still based off of thank you to Forrest Fenn. I mean, like, yeah, there's Forrest Fenn written all over these books. I don't know how many of them, but I do remember this back in 2010 going into 2011 that Doug Preston and company offered the poem, not in the book, but they offered access to the poem through the first edition volume of the Pendergast Files. If you signed up for the Pendergast Files, you were going to get access to that poem. So to tell me Doug Preston isn't related at all is crazy sauce, right? I don't think anyone's saying that, but Doug is awfully quiet, isn't he? I've had little birdies tell me he's maybe spoke. Doug, if you know what I'm talking about, maybe I know some things. Maybe you want to reach out to, maybe you want to respond to that Facebook message I sent you finally. Thank you for accepting my friend request after 6 months. Or maybe you thought it was just Ashley, and and if that's the case, hi. I don't know. I can't stop looking at those flies, man. It's fucking dope. I'm Benjamin Franklin reincarnated. All stole his birthday. Whew. Yeah, I think you've been watching for 5 hours. I think you're burnt out like I am. That's one possibility. It's full press. Yeah, and that's how it works. I'm not saying it's true. Asking the right question will receive the correct answer. 2.25 miles. It's all a big letdown. Wow, man, so depressive. Forrest said if you don't have Warm Waters Halt nailed down, you don't have anything, and you can't start looking for the blaze, and the clues in the poem will lead to a location. Can't start looking for the blaze, and the clues in the poem will lead to a location. Sure, but is it possible that all the clues just lead to where Warm Waters Halt? What if clues 2 through 8 give you where Warm Waters Halt? Then you go to where Warm Waters Halt, and then you find the blaze. Ben, you might have Fenn DNA on that chapstick. No worries, Alan. Kids and stuff, I get it. We got kids here too. Ash is dealing with it. I'm gonna join, probably help make dinner soon, pretty quickly here. But Ben, yes, Ben, SF shared this with you in West Yellowstone. Ben, SF shared this with you in West Yellowstone. Who's SF? Shared what with me? Silver Fox, idiot Ben. All right. Yes, Ben. Silver Fox shared this with you in West Yellowstone. Okay, what did Silver Fox share with me? Oh, doing this. Oh, I see. I'm remembering now. Okay, yeah. No, absolutely. And I think we even talked about the idea of, God, there's the 2013 thing he did at, was it Collected Works? Where he, I was made for a throne. And someone asked him in the audience something to the effect of, you know what, we can go to it if we want. I don't know. I can probably just recite it, but Fenn says something to, or somebody asked Fenn, like, do you have to go in a complete circle to solve the poem, or do you end back up where you began? And Fenn was like, she's dangerous. Yeah, like he but he almost hammed it up a little bit too. So it was an interesting little dialogue there. I will say that. Should we watch it? Let's go watch it. Oh, come on, really? Yeah, I was gonna say. I know I still have Toby's permission because he's never rescinded that. And we haven't really talked, so. All right, so, oh, God, where does he? Oh, I don't know the timestamp, though. That's ridiculous.
I told myself if I decide later I didn't want to do it, I could go back and get it. But the more I thought about it, the more I said, yeah, this is perfect. Why can't I?
Will you find yourself circling back on yourself? Yeah. Oh, she's dangerous.
100 years from now. Okay, next weekend.
Do you guys know the timestamp by chance?
If you can find it, I think it'll be worth your while. A lady reporter from Texas called me on the phone. She said, Mr. Fenn, who is your audience for this strange book? I said,
I'm so sick of that.
So You know, I could go on, but I don't want to talk too much. I would entertain some questions if anybody has one.
See if this is the first question.
Yes, sir.
No, no, it's not. This is a woman.
I don't know whether that'll happen or not, but that's the plan anyway. Is there another question?
Oh, he's like, boom, give it to me.
If you follow the point precisely, will
Here it
you
is.
find yourself switching back?
Here it is.
If you follow the clues in the poem precisely, would what?
Will you find yourself switching back? Making a loop.
This gal's dangerous. Would I find myself switching back? I think I can say no to that without giving away too much of the clue.
So how does he get out of that if he's saying no without giving too much away, right? And Jason has been trying to call for hours. Has he? I haven't seen a missed call from him anywhere. Usually the thing is boom, 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 boom. Keep trying? I don't know. Sent what to me? Yeah, there's more, I guess.
Nobody is going to happen on that treasure chest. You're going to have to figure out the clues in the poem and go to it. There are several people that have deciphered the first two clues. I don't think they knew it because they walked right on past the treasure chest.
That statement alone should have kept some of you up for days straight. They deciphered the first two clues but didn't know it. Deciphering is with intent to unlock and decode and encrypt or decrypt and figure out. And you're saying they did it but still didn't know it? Or they must not have known it because they walked away, which in that case, we're still back to you stay where you begin. So maybe you don't even do a circle. You just literally stay right there. That's how he gets out of the question. Again, of no, you don't do a circle. And that's how he doesn't get in trouble. Watch. Listen. Listen.
I have one about the point.
He's going to get out of the circle issue without saying you just stay right there.
Will you find yourself switching back?
If you follow the clues in the poem precisely, would what?
Will you find yourself switching back? Making
And
a
switch.
loop.
Okay.
This gal's dangerous.
He's okay. Let's think about this. He's already thinking of the comment, "This gal's dangerous," as she tries to correct and say making a loop. Honestly, I think we can only ascertain that he's referring to a switchback comment, and that's it. I don't even think we could put loop in Jason numbers just for you. No one else call in. I don't even think you can put loop in the argument because I think he's already thinking of his retort and pivot and joke. Watch. She says loop, but he's already on to the next thing. I don't think he hears her say loop.
Would I find myself switching back? I think I can.
See, and he says he only repeats the switching back part. He only repeats the switching back. He doesn't hear the loop part. Loop is not part of the question. I didn't help anything, but I'm right.
If you follow the clues in the poem precisely, would I what?
Will you find yourself switching back? Making a loop.
This gal's dangerous. Would I find myself switching back? I think I can say no to that without giving away too much of the clue.
That leaves loop on the table.
Nobody is going to happen on that treasure chest. You're going to have to figure out the clues in the poem and go to it. There are several people that have deciphered the first two clues. I don't think they knew it because they walked right on past the treasure chest. And I'm not going to tell those people who they are because one of them.
Question for anyone who searched along the Madison. How many of you searched as extensively on the side where you put in as you did on the side where you crossed? Did you look more extensively on the side where everyone hangs out and look less extensively on the side where you have to cross because you were tired? Or did you look more extensively in the side where no one goes because, oh, no one's going here, so I should look everywhere here? And you kind of neglect the side where you originally came from.
Particularly would faint, I know, and she'd tear the countryside up trying to figure out where they had been. But it's an opportunity to
And he did use
doesn't
that
have
line
any
multiple times,
downsides. I think everybody wins if you go out looking for it. Another question?
See, I can get caught up in doing this all night now. I'll just do it.
That you simply gave that way to the you gave it away. You gave this treasure away to the cosmos and to whomever. Did you have any heart wish of how the treasure might be used for good?
No.
Bless your heart.
And I don't feel like I've given it away. Whoever finds it is going to earn it. And once they find it and have it in their possession, I'm out of the picture. They can do whatever they want to with it. You can't. I don't want to make rules for people after the fact.
Doesn't that change in 2019? Let's hope this is Jason.
Call from
Teal Blue Yeti.
Yeah, we got Jason on the phone. What's up, Jason?
Hey, it's Blue Yeti.
Oh, sorry, it's Blue Yeti. My bad. Blue Yeti. What's up, Blue Yeti?
Oh no, it's fucking. I don't mean to interrupt what you're talking about now, but there's
No,
so many topics that would have been fun to have a conversation on.
Pick anything you want, man. It's all good.
It's just like you know that picture where it's got Willie and the different fly tackle boxes.
Yep.
And I mean, can you imagine the prep work that Silo would have done? Like he would have went out in the garage, got those plastic boxes. He went and got Grandpa's hat. That's an heirloom. You know, like there's just so much prep that went into this. And, you know, they pointed out the bee as being the most important one, right?
Right.
You know, that's kind of what suggested. But one of those flies came off that hat.
And the bee is not in the case as it is displayed right now.
What do you mean?
Look at the case in the picture. The bumblebee is not currently yet in the case. The bumblebee was the last item added.
Oh, okay.
Now, there could be bumblebees from any of these cases. He could have already taken it off the hat, and it's like, let's look for a bumblebee. Let's look for the bumblebee. Ooh, see, there's yellow and black. Now, that might not be the bumblebee that I have. Let me look. No, it's not. Oh, it might be. We don't know. I can't see. I don't have all of it. I don't know if that's even fabric or if that's, I don't know what that is. Actually, I don't think that's the one I have. But still, like, that's the point. Like, who knows? But maybe it came from the other side of that hat. I don't know. That'd be dope as hell. But it would be cool to know that. Not so that I can add some value to this bad boy. I want to know every last story of every last fly so I can keep it in here for the rest of my life.
Well, that's kind of the point I was making, is that one of the less attractive ones might be the most important. And I'd sure hate to see him lose that in a river somewhere, because he obviously put a lot of sentimental value to creating this little chest.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm so torn on that, because I also love the romantic idea of me being able to cast one line with one of these that was important to him, and it was used for someone learning how to fly fish for the first time, that'll turn into something real. And, like, you know, it's kind of buried with him on his river. I don't know. I'm not saying I wouldn't dive head first looking for it if I lost it, but and maybe I'd regret that. And frankly, that's why I want Shiloh a little bit to reach out as well, just for that kind of thing. He said in the letter, I hope it catches a whopper, right? I mean, he's almost telling you to go fishing with it. But
yeah.
I mean, he's got. Let me read the whopper. But let me read the whopper part. Of particular note is the beautiful hand-painted bumblebee popper. I hesitated to put that in here because there aren't very many of them left. I'm hoping that somebody will appreciate it as much as I do. I hope it catches a whopper. I mean, he's asking someone to use it. Now, maybe he doesn't want a first-timer using it, but there you go. Shiloh, you want to teach me how to fly fish? I'll pay you, man, whatever it takes. I'll pay you for your time.
I don't know, that the way that read, it almost didn't seem like he fished with it. I think he was making a statement.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think the statement is?
Well, I mean, that's you had to unfold. I'm just saying that just don't take as it is. You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And I just hate to see if anything broke up, because I agree that someday, you know, and even Mr. Bill Gorman had mentioned this, and he's very right on the topic. Is someday there may be a display that would look really nice in that display.
Yeah, totally.
With a story, and not just a story, but a 3-generational story, because he said that he was a treasure hunter just like his dad and just like his grandpa. And now you've got ties that have been tied by all of them. And I think that's kind of a special deal, and it's kind of a big deal for him to pass that on to the poker tournament.
I think what I would ask for is an opportunity. And that opportunity is I'd like to put it wherever it should end up, be that a museum where it's a display of Forrest Fenn. But what I'd like to do one time in my life is maybe mimic the life of Fenn. And I'd like to, when I donate it, be able to tell the stories behind it myself, because I've been told those stories and I memorize every damn word of them because they mean so much. But I want to be able to tell those stories to the people I donated to and kind of live that life just for one time, just to honor it. I love the shit out of the whole thing. So, you know, that's what I'm asking for, but you know, we'll see what happens.
Oh, I mean, go get yourself a fishing pole. Probably not a fly rod right at first. Get yourself a bedroll and go strike a trail.
Right.
He said his church is in the mountains and in the river bottom. So go hit a river bottom and spend the night there. I mean, that
seems like the only solution so far. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what he wanted you to do, is like go do something.
Right.
And, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I'm just asking you, like, keep that thing sacred. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'm going to.
And,
I'm going to.
Yeah, you'll shit your pants if any fisherman knows they lose their lures. Every fisherman knows this. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know. What other topics were you talking about earlier?
I mean, I kind of discounted 9 Mile Hole altogether. We're talking about that.
Oh, come on. I'm a true, faithful, loyal, stand behind 9 Mile Hole advocate.
As it stands, it makes logical sense as it's been told so far. I think the story goes off the rails personally, but we'll see.
No, I really don't know, nor do I care. Like, and he did say that many people have stepped right over it, so it must be a common area.
And to step right over it, I hope that there's an implication of there's a neat little cute little twist, whether that's stay at the same spot you got out of your car at, and it was right at the tree next to the parking lot. Like, that'd be amazing, right? That'd be awesome. That would be kick yourself. It wasn't across the river. It was maybe you go across the river, you find, you find the oil tree or whatever, you find something, you find a blaze, and the blaze points right back to where you started from. You're like, oh shit, wait, is it over there at that tree? And then it's literally right where you parked. That'd be fantastic. Why not tell that story?
You and I both have experienced feeling drawn along.
Yeah.
Led. And it's kind of ironic that there was cameras at the place we were drawn to. It's ironic that that buffalo approached me at that place where there's cameras after I just walked acres of freaking, in the wilderness. There's just too many coincidences.
You and I ran across even more that I know you're not talking about. And come on, that list, we could have done Packer Jack 6 pages of coincidence from those couple of days.
Dude, and remember when I picked that cone up and threw it across the fence? Like, yeah, like we were led.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I do think about that evening, and I remember that we threw our not to sound weird, but we threw our balls in the circle. High five, buddy.
Yep, indeed we did. Indeed we did.
So if the next searcher finds some purple balls somewhere,
You'll know. Let us know. You're in the club.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that interview that you're listening to right now,
Mhm.
it was so strange because I believe that's the same one where Douglas Preston sound alike is way in the background and asks them a question, but you know it's Douglas, but yet he passes it off as it's not.
Really? Do you know when that happens in it?
Oh, dude, it's been years since I watched those.
Because you know what? That's a new one to me. I don't think I've known that particular detail.
Well, that's because you're a new guy.
Fair enough.
85%, it's just like Finn's law of physics. 85% could be bullshit and 15. Well, that's kind of the population of the chase right now.
That's very
Sorry,
true.
no offense.
Nope.
I'm not calling you bullshit. I'm just saying, like,
you're fine, dude.
Yeah.
It's not even like, I don't even look at it as constructive criticism or criticism. I just look at it's just observation. There's nothing wrong with observation, in my opinion. That's perfectly fine.
No.
And
Yeah,
I tend to agree.
Well, and it's funny that you mentioned observation and how it's okay. I was watching you guys play poker out there, and I don't know, there's just some things that stood out to me a little bit. Like when you guys got down to the final table, I just can't believe Miss Shannon would make it all the way through there, and then at the last hand make such a confusing amateur move. And I was like, what? How did she make it through by doing that?
Well,
it's almost like the rope was cut from the ship.
I'm not sure what you were able to see, but at least, and what I'm able to remember. But the one thing I would say, the final hand, my king 10 versus her queen 10, she was big. There's a double big blind. So like if it was like 100, 200,000 blinds, she had to do 400,000 for her blind. So she was all in on that hand with a face card. I would have been all in on that hand with a face card. I was already, now I had a deep stack, so I was going to be all in with a face card no matter what. But I would be all in with a face card too if I were her in that position.
Well, I suppose maybe that what I picked up on was just her being like, "Oh shit, what should I do?"
I think there were. I think the only thing that I found interesting, and I won't take it any further, and I don't know if I'm accurate even, because I don't care, frankly. But people have brought it to my attention, and I laugh at it. But I think there were two non-Fenners in the tournament. Both ended up at the final table. One of whom's girlfriend was trying to take me out the whole time she was sitting at my table. And for whatever reason, that one dude, the boyfriend, he was trying to take me out from moment one when I was sat at the table with him and the tournament started. Like, again, I'm feeling like the spotlight's on me because that's how you feel like at a poker tournament. Everyone's gunning for you. They're trying to get your chips. Like, you just feel that paranoia anyway as a poker player. Or maybe some do. I mean, some don't, I guess. But I was picking up on patterns, and I felt there was a pattern. And maybe I'm way off, but I felt there was a pattern to his play, and he was super aggressive against me.
From home, Ben. Come on. Wow, I was like,
yeah,
fucking kidding me.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I didn't say anything throughout the whole thing. I didn't even allude to it. This is the first time I've even alluded to it publicly, and I'm not even particularly calling anyone out. I'm just saying I found it interesting. I could be way off.
Oh, I know, right? But anyways, we can swap topics. So what else did you guys talk about that I wanted to coin in on? I was driving, so I only caught off and on, and then I got home.
Honestly, we've gone over the same shit. Oh, DB Cooper, we went over that again. I think we got along with finding DB Cooper. We're going to talk to him about just DB Cooper in general. Doesn't necessarily. We'll give him the Forrest Fenn lowdown as it's private. Just no YouTube, no drinking. Just me, him, and me, Alan, and this our finding DB Cooper friend, and just going to give him the Fenn laydown and give him our Skippy PowerPoint, the smaller one, and see what he thinks.
Oh, yeah.
But other than that, what else? Shit, what else are we talking about? It's a good way to wrap up the show. It was a lot of jibber jabber, mumbo jumbo.
There was.
Was anyone here the whole time?
I've literally every time that I would jump on, I would try to call, and I had one number off on the number.
Oh, I was wondering what happened.
I was driving when I typed it, and
I was getting so many glitches here. I thought it was honestly my fault because I was getting so many glitches here. But all right, good. Glad it was your fault.
It was totally my fault. Shit, I can probably just look at YouTube. No, I mean, it's even with Alan. Alan's pretty good cat. I've always liked him.
She is.
I've always read his name like all in K. You know, like
all in K.
Yeah, like he's all in. And
Yep.
Yeah. So, but yeah, he's actually. Have you ever heard his songs like back in the day? I really enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. I like it. I like it a lot. I want to go to his spot. I don't know if you're going to Yellowstone this summer, but I'm going to be there for that first week of June. I definitely want to check out Alan's solve location and see what it looks like in person.
You know, I don't mean to strike up a new conversation, but at the same time, we were listening to that one gentleman that was speaking, and you know, I've heard like the same theme behind so many stories. You know what I mean? There's always like a theme line kind of, and it's like, you know, if you find a spot on a map, and especially for the folks that don't do the boots on the ground, you know, they just armchair it, either, you know, whatever reason. And I think I've been caught up on this. You begin to obsess in an area, you know?
Right.
And I think that's where that, what they call the pareidolia or whatever, I think that's when the pareidolia might kick in once you get in. You've heard a lot of searchers talk. They're like real pleasant talking, and then once they get involved in their solves, their tone changes and they get very intense.
There's an intensity. I was going to say there's an intensity that certainly shifts.
Yeah. It's almost beside the person. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it seems like, so I've always tried to rewind it to that point of that intensity again. And I did that to myself because I felt myself falling into that.
Right.
And I was like, why am I feeling this way? And then you do. It's like almost a point of negative creation. When you hit that point, when you cross that fence into that obsession. And that's just something I've paid attention to, and I've listened to other searchers, and you could tell right when they're not kidding around no more.
Right.
They're talking about their solve. And it's funny because that's exactly something Fenn had mentioned, says not to do that.
Right.
And in his roundabout way, he said, you know, when the finder, you know, finds themselves in that spot, that area, they're not going to know why it's special to me. They probably won't know. You know what I mean? So if it's special to you, special enough to get up and drive, you know, however many miles, I'm saying that maybe that, you know, that might not be his special spot.
Well, you know what would be a good Well, you know what would be a good way to try to at least hopefully ensure that your solver does appreciate it like you? You incorporate that in the solve. You kind of try to put them through a journey that would give them at least some kind of perspective over why this place is important to you.
See, I love that you mentioned that, because that's what a book does. Now, this isn't an ordinary book to lead you down a path. This is a treasure hunt full of booby traps and tricks. And, you know, I've never seen an Indiana Jones movie without some sort of trick.
Right. Right.
And you know, and when you guys were talking about like the illustration, I'm sorry, but that's Captain Obvious shit.
Right,
I mean,
sure.
Obvious that he's played. Obvious that looks different. Obvious this says this. Obvious. So there may be something with them, in my opinion, but I don't think it's what people are catching on to, because Fenn thought of everything. You know,
yep,
and there's
agree.
Some anagrams. Well, Fenn thought of everything. You don't think he knows about anagrams?
Right.
You don't think he knows about... You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I could see breadcrumbs for all sorts of different types of solves, just enough for you to go, "Oh, see, that's involved." He puts a couple anagrams in the books just for shits and giggles that lead you to nothing. Yeah, I could see him doing it. It's there's booby traps.
Because if you're good at anagrams, you're hooked and
Right.
you're searching. If
You'll never let it
good
go.
at what's missing from this picture on the bar top game, you notice that, you're hooked. What else is there? And I think those are.
Think of how hard, Jason. Think of how hard it would be. Think of how hard it would be. You're an anagram solver, right? And you've determined that Fenn is saying the hints in the book help you with the poem. Don't overcook my poem. Okay, I'm not going to put anagrams in the anagram. There's no anagrams in the poem, but there's got to be an anagram in the book. And you're an anagram person, and you finally find an anagram, and it works to a ratio where the percentiles are like 99%. It has to be what it is, because there's not like a zillion other ways this anagram could go. It's concise, it's perfect, it's a great anagram, but it has nothing to do with the poem or anything. He just put it in there. Boom. Would you ever be able, after countless failures, ever be able to stop, reset, no anagrams?
Let it go.
Right.
You're not going to let it go.
Never.
You're going to go for sure because you found that for sure, and then your tone is going to change, and you're obsessed. And I know for sure because it says right here. And
let me give you another prime example of that, Jason, and it's about me. I looked for the errors. I looked for that Richard Wetherill misspelling. Okay, if this chase had gone on for another 5 more years, I'm not sure I could let go of my perception of the Richard Wetherill misspelling means something to the solve, even though he might have just put it in there exactly for someone like me. And for me now, I'm stuck because there's no way I can reset. I can never let this go.
Yeah, I agree.
Booby traps.
It's his fishing hole. How deep does that book go in your mind? It's the fishing hole.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, off topic.
Yeah.
When we were in West Yellowstone, okay?
Yeah.
Now you guys were making such a big deal about, what was it? Something about the lounge area at the Dude and a chip or a token or what was that? And it was like three. It was a number.
It was a Dude Lounge $1 poker chip.
A Dude Lounge $1 poker chip. Now I walked into the Dude.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been inside the Dude?
I want to know where that poker table was, because it's very small.
Where the fuck the lounge was?
Well, I think
Where's the lounge?
You would call that lobby. You would call that a lounge? Would you not?
No, that lobby would not hold anything. That's tiny.
It holds a poker table.
No.
Yes,
come on, no.
Absolutely. You could absolutely put a poker table in there.
So if I bought a corner lot, okay, that town was not very developed at the moment, right? When he built that, not very developed. Do you think that he's going to purchase a empty lot and just get the little corner and that's it? Or maybe that original lot extended to where the bar that we hung out.
Oh, sure. Oh, absolutely. Okay. If that's where you're taking that, absolutely, yeah. And then he just had Dude poker chips, even though they weren't playing at the Dude.
No, but back then, it would have lodged for the hotel.
It would have been all the Dude, right, back then.
Yeah, that's, I've been waiting to try to get that through a long time ago when you guys are talking about it. I was like, there's no lounge there. There's a lounge, like you know what a lounge is. It's when you go to a normal bar and then they got the lounge and it's up 2 or 3 steps. It's behind the bar. It's in like a finely lit area with the comfy chairs. That's a lounge.
Right. I agree.
You know
I agree. Yeah, for sure. Or at least even a rundown version of a lounge has your basic setup. And so I'd be with you there.
Glass windows in the front.
Bavetta asks us a topic here. I'm gonna roll with this. I want to hear more about Preston. The auction site insinuated that he knew too much. Quote, "We always start to sweat, however, when Mr. Preston enters the room." This was the auction site discussing Doug Preston as a character in this chase, and they insinuate that Doug knew a lot of things, even in this auction site, whether we believe the auction site or not. What do you think about Doug Preston overall as his role here?
Plead the fifth.
Fair enough. Packer Jack, you up? What's up, dude? You're going on, and oh shit, yeah, they're going on a half hour. All right. We gotta give people a break so they can like get some food, go to the bathroom if they want to join Packer Jack's channel. They're doing Copper Dan. I think I even have to show up there. Got to do a World Series of Poker champion appearance.
So whatever happened with the entity?
He didn't get the chest. As far as I understand, I don't know anything new from Justin. I just know that there could or could not be a documentary with Netflix that's going to maybe or maybe not focus on Justin's story, and maybe or maybe not wanted that story to include the purchasing of the chest and whatnot. But maybe we may or may not got in the way of that, not purposefully or not, but caused problems. And all of the stuff that I was being told and saying online here, I was fact checking, and I believe, I at least know I believe who the entity is Justin. That's 100% a fact. I don't care if he still denies it. I mean, if he does, we got problems in terms of like, I don't know what to believe from him then if he still wants to say he's not the entity.
So it's still exactly where it began. Like, we don't know anything, nothing moved forward. It was all kind of blah.
Yeah. Which is fine. Okay. It's status quo. It's no big deal. But you know, what isn't public is the reasonings behind all of it too, maybe, and the way that both of them controlled this, or at least tried to control people in this chase behind the scenes, and telling people, "Don't you dare meet with Ben Napple. If you do, we're done." Okay, those were words from these people. If you meet with Ben Napple, we're done. And this is back in the summer. I didn't know I made so many people so mad, so scared. What you guys so scared of? You guys scared I get to the truth at the end of the day? Is that what it is? I mean, I'm just jumping the gun and assuming that, Jason. But it seems like they're just so scared. Don't you dare hang out with Ben Napple. Don't talk to Ben Napple. Don't you dare tell him anything.
Well, you know what it is. It's because, oh man, I wish I could just speak freely all the time, but people would hate me.
Well, that's fine. You know, it's freeing. Even if people hate you, it's still freeing. I don't care if people fucking hate me. Whatever.
Well, just like little things that I pick up on people, like how they act around other people, right?
Right.
And that's kind of, I'm a people watcher. I always have been. And then I pick up on signals, because you could tell if someone's uncomfortable, if somebody wants to one up, or if someone is frustrated. You could tell, right? And there's been just so many signs of like, oh man, it's just funny to sit back and watch. I amuse myself. Let's put it that.
Why are you taking the fifth? You know what? I'm not letting you go. Why are you taking the fifth on Doug Preston? Give it to me, baby. Give me something. Give me something good.
With Doug Preston, I mean, he was a nobody when he met Fenn.
Mm-hmm.
Fenn to a dinner where he, just like Fenn's story, I felt like a Volkswagen amongst Ferrari. Same thing. Same story happened with Doug meeting Fenn. And I don't know. It just seems like the beginning of it. He seemed like the beginning, the writing part of it. It's almost like I don't know any facts, so I don't like to talk.
That's fair. I get
opinion.
that.
Yeah, he holds a lot of weight, in my opinion, for sure. I mean, it's all about the dragon, man. And look what happened. The dragon. When you ride the dragon, what are you doing? You're living on addiction. You're living on, I want to say more, but I'm just saying it. And then he gets like a train and takes it like the dragon, right? I'm not saying that there's a treasure chest there. I'm just saying that he is physically putting it in your face at this point. I don't know. I have my own opinions that I keep to myself. I personally didn't really have to dig too far, and that's because he was the first person I focused on in the chase, as you know, besides Forrest, just because he's literally. Well, there's that one video where him and Shiloh up front, and when he talks about Annabelle getting caught cheating on the husband came home, and I believe this here's a story about mildew, I believe. And it explains why that bullet hole is right there, which is a coincidence that the belt around the top of the hat is also a barbed wire fence, which is a coincidence that Cynthia just put out a video of jumping across the barbed wire fence and hearing a gunshot. Just saying. But but I think it goes more deeper than that, because he had said something about he wouldn't put that hat on because he would be afraid to catch something. And Shiloh spoke up and he goes, or get shot at again. And the tone that Shiloh used, I was like, what? Shiloh was kind of, like in your face, or I'll shoot at you again, fucker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was very immediate on Shiloh's part, and the words were there, and then you listen to Douglas and you could just tell like his confidence dropped a step or two, and I think that's what he meant by, you put one foot on top. It's building your confidence. But yeah, I just little things like that, and then like somebody that didn't need the money got real close, and it's like, did Douglas cross that fence?
Right?
Did Shiloh throw a warning shot at him? Like why would he say that?
We have an unanswerable question of how on earth Doug Preston can know anything's a hint or not unless he knows the solution. And then we have the rumor of somebody with money who didn't need the chest, didn't take it and saw it and found it. So one is left to wonder, was Doug Preston the one who actually did find it after all?
Well, and Doug Preston said on the first version, that's way too easy for us.
Now let's ask timeline.
The
Fenn said he didn't write the poem. Fenn said he didn't write the poem until after he hid the chest. Whether that's a mistake on his end or not, that it's out there, he said it. And is that meaning that's the first time he ever wrote down the poem, and then he handed that to Doug Preston? And so Doug Preston got the easy version of the poem. The chest is already out there. And Doug Preston went looking for the chest and actually did find it and said, Fenn, Forrest, it was too easy, man. I found it in 3 days. And so Fenn goes, okay, good to know. And so he changes it. That to me is the only reason Doug Preston can know it's A, too simple, and B, what a hint is later on in the chase. Am I wrong?
Well, Forrest had mentioned that he always knew where he was going to put the spot. So the clues was difficult for him.
Right.
I'm trying to think if that's kind of a pre or post statement. Like what do I feel from that statement? Is that pre or post?
He gives you both. Honestly, he doesn't. It's obfuscated on purpose almost.
Yeah, I mean, but he did say that the chase started, the treasure hunt started in '88.
Sure, he might have had the inception. He might have even had something like begin at where warm waters halt in his head since 1988. Fine. But he said out loud he didn't write the poem until he hid the chest. And then he goes, maybe right before, it doesn't matter. Huh? You said it. You specifically said for years that you took you 15 years. If it took him 15 years to write the poem, maybe the first time he actually wrote it down on a piece of paper was 2003. That would be 15 years after 1988, which is right when the codex came out.
Don't forget, Ben, you're also talking to a guy that doesn't believe that he had kidney cancer. I believe he had a different type of cancer. And there's a reason I believe that.
Well, whatever. I don't know what he had. I believe something. I'm going to assume something with his kidney was real. That's what I'm going to say. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but when you said kidney, I just thought kid nigh. And, you're running nigh. And it was like a flashback on like his grandkid's story at the beginning, and like I don't know. I don't get caught up emotionally with stories. I get very emotional if I firsthand witness something.
Right.
But if it's a story, I try to stay very open-minded about it. You know, very open-minded.
Totally understandable. I get it.
And I think that you know me well enough to where, fuck, I believe this is much bigger than what it is. I think it leads into fake news. I think it leads into political statements, and I believe it's much larger than what most people think. To the point where, at times my paranoia has led myself to believe I was being scared off a few times,
right?
In ways that I can explain. So, in stating that just means I'm crazy and it's just nonsense even listen to me.
Not at all, man. Not at all.
But yeah, there's a lot to it. I was just thinking of something else that I wanted to bring up too that you guys had mentioned earlier. If you want to watch the other show, I can vouch, man. I just wanted to say hi to everybody.
For sure.
I had several times that I wanted to leave, but
dude, next time we do we'll just talk offline on the phone. Not tonight. When I'm done with this after the 6-hour stream, I'm doing family time. But tomorrow we'll just talk on the phone. But B, like on Friday or whatever, when I bring Bear on, you should be on the panel. Not while he's presenting, but you should be on the show. Like at some point, just be on the show instead of just a call.
Oh, dude, I get along very well with Bear. I'll hop on with and just let him say what he wants to say.
Shoot him a message. Shoot him a message and see if he's cool with that. I'll do the same, and maybe we'll link up and do that, or you just hop on at some point. But I'm gonna have him talk about his solve. It's just gonna be dedicated to his solve, and then we'll just shoot chase shit after. We can only talk about a solve for so long, but
I'll just I don't know. Maybe I could just be on the phone because I don't like that new platform you guys use at all.
We'll figure it out. All right. Hey, I don't know who's going live after this. I was checking the chat. I don't know if it's Indy, if it's Copper Dan, whoever. We'll watch it. But I think tomorrow, since I did so long today, tomorrow we'll do our Oak Island show as well. So Oak Island tomorrow, Friday with Bear and his solve, and talking some chase chat on a Friday night with a little boozy, I think, is required, even if you call in there, Jason. So any last words to everybody?
Yeah. And to finish what I was saying, I wanted to bounce from everything, but quite honestly, even if it seems like I don't like some of the people, it's almost like a Thanksgiving dinner that you hate to go to, but you go and you end up kind of having fun anyways.
Right.
That's kind of what the chase is for me. So I could go away for a while, but damn it, I miss you all.
I love it.
All right, Ben. You have a good night, buddy.
All right, man.
And thank you all chat folks as well.
Peace out, Jason. Talk to you soon, dude.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. And Jason, if you're still listening, this sound clip's for you. Anywho, everybody, what we got? Let's do should we do what is this? Yeah, here we go. Perfect time. All right. Good night, everybody. Check out if Copper Dan and Packer Jack are on, I'm gonna hop in as World Series of Fenn champion because they need the champion to make an appearance. I'll be there for a few minutes. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow for Oak Island. Friday with Bear and Shiloh. I await you, sir. Good night.